one there. Do you have any wine? With a laugh, Freddie grabbed a pitcher of rice wine. Let's have a drink. Freya found 4 earthenware cups and filled them all. To Niona and her wedding night. Zoltan teleported to Niona's house with 3 minutes to spare. One of the chests was mostly empty, Minerva's, he assumed. He stashed his duffel bag and small ice chest in there. Then he paced about the room, growing increasingly nervous. Would Niona accept him? He recalled the look of horror on her face when his fangs had popped out. He needed to convince her he was safe. He glanced down at the new clothes he was wearing. In anticipation of proposing marriage, he'd dressed well, but now he realized the new clothes might frighten her. It would be better to look the same way he had when she'd last seen him, shirtless with jeans. With vampire speed, he pulled off his suit, tie, and dress shoes. He grabbed a pair of jeans from the duffel bag and put them on. Then he tossed the new clothes into the chest, making sure to retrieve the small black box from his coat pocket. He opened the box to study the rings. Was he out of his mind to want to marry someone he'd met only 5 nights ago? No, he corrected that. They'd first met in 1241, when Niona had saved his life. He had no memory of it, but she remembered him. She'd dreamed of him. And it was her arrow in Russell's quiver that had led him here. It was his quest for the truth that had brought him here. The truth was, he loved her. He'd waited almost 800 years for her. Why should he wait another blasted night? He'd suspected from the beginning that their fates were connected. He knew it now for sure. A clanging noise and laughter sounded outside. It sounded like metal pot lids being knocked together. He set the jewelry box on the bed, then walked in his stocking feet to the door. With his super hearing, he could detect voices outside. "You're all drunk," Lydia fussed. "How will you guard this house through the night? We can't let the prisoner escape." Someone scoffed. "I don't think he'll be wanting to escape tonight." The others laughed. Lydia scoffed. "Don't let the Queen see you like this. She's busy in the cave tonight." The cave? Where the living water was? At some point, Zoltan needed to sneak in there for a taste test. He'd brought an empty bottle for the task. The bar on the door scraped. "Go inside, Niona," Lydia ordered. "The rest of you go sleep it off. You can guard during the day." Zoltan stepped back between the beds so it wouldn't look like he'd been eavesdropping. When Niona stumbled inside, his mouth dropped open. She was more beautiful than ever. She smelled of wildflowers and looked heavenly in white silk. The front part of her hair had been braided and wrapped across the top of her head like a crown. Wildflowers had been inserted in the braid, making her look like a fairy princess. The back section of her hair hung loose down her back like a shiny black curtain. More flowers blossomed in thread on her white silk gown and red silk slippers. She looked at him, and her eyes widened. When the door slammed shut behind her, she jumped and hiccuped. Wincing, she lifted a hand to her mouth. The bell-shaped sleeve of her gown fell backward toward her elbow, revealing the Hello Kitty watch fastened to her wrist. He smiled. "You look beautiful." She frowned. "So do you." Her gaze swept over his bare chest, and her frown deepened. "You took off the bandages." "They were a little bloody, and I wanted to wash up." He took a step toward her. She stepped back. "The wounds didn't bleed?" He shook his head. "That ointment you put on them worked well." He took another step toward her. "Thank you for saving me. Twice." She moved over to the table. The bowl and pitcher were still there, untouched. She peered into the pitcher and grazed her fingertips across the dry bowl. No doubt she was wondering how he was standing here squeaky clean with wet hair. She shot him a wary look, then eased behind the table. "Careful." He stepped toward her, worried that her long gown was too close to the fire. She grabbed the knife off the uneaten plate of food and pointed it at him. "Don't come any closer." He sighed. So much for his wedding night. And that knife was clearly meant for spreading jam. "You should find a sharper knife if you want to kill me." Her face crumbled. "I don't really want to kill you." "That's a relief." "I don't know what to do with you." She gazed sadly at the knife in her hand. "Maybe I should go cut the donkey," she hiccuped. "Poor donkey." Zoltan's mouth twitched. "I think you're drunk." Her eyes narrowed. "I think you're smirking at me." "Never." He wiped the smile off his face. "I had a little wine. 4 cups? No, 5. She lifted her chin. "It's in my blood now, so I'm warning you. I won't taste good." His mouth twitched again. She would still taste wonderful to him. "Is that why you drank?" "Partly, but I also wanted the courage to." She swayed to the side and caught herself on the back of a chair. "To have sex with me?" "No." She pointed the knife at him. "I know your secret. You're a monster." "I know your secret. You're a 2,000-year-old crone." She gasped. "I'm not a crone." "I'm not a monster." She huffed. "You have fangs." "You have a gray hair." "I do?" With a stunned look, she lifted her hand to her hair, forgetting she still had the knife in it. "Careful." With vampire speed, he raced forward, yanked the knife from her hand, and pulled her away from the fireplace. "Get back," she shoved at his chest. He released her, but remained in front of her. "Move." She shoved again, but he didn't budge. She pushed again. "You're like a rock." She paused, her hand splayed across his chest. Her eyes widened. "So hard." Her fingertips pressed gently into him. "But soft." He drew in a steadying breath as her fingers slid down his torso, caressing his bare skin. He needed to stay in control and keep his eyes from glowing and frightening her. "You feel like a human," she whispered. "I am human." "No." She fisted a hand and pounded it against his chest to accentuate each sentence. "You're a vampire with fangs. You'll get hungry and bite me." "I won't." "I don't trust you." "I won't bite you. Here, I'll prove it to you." He walked over to the wooden chest and pulled out the small ice chest. "I brought plenty of blood with me." He showed her a bottle, then opened it to drink a few gulps. Her eyes widened in horror. Damn, instead of reassuring her, he was scaring her. He stuffed the bottle back into the ice chest. She hiccuped. "Where did you get all that blood?" "It's synthetic blood, manufactured." "You didn't drain it from someone?" "No, it's made in a factory. All of us good vamps drink synthetic blood. We don't attack people for food." He opened the wooden chest again to set the ice chest inside. She stumbled closer for a quick look. "You brought clothes here? Where did you go?" "I went home for a little while. I can teleport to another place in a second." She blinked at him. "That's how you disappear? You telepork?" His mouth twitched. "Teleport." "Oh, so you teleported home?" When he nodded, she gave him an incredulous look. "Then why did you come back?" His heart sank. "You don't want me here?" "There are people here who would like to kill you. If you had any sense, you would stay away." "So you're worried about me?" He smiled. "You care about me?" She crossed her arms. "I don't want to talk about it." "You mean you don't want to admit that you care about me?" She scowled at him. "Why did you come back?" "I can't leave you here alone to shoulder all the blame. Not when I want you to trust me." He turned to close the lid on the wooden chest. With a grimace, she eyed the arrow wound in his shoulder. "If you can teleport whenever you like, why didn't you disappear when Lydia shot the arrow?" "The arrow would have hit you." He frowned at her. "Don't ever leap in front of me like that again." I wasn't thinking." He arched an eyebrow at her. "One might get the idea that you cared about me." She huffed. "I am a healer. It is my natural instinct to spare people from pain." She reached for his shoulder. "Should I heal it now?" "No." He grabbed her hand. "It will heal during my death sleep." "Death sleep?" With a shudder, she pulled her hand away. "If everything heals while you're asleep, why do you still have the old scars on your back?" "I was mortal then, only 14. She regarded him solemnly for a moment, then swayed on her feet. He took hold of her shoulders to keep her steady. "Maybe you should lie down." She shook her head, and one of the wildflowers slipped from her hair and fluttered to the floor. "I cannot believe it is really you, the boy. Do you know you're the only human male I have ever healed?" "I didn't know." She rested her hands upon his chest, then circled behind him, moving her hands across his chest and shoulder to keep herself steady. "I remember this so clearly." She touched a burn mark on his back. "Like it was yesterday." He drew in a deep breath. "I am still the same person, just a little older." She touched a few scars across his shoulder blades. "I healed these first." She moved her hand up the back of his neck to his head, then her fingers delved through his wet hair to stroke his scalp. "You had a nasty cut here, swollen and bleeding. It was the blow that knocked you unconscious." He closed his eyes, enjoying the feel of her fingers. Her hand skimmed down his neck to the red scar that marred his back. "I was afraid to touch this. I knew it would hurt something fierce." "But you did. You saved me." "I have been dreaming about that day since the first night we met in the woods. Somehow, deep inside, I knew that it was you." He turned slowly. "Then I am the man of your dreams." She hiccuped. "Or a nightmare." He plucked a wildflower from her hair. "I would never harm you." "You are hurting me. You're making my heart ache." "Sweetheart." He dragged the flower down her cheek. "It doesn't need to hurt, if you'll accept me for what I am." "You're a vampire." "Who loves you?" He kissed her brow. "You shouldn't say that." "But it's true." He kissed her nose. "Why are you kissing me?" "Because I love you." He brushed his lips against hers. "We were meant for each other from the beginning." She shook her head. "I'm afraid you'll bite me." "I've kissed you before without biting you." He nuzzled her neck. "I've nibbled your neck without biting you." He palmed her breast. "I've kissed your breasts without biting you." She moaned and gave him a sleepy-eyed look. Then she flinched and jumped back. "Your eyes are turning red." "It only means I want you." "No!" She grabbed the knife off the floor where it had fallen earlier. "My mind is made up. I will not be swayed." She pointed the knife at him. "I will not fornicate with you." He raised his eyebrows. "That's good, because I'd much rather make love." "That's even worse." She motioned with the knife. "Go to bed." "Come with me." "No, that is your bed. This one is mine." She scrambled onto the other bed, then settled against the wall with her legs drawn up and her knees bent. She hugged her knees with one hand and pointed the knife at him with the other. With a sigh, he sat on the edge of the other bed. "You don't need the knife, Neona. I understand the word no." She frowned, flexing her hand around the knife handle. "I've never had to spend the night alone with a vampire." "I'm not going to hurt you." He moved the black box from the bed to the bedside table. It didn't look like he'd be proposing tonight. "What's in the box?" "I'll show you later." She yawned. "You're used to sleeping at night, aren't you? You can sleep if you want." "I have to keep an eye on you." He snorted. "You think I'm going to fly across the room and attack you?" "Isn't that how you became a vampire? Didn't another one attack you?" He sighed. "Sometimes that happens. In my case, I asked for it." Her eyes widened with shock. "Why would you do that?" "I lost my brother and parents within a week. I was 14, and suddenly I was a count, responsible for a destroyed castle and a burned village. The only friend I had left was an old vampire, Istvan. He gave me advice and money so I could rebuild the castle and village. He helped me defeat the Mongols when they invaded a second time. And he watched over my domain when I would go searching for answers." "He was a good friend," Neona whispered. Zoltan nodded. "My best friend, and a second father to me. I had the arrow that killed my real father, and I would spend every summer hunting for those who had murdered him and destroyed my village." Neona winced. I'm not sure who killed your father. I know. He smiled at her. You were with me, healing me. But still I wanted answers, and I wouldn't give up. Her eyes softened. You were always stubborn. Yes. When I turned 29, I became worried that I would grow too old or infirm to continue the search, so I asked Istvan to transform me. And he did. He said something about my mother having an ancient soul, and that he'd always known I was destined for the same fate. It didn't make any sense to me at the time, but it does now. What happened to Istvan? He died in the Great Vampire War of 1710. She blinked. There was a vampire war? Yes. His mouth curled up. Don't worry, the good guys won. But you lost your best friend. It must have been lonely for you. Not anymore. He smiled. Now I've found you. She frowned. Don't smile at me. It makes me feel strange. His smile widened. She bit her lip. So there really are good vampires who fight the bad ones? He nodded. We've been fighting them for centuries. Lately, we've been fighting Master Han and his vampire lords. You met Russell. He's more determined than anyone to kill Master Han. You know Russell? Yes. He drops by my castle twice a month for a supply of blood and weapons. It was your arrow in his quiver that caused me to come looking for you that first night. Oh. She made a face. I asked Russell to use it to kill Liao. He's the monster who killed my sister. We'll get him. We've already killed the other two lords. And we got rid of the demon Darafer. She winced. There was a demon? Yes, don't worry. We'll defeat Lord Liao and Master Han. You can trust us. Zoltan felt the pull of the upcoming sunrise. He stood and dropped his jeans. She stiffened. What are you doing? The sun will rise soon. He tossed the jeans on top of the wooden chest. I'm making myself comfortable. He stretched out on the bed and tugged the sheet up to his hips, even with the band of his black boxer briefs. You're going to fall asleep? Death sleep. He rolled onto his side to look at her. I'll be completely vulnerable. I'm trusting you to keep me safe. She studied him, searching his eyes. Why do you trust me? You've saved me twice. I don't figure you would let me die now. What do you mean by death sleep? I'll be dead. Then I wake up right after sunset. How can you wake from the dead? I'm not sure. I'm just damned grateful that it keeps happening. She frowned. Does it hurt when you die? A little, he lied. Then he sat up with alarm. If I look like I'm in pain going into my death sleep, do not touch me. Do you understand? It's the pain of death, and if you take that upon yourself, you would probably die. Her face paled and she nodded. He lay back down as another tug pulled at his senses. Why the no fornication rule? Isn't it obvious? They'll kill you as soon as I'm pregnant, so the best way to keep you alive is to make sure that I never get pregnant. So you're rejecting me because you care about me? I don't want you to be killed because of me. She hugged her knees. And I don't trust you. I saw how your fangs sprang out in a moment of intense pain. They might do it again if you feel intense pleasure. You think I'll bite you while I'm climaxing? Yes. Her cheeks turned pink as she gave him a wary look. Does that usually happen? He yawned. I can control it. It would be foolish for me to trust you. I understand. Trust has to be earned. He felt a stronger pull, tugging him into the deep, dark hole, but he fought to remain conscious. We'll start with something small. Then if I don't bite you, we'll move on to something bigger. Do you agree? She nodded sleepily. I guess. Fine. Then tomorrow I'll give you one little climax, and not bite you. She blinked. What? I know. He yawned. You wanted 10. When we get through all 10 climaxes without me biting you, then you'll know you can trust me. And then we'll make love. What? I can't agree to that. You already did. One final tug swept over him, seizing his heart with a burst of pain. With his last breath, he whispered, "Tomorrow." Chapter 16. The boy was near death, his body bleeding and bruised. An angry red burn seared across his back. Niona moved her hands over the gashes and bruises, taking in as much of his pain as she could endure. In the distance, where the village and castle were located, smoke billowed into the sky. The stench of burning bodies made her choke. Gathering up her courage, she reached for the red burn on his back. Suddenly he grabbed her, pulling her down and rolling on top of her. It was Zoltan, grown up and smiling at her in the way that always made her stomach quiver. "Niona," he whispered, "it's time to give you that first climax." She woke with a jolt, then a groan. Her head hurt. She was lying on top of her comforter with her knees hugged to her chest. She glanced at the other bed. Zoltan was there, still and quiet. With another groan, she slowly stretched out her legs. They were stiff and achy from sleeping hunched up in a ball. She sat up. Her white silk gown was a wrinkled mess. She should have taken it off before sleeping, but she hadn't dared undress in front of Zoltan. He was lying on his side, facing her, barely visible in the dim light that filtered into the room around the door and windows. It was daylight outside. She'd spent the night with a vampire, and she'd survived without a single bite mark. She eased out of bed, her stiff legs protesting. He appeared to be sleeping. Death sleep, he'd called it. She remembered how Russell had sizzled when sunlight had touched his body. Alarmed, she lurched toward him to make sure he was all right. A sliver of light illuminated a narrow strip down his bed, about a foot from his back. If he rolled over, he might get burned. She checked his back and exhaled with relief. No injuries. The arrow wound was almost completely healed. Only a red mark remained where the puncture hole had been. She pressed her fingers to his neck. No pulse. She winced. Was he really dead? How could he be dead when his body was healing itself? For the change to occur, there had to be some part of him still alive. She'd heard stories of Buddhist monks who could slow their heartbeat to the point it was no longer discernible. Perhaps that was what happened to vampires. She gave him a little shake, but there was no reaction. He was unresponsive, defenseless and vulnerable, and he was trusting her to keep him safe. Her heart squeezed in her chest. He trusted her, and God help her, she wanted to trust him. The attraction was still there, the yearning. Her feelings had taken a shock when she'd realized he was a vampire, but they hadn't withered away. His eyes were shut, with a line of thick eyelashes that were so pretty, her fingers itched to touch him. She brushed his shoulder-length hair back from his brow. His hair was soft and silky. She ran a fingertip over his eyebrow, then down his whiskered jaw to his square chin. A stubborn chin, she thought with a smile, and a wide, sensual mouth. She touched his lips. Too gorgeous. Too dangerous. Her gaze drifted down his muscled chest to the waistband of his underwear, low on his hips. She could see the outline of his long legs underneath the sheet. So he thought he could earn her trust, one climax at a time. She snorted. The rascal would come up with a plan like that. Her gaze shifted back to the arrow wound. Instead of teleporting away, he'd taken the hit to protect her. He'd tried to protect her from her pet leopard, too. And even though he could have stayed in the safety of his own home, he'd returned to be with her. No matter how many times she tried to discourage him, he refused to give up on her. With a sigh, she realized he'd been earning her trust all along. She removed the white silk gown and lay it over the back of a chair. Then she wrapped a plain linen robe over the white silk shift that Tashi had insisted she wear, claiming it was easy to rip. With her legs still stiff, she hobbled over to each window and pulled the thick woolen curtains shut, making sure they blocked out any light. The room grew darker. The fire in the hearth had died out. At the door, she slipped on her leather slippers, then carefully opened the door, making sure no sunlight fell on Zoltan. She slipped outside, grimacing at the bright light. "You're up," someone called from the central fire pit. Shielding her eyes from the sun's glare, Neona spotted Tashi, Freddie, and Freya sitting around the fire. "We've been watching your house since sunrise." Tashi regarded her curiously. "There hasn't been a sound." "It's already afternoon," Freddie said. "You missed breakfast and lunch." "Are you all right?" Freya asked. Neona nodded. "We were asleep." "Worn out, huh?" Freya exchanged a grin with the other two. Neona headed toward the outhouse, her stiff legs protesting. "Good heavens," Freddie whispered loudly. "She can hardly walk." "He must have been good," Tashi said, and they all laughed. Neona groaned and kept walking. "Should we take him a tray of food?" Freddie called after her. "No." Neona whirled to face them. Their surprised expressions made her realize she'd overreacted. "He's asleep now, I'll feed him later." Wincing, she resumed her walk to the outhouse. "She seems a bit possessive," Freya said. "Doesn't even want us to look at him," Freddie added. "He must have been damned good," Tashi muttered, and the others laughed again. Neona hurried to the outhouse, then washed her hands and face in the stream before returning to the central fire pit, where Freya was stirring a pot near the fire. "We've kept the soup hot for you and your man. His name is Zoltan." Neona glanced at her house before taking a seat. "We figure it's best not to get too familiar with him," Tashi murmured. Because they believed they would have to kill him, Neona thought. Luckily, if they tried to execute Zoltan, he could teleport away. But only at night. He was helpless now, and she was his only protection. "Here." Freya ladled some hot soup into an earthenware bowl, then added a lump of sticky rice. "You must be hungry." "Thanks." Neona looked around. "Where are the others?" "My mother's asleep," Tashi said, referring to Lydia. "She guarded your house all night." "The queen is busy in the cave," Freddie added. Neona nodded, then spooned some soup broth into her mouth. Soon she would need to tell everyone that Zoltan was a vampire, but she'd better wait till nighttime when he could defend himself or teleport away, in case the news didn't go over well. "So how was it?" Freya whispered. "We've been dying to know." "If you don't mind talking about it," Freddie added with a hopeful look. Tashi snorted. "As if we don't know what they were doing. Did he rip your shift off?" Neona used her wooden spoon to break up the lump of rice in her soup. "Nothing happened." "What?" All three women gasped. "He was weak and running a fever, because of the wound. He needs rest, so don't go in there. I'll nurse him back to health." Neona stood, careful not to spill any soup. "I'll give him some of this. Thanks." As she walked toward her house, the women talked in hushed voices. "I can't believe it," Freya whispered. "I know," Tashi agreed. "He couldn't even do it?" Freddie huffed. "I thought he was stronger than that." Neona winced. Thank God Zoltan's pride was as dead as he was at the moment. She slipped inside the house, quickly shutting the door behind her. He was still stretched out on Minerva's bed, barely visible in the dark. She set the bowl of soup on the table next to the uneaten dinner from last night. Then she took a candle from the mantelpiece and hurried back outside. The women hushed and exchanged glances when she approached. No doubt they had been discussing Zoltan's inability to perform. He would most probably be annoyed by her current strategy, but it seemed like the best way to buy some time. They wouldn't kill him as long as they were waiting for her to get pregnant. Freddie stood and brushed off her pants. "Freya and I are going to our father's cabin to bring back the presents. You want to come?" "I should keep an eye on Zoltan." Neona lit her candle from the central fire pit. "I'll see you in a few hours." She rushed back to her house and lit the fire in the hearth. Then she wedged the lit candle into the holder on her bedside table. "There, now I can see." She glanced at Zoltan. His eyes were still closed and he hadn't budged. Her gaze drifted to the black box sitting on the bedside table. "Is this another gift from me?" No response. He just lay there looking gorgeous with the firelight glimmering over his muscled body and handsome face. She opened the black box and her breath caught. 2 gold bands, a larger one for a man, a smaller one for a woman. She'd read about these in the books Frederick had left behind. A man and woman exchanged vows and rings at their wedding. Her eyes misted with tears. Zoltan wanted to marry her. Didn't he realize that marriage never worked for the women of Beolah? Calliope's husband had deserted her, and Zoltan's mother Donna had ended up dead. Would Zoltan try to repeat his father's actions? Would he try to lure her away from the valley and her sacred duty? Just last night, Neona had urged Tashi to run away and live with the man she loved. But he was a villager, a mortal who lived close by. She and any future daughters she had could still visit Beolah and help fulfill their sacred duty. Marriage to Zoltan would mean marriage to a vampire. A husband with fangs? Would she have children with fangs? She snapped the box shut and set it back on the table. There was no point in even imagining it. She couldn't leave Beolah. She was the only healer left. Everyone counted on her. Her eyes filled with tears as she removed her sparkly watch and set it beside the black box. Then she sat on the edge of her bed and gazed at Zoltan. "It's impossible," she whispered. Neona woke to a loud squeaking noise. She lay in bed disoriented for a few seconds. She hadn't intended to fall asleep again, but after eating all the food on the table, she'd stretched out on her bed with nothing to do other than stare at Zoltan. She blinked. His bed was empty. With a gasp, she sat up. "Good evening." He smiled at her as he twisted the top off a bottle of blood. While he drank, Neona looked him over. He was standing next to the wooden chest. The open box containing ice and his bottles of blood sat on top of the chest. He'd slipped his blue pants back on, but they were unfastened and rested low on his hips. A line of dark hair ran from his navel into his black underwear. She swallowed hard and lifted her gaze. The stab wound by his ribs was completely gone. No doubt his arrow wound was completely healed too. She ventured a quick glance at his face and stiffened when she realized he had been studying her too. She looked away and busied herself, unbraiding her hair. The wildflowers had fallen from her hair onto her pillow while she'd slept. She gathered the wilted flowers up, then eased past Zoltan to the fireplace, where she tossed them in. Another log had been added to the fire. She glanced at Zoltan. "Have you been up long?" "Just a few minutes." He finished his bottle and grimaced. "Cold blood." He shoved the empty bottle back into the box. When he closed the lid, it made the same squeaking noise that had awakened her. "Of course, I could have enjoyed some fresh, warm blood." He turned to her, his eyes darkening as he looked her over. "I woke up with a terrible hunger, and there you were, lying so close, smelling so sweet, tempting the hell out of me." She stepped back. "You wanted to bite me?" "I'm a vampire, of course I did." He shrugged. "But I didn't. So, do you trust me now?" "No." His amber-colored eyes gleamed with humor. "Then we have no choice but to continue with the original plan to earn your trust. 10 climaxes, one at a time." She had a feeling he'd set her up. "I didn't agree to that." The corner of his mouth curled up. "One little climax? You're not afraid of that, are you?" "I'm a warrior. I laugh at fear." His eyes sparkled. "Good. Then we'll start tonight." "Says who?" She lifted her chin. "Are you smirking at me?" His smile widened. "Never." He opened the wooden chest and put his supply of blood back in. Then he removed a small bag from his duffel bag. "Is there a place to shower around here?" "I usually go to Frederick's Valley, where the stream from Beolah shoots out from the rock wall." "I know where that is. Do you have any towels?" "We cannot leave this valley." "Of course we can. They'll never know if we left the house. We'll teleport." Her mouth dropped open. I'd rather not." "Afraid?" "Of course not. But I'm supposed to keep you here." "You're supposed to guard me. That's why you should come with me." He stepped closer. What if I try to escape? She snorted. You could escape any time you want. Towel? Fine. She moved to the shelves in the corner next to the hearth. Here, go take your shower. She grabbed a linen towel from the stack. When she turned, her breath caught. He was right next to her, with a very determined look on his face. What are you doing? You shouldn't sneak up. He grabbed her and everything went black. A few seconds later, her feet landed and she stumbled. Easy. He steadied her. You startled me. She shoved at his chest. With a smile, he released her and stepped back. Just one of the many thrills in store for you tonight. I didn't agree. She threw the towel at him. He caught it and sauntered along the stream, headed for the rock wall. She looked around. Good Lord, she'd actually teleported with him. They were in the next valley, not far from Frederick's cabin. In the distance, she could see where the water jetted through the rock wall. The grass felt cold and damp under her bare feet. She hadn't even had time to put on her shoes. As she approached the waterfall, she watched Zoltan setting his towel and small bag on a flat rock. He waved at her before heading toward a clump of trees and bushes. I'm not running away. I'll be right back. What was he doing? She ventured closer, then turned away when she realized he was relieving himself. She leaned over to peer at his small bag. It had the same sort of metal closure that his blue pants did. She tugged at the metal tab and smiled when it slid along the top of the bag, opening it. You like zippers? He stopped beside her and dropped his pants to the ground. I'll let you practice with my jeans next time. Jeans? My pants. He folded them and set them on the rock next to the towel. Would you like to shower with me? No, I'm fine. She stepped back. When he hooked his thumbs into the waistband of his underwear, she quickly looked away. Something grazed her toes and she jumped back. The rascal had tossed his underwear at her as if he was daring her to take a peek. Very well. She wasn't a coward. She did. He was leaning over his small bag, and he pulled out 2 of the smallest containers she'd ever seen. And they were clear. She could see some sort of liquid inside. When he straightened, she caught a glimpse of his manhood before turning away. Good Lord, he was huge. She swallowed hard. Those are interesting. What are they? My balls. She gritted her teeth and gave him a wry look, being careful to only look at his face. In your hand. Ah. He smiled as he raised his hand to her. Shampoo and conditioner. Travel size. Would you like to try it? No, thanks. She lifted her chin. Are you smirking at me? Never. His smile widened. Are you ogling me? Never. Her gaze slid down as he turned. Good Lord, could a man's back and buttocks be that gorgeous? He strode into the shallow pool at the base of the waterfall. The water only reached mid-calf, for it rushed down a rocky path to join the main stream in the valley. After setting the small containers on a rock, he leaned into the cascade of water, his back to her. She took a deep breath to ease the quivers in her stomach. Even with the scars on his back, he was beautiful to behold. He lifted his arms to smooth his hands over his slick hair. The muscles in his arms and shoulders rippled, his buttocks flexed, and her knees nearly gave out. With a muffled squeak, she steadied herself. He glanced back as he squirted shampoo into his hand. Are you all right? Yes, I'll just rinse out your underwear. She grabbed it off the ground and hurried to the stream. Crouching next to the water, she dunked his underwear in and swished it about. She glanced back. He was vigorously lathering up his hair. Trails of soap trickled down his back, meandering around his muscles till they reached his rump. She turned away, sucking in a deep breath. How could a man's rear end look so enticing, so touchable? She wanted to dig her fingers into those cheeks and feel the muscles flexing beneath her hands. She squeezed his underwear in her hands, wringing out the water. Her thighs tensed as an odd sensation settled between her legs, an empty, aching need. It made her press her thighs together. She glanced back and gasped softly. He'd turned to face her. His eyes were closed and he was leaning back to rinse his hair. His hands glided over his hair, biceps bulging. Rivulets of water ran down his chest and stomach to the patch of dark hair that surrounded his manhood. He was aroused, jutting out. Her mouth went dry, and moisture pooled between her legs. He stepped toward her, and with another gasp, she realized his eyes were now open. He'd caught her ogling him. She stumbled to her feet. "Is that my underwear?" He pointed downstream. "Oh!" In her shock, she must have dropped it. It was tumbling down the creek halfway to Frederick's cabin. "I'll get it." She ran along the bank of the stream, then plunged in to grab it where it had caught on a tree branch. Suddenly, Zoltan appeared in the middle of the creek, right in front of her. With a squeal, she fell back, landing on her rump. Cold water enveloped her to her chin. With a laugh, he plucked his underwear off the branch, then pulled her to her feet. "Now that you're all wet, you might as well shower with me." Everything went black again. Then she stumbled in the pool by the waterfall. "Stop doing that." She shoved at him, but he didn't budge. He untied her sash, then pulled off her robe. She was still wearing the sheer, white silk shift underneath. Zoltan tossed her robe onto the grass, then squeezed some shampoo into the palm of his hand. "Is your hair wet?" She leaned into the spray of water to dampen her hair. Then he led her over to a rock. "Sit." He stepped behind her. "Close your eyes." She sat with a huff. "You shouldn't order me about." She swiveled on the rock to glare at him, but found her nose inches away from his manhood. Her jaw dropped. The cold stream had doused his arousal a bit, but the shaft was still thick and heavy, swollen with desire. "You should close your mouth," he said softly. "It's giving me ideas." She snapped her mouth shut and glowered at him. "Are you smirking again?" "Are you ogling again?" She scoffed, then turned her back to him and squeezed her eyes shut. But even with her eyes closed, she kept seeing his manhood. His hands moved over her scalp, his fingers massaging her temples and the back of her neck. It felt heavenly, sensual. She gripped her knees. "Come." He pulled her to her feet and led her back to the waterfall. Then he arched her back to rinse her hair. When she straightened, her silk shift was soaked and plastered to her body, and his eyes were red and glowing. He palmed her breast, kneading it gently. "Niona." She shuddered. "Why do your eyes turn red?" "It's a sign of how much I want to make love to you." He nuzzled her neck as his fingers teased the hardened tip of her nipple. Her thighs pressed together. He kissed a path up her neck to her ear. "Are you ready?" he whispered. He gently tugged at the tip of her nipple, making her moan. "Ready for your little climax?" She clutched his shoulders. "We mustn't have intercourse. I mustn't get pregnant." Even though she suddenly wanted it more than anything. She wanted to take him deep inside and feel his seed gushing out, filling her with heat, and giving her hope for a little girl with long dark hair and amber eyes. But would the child have fangs? "I'm only going to touch you." His hand slipped under her shift and squeezed her buttocks. She wouldn't let herself worry for now. She'd live for the moment and pretend that she had an eternity to spend with Zoltan, even if it was impossible. He nuzzled her ear. "Do you agree?" Her heart felt like it was going to burst. She wrapped her arms around his neck. "Yes." Chapter 17. Zoltan's heart swelled. She'd said yes. He cradled her face in his hands and rested his forehead against hers, savoring the moment. This would be the first of many yeses, he vowed to himself. He would not give up on her, not allow their future to be sabotaged by an ancient lifestyle that had forced her to live alone and secluded for centuries. Whatever pact she'd made, whatever her sacred duty was, he would not lose her because of it. She would be his forever. He kissed her thoroughly until she clung to him, breathless and trembling at his touch. As she gasped for air, he moved his hands slowly. The white silk was soaked through till it was practically transparent. He could see the color of her nipples, a dark, dusty pink. He could feel the pebbled skin and the tip that grew harder as he gently tugged. "Wait," she whispered, stepping back. For a second he feared she'd changed her mind, but she gave him a flirtatious smile. With one smooth move, she pulled her shift off and tossed it onto the grass. His breath caught, the first time to see her totally nude. His groin reacted, growing hard. Her eyes widened. "You don't seem to have trouble getting in the mood now." "I never did." His red, glowing eyes tinted her beautiful body in shades of pink. He gritted his teeth to stay in control. "I wanted you from the very first night you clonked me on the head and demanded my seed." She gave him a wry look. "I didn't realize I was seducing a vampire." He stepped toward her till the tip of his erection was a mere inch from her. "Each time we meet, I want you even more." Her blue eyes sparkled with passion. She lunged toward him just as he pulled her into his arms and claimed her mouth. She kissed him back, delving her hands into his hair. He moved down to her breasts, suckling on the hardened tips, tugging at her until she writhed in his arms. His erection pressed against her stomach, growing more strained as her lithe, supple body rubbed against him. When he slid a hand between her legs, the amount of moisture there made him growl with satisfaction. His warrior woman was no shy maid. With a groan, she rocked against his hand. His fingers were drenched, making it so easy to slide between the folds. He stroked her and she whimpered, her knees buckling. He smiled. At this rate, she was going to melt into a puddle. He spotted the rock nearby with the towel on top. "Come." He sat on the towel and grasped her hips, pulling her down till she was straddling him, sitting on his thighs facing him. She held on to his shoulders, her eyes clouded with passion. "Zoltan." He stroked her wet, swollen flesh, and she whimpered, her fingers digging into his skin. "You're so wet, so sweet." He quickened the pace, rubbing her harder. She groaned, her hands slipping up to his head to grasp handfuls of hair. He spread his legs, forcing her to open wider. When he pressed on her clitoris, she shuddered. He fondled her faster and faster, applying vampire speed, till she stiffened and squealed. She fell against him, her swollen flesh throbbing against his fingertips. He held her close with his free arm, keeping his right hand pressed against her drenched skin so he could coax more aftershocks from her. Each time she twitched, he smiled. She was so responsive, so highly charged, that the slightest flex of his fingers sent a shudder through her entire body. Unfortunately, it also made him so painfully swollen that he was about to burst. She moaned, her head buried in his shoulder. "Are you all right?" he asked. She sat back and frowned at him, her eyes bleary and unfocused. "You lied." "I didn't bite you." She pushed lightly at his shoulder. "You said it would be a little climax." He grinned. Her eyes softened. "You're smirking again." "You're ogling again." "I am not. I can hardly see straight." Her gaze lowered and she gasped. "Oh my God." There was no hiding the fact that he was engorged to the max. "I proved that I can make love without biting you." He grasped her hips, moving her closer to the tip of his rigid penis. "But I don't want to risk getting pregnant." She splayed her hands on his chest to stop him. "Everyone would want to kill you, and you'd have to leave. I don't want to lose you." Her declaration made his heart rejoice. It also made him more desperate to make love. Maybe it was time to tell her the truth. "Neona, you don't have to worry about getting pregnant." She was still studying his erection. "It looks so uncomfortable. Are you in pain?" "Yes, if you would let me inside." "Maybe my healing powers could help." She wrapped a hand around his shaft. When he flinched, she loosened her grip. "Did that hurt?" It's good." He moaned when her hand tightened around him. "So good." "I'm not sure I'm helping. Look how your blood vessels are sticking out." She stroked a finger along a vein. He shuddered. "Let me inside you before I explode." "But you can't get pregnant. My seed is—" He gasped when she caressed the crown with her thumb. "He's coming." With a loud groan, he climaxed and ejaculated on her stomach. "Oh my." She released him, watching him with a stunned look as he kept pumping till he was spent. "Oh shit," he grimaced. He'd lost control like a young pup. He ventured a look at her face to see how horrified she was. She was gazing at her sperm-covered stomach, her eyes wide with wonder. "I'm so sorry," he mumbled. She looked up at him and grinned. "You have so much seed. It's amazing." "No, it's not." She dragged her fingers through it, collected a glob, then rubbed her thumb against her gooey fingers. "I've never seen a man's seed before. To think this can cause life to form. It is truly astounding." He drew in a shaky breath. It was strange, but the way she was fondling his semen was turning him on. "Neona, I have to tell you." "Your seed is wondrous." "My seed is dead." She blinked. His heart sank. Would she reject him now, like all the other women he'd ever grown close to? God, no. Not Neona. She had to be the one for him. "I'm a vampire. My sperm is dead. I'm sorry." She looked at the glob in her hand. "How can it be dead? You're alive right now. Your heart is working. Your brain is working. You're alive." "I'm sorry, but the good news is we can make love all we want without worrying about you getting pregnant." He gave her a hopeful look, but it soon faded at the sight of her tear-filled eyes. "You want children." She blinked away the tears. "I know it's selfish of me, but I wanted a daughter with your hair and eyes." But Neona's eyes would be so much better. He imagined a little boy and girl with Neona's black hair and bright blue eyes, and for the first time he understood the pain. Always before he'd resented the women who had wanted a child more than they had wanted him. He'd wanted to come first in a woman's heart. "You could mate with a mortal." "No." She looked aghast. "I want you, only you." His heart swelled and he gathered her close in his arms. She wanted him first. "Then what you said to the others about wanting me as a sperm donor?" "I said that so my mother would accept you. It is the only reason she thinks a man exists." Neona sat back, frowning. "I guess it is just as well we cannot have children. What if they had fangs and attacked people?" "They wouldn't. The half-vampire children I know are all surprisingly normal. They're awake during the day and eat normal—" "What? You just said it was impossible." "I said my sperm is dead, but it is still possible." Her eyes widened. "How?" He gripped her shoulders. "You would seriously consider having a child with me? A vampire?" She bit her lip, then nodded. "We would have to teleport somewhere to have a procedure done." He could probably talk Roman into taking a vacation at the castle with his family, then Roman could do the work there. Her shoulders slumped. "I cannot leave Beola." "It would be for only a short time. Nobody would even have to know. They don't know we're here now." With a sigh, she glanced down at his manhood. "Maybe I can heal you." "Sweetheart, my sperm has been dead for almost 800. He sucked in a breath when her hand curled around his shaft and squeezed. "But you could always try." "I will try." She stroked him gently. Damn, he ought to let her know it wasn't going to work, but her hand felt so good. A clap of thunder sounded in the distance and she stopped. "We should go back. Storms can happen very quickly here in the mountains." "We'll teleport to your house." And start on climax number 2. He still had 9 to go, and he never quit till a job was done. He gathered up their belongings while she washed off his semen in the waterfall. As soon as they returned to her house, she stretched the wet clothes on the backs of the 2 chairs in front of the fire so they could dry. "We should," they both said at the same time, then laughed. "You first." Zoltan hoped she wanted to jump in bed like him. She was still nude, and her lovely body was making it hard for him to think of anything else. "We should join the others at the fire pit," she said, "so they'll know you're cooperating. It is the best way to earn their trust." He sighed. She was right. He needed the whole group of women to trust him. "All right." He shuffled over to the wooden chest to retrieve some clean clothes. She gave him a sympathetic look. "It won't be for long. I think it will rain soon." After they dressed, she led him outside. The wind had picked up, whistling through the valley. The fire in the central pit provided the only light. Thick clouds were covering the stars and moon. He spotted the 5 women seated around the fire. They exchanged looks, then eyed him with disdain. Great. They still wanted to kill him. He bowed. "Good evening." The Queen scoffed. "Don't speak unless you have permission." She motioned for them to sit. Neona sat, then patted the ground beside her. He sat and crossed his legs, aware that his every move was being frowned upon. "You were late for dinner," the Queen announced. "We saved you some food." "Thank you." Neona accepted 2 plates that were passed to her. She handed one to Zoltan with a wary look. He glanced down at the plate in his lap. Some kind of meat, rice, flatbread. Neona tore off a piece of her bread, then used it to scoop up some meat and rice. He followed suit, tearing off a piece of bread. When he looked up, the other women were still scowling at him. What had he done wrong? How could he ask if he wasn't allowed to speak? He spotted Neona's pet leopard lounging nearby on the grass, watching him with narrowed eyes. The Queen grumbled something in Tibetan, and Neona nearly choked on her food. Then the other women joined in, pointing at him and fussing. "Cat, what the hell is going on?" he asked Zahn. "They're disappointed in you." The cat sneered. "They thought you were so manly, but it turns out you're just a weakling. Couldn't even get it up." "What?" Zoltan mentally shouted. "What?" Tashi switched to English, staring at Zoltan. "What is he doing?" Lydia pointed at him. "He was communicating with the cat. I heard him." "What?" Neona turned to him, her eyes wide with shock. Gasps circled around the fire pit. Lydia rose to her feet. "Explain yourself." "Very well." Zoltan set the plate of food aside. "I'm not a weakling, and Neona can verify that I can indeed get it up." "That's not what I meant," Lydia yelled. "You were talking to the cat." "You can talk to Zahn?" Neona leaned toward him, her eyes intense. "Sure." Zoltan shrugged. "I've always been able to talk to animals. My mother could communicate with animals and birds, but I guess I only inherited the animal part." Neona sat back with a gasp. More gasps echoed around the fire. Even the Queen looked shocked. The leopard gave him a sheepish look. "I guess I should have warned you. Tashi and Lydia can hear us." Zoltan nodded. "I understand." Those 2 women had always been away whenever he'd communicated with Zahn before. Neona stumbled to her feet, her plate falling over and spilling food on the ground. Her face had paled, and she was breathing shakily as she faced the Queen. "You told us male children could never inherit our gifts." The Queen's face grew pale but harsh. "I didn't believe they could." Tears glittered in Neona's eyes as she pointed at Zoltan. "He inherited a gift from Dona. What if Minerva's son is gifted? How would we know when we gave him away?" Her voice rose and cracked on the last word. "Sit down, Neona," the Queen hissed. "No." Tears flowed down her cheeks. "We should have kept him. What if he has Minerva's gift? What if he can talk to—" "Enough," the Queen shouted. "What's done is done." Neona shook her head. "If we had kept him, Minerva would still be alive." With a sob, she turned and ran. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Zoltan jumped to his feet to follow her, but the Queen held up a hand to stop him. He gritted his teeth. "She shouldn't be alone." The Queen glanced toward the burial mounds where Neona was headed. "She won't be. You're our prisoner. You will remain here." He'd had all he could take of this cold-hearted queen. "You've lost one daughter, and the other is suffering." Nima arched a brow at him. "Then do your part and give us another female." More thunder rolled, sounding closer, and the wind grew stronger. "It will rain soon." The queen stood and motioned toward Neona's house. "Go there and wait for her." "I'll go wherever I please," Zoltan said softly. "And you can't stop me." The women stiffened and gave the queen worried looks. Lydia pulled the knife from the sheath strapped to her leg. The queen approached him. "Are you anxious to die, human? I have spared you so far only because you are the son of Dona, whom I loved dearly." She whipped a sharp dagger from a sheath on her belt. "But she wronged us by letting you live so long. I should rectify that tonight." "My mother never wronged you," Zoltan said. "She never spoke of this place, never revealed your damned secrets, and never gave me a drop of your living water." More gasps echoed around the fire. The flames danced wildly in the strong wind. Queen Nima studied him, her eyes narrowing. "Then how have you lived so long?" Lightning cracked close by, illuminating with a flash the women's pale, shocked faces. "It's simple." Zoltan stepped back so he could keep all the women and their weapons in view. "I'm a vampire." Chapter 18. "I knew it." Queen Nima raised her dagger, ready to strike. "You're a spy for Lord Liao." The other women drew their knives. He extended his hands to the side so they would see he was unarmed. "I'm not here to harm you. I want to help." "You've helped yourself to my daughter, you monster!" the queen shouted, her face turning red with rage. "I will not tolerate this insult." "Enough." He took a deep breath to calm his own growing anger. "Do you think so highly of yourself that you're prepared to take on Master Han and his army? He has 900 soldiers." Nima glared at him, while the other women exchanged worried looks. "Pay no heed to his lies," she hissed. "You want the truth?" Zoltan snorted. "If I was your enemy, you would all be dead by now." He teleported behind Freya, ripped the knife from her hand and tossed it aside, then zoomed back to where he'd been standing. "What?" Freya blinked. "How did you—" "Vampire speed," Zoltan explained. "I could disarm you all." He dodged to the side and caught the knife Lydia had just thrown, plucking it out of the air with ease. Another bolt of lightning flashed and lit up the shocked faces of the women. "As I was saying." He tested the tip of the knife with a finger. It was deadly sharp. And damn if it wasn't one of the hunting knives he'd left in Frederick's cabin as a gift. "I'm not here to harm you. I belong to a group of good vamps, and we'd like to help you defeat Lord Liao and Master Han." "Ridiculous," Nima muttered. "No vampires are good." "Remember Russell, the guy who saved your life? He's a friend of mine. He joined in your battle, hoping to kill Lord Liao." "He did attack him," Freddie muttered, "but Liao vanished." Zoltan nodded. "Liao and Han have some special powers, so no matter how strong or fast you are, you can't compete with them. Since my friends and I are vamps, we possess the same powers. We're your best bet at defeating them." "That makes sense, actually," Freya murmured. "Don't listen to this monster." Nima motioned to him with her dagger. "He will twist your thoughts using his evil mind control. You saw what he's done to Neona. He's turning her against—" A clap of thunder burst overhead, so deafeningly loud that everyone flinched. A drop of rain landed on Zoltan's head. "Neona's mind works perfectly well, without any help from me," he told the queen. "If she's questioning you, it's because you deserve it." "You will destroy our way of life," Nima shouted. A few more drops of rain plopped down around them, some landing with a hiss in the fire. "We cannot allow you to interfere with our sacred duty." "What is your sacred duty?" he asked. "We will not discuss it with you. Leave."
If your sacred duty is that precious to you, you'll need our help to survive so you can keep doing it. Lord Liao is looking for you. He won't stop until he finds you."
"He'll never find us," Nima insisted. "We've been here for millennia. No one finds us."
"I did. Liao will too. You cannot hope to remain hidden. Modern technology will make it impossible. Satellites in outer space can pinpoint your location here. Times are changing, and you will have to change with it."
Freddie exchanged a look with her sister. "Our father warned us that the outside world was changing fast."
"Frederick was right," Zoltan said. "Master Han and his army will find you. Not only will they outnumber you, but his soldiers have also been altered genetically, so they're super fast and strong. If you don't accept our help, they will annihilate you."
A crack of lightning lit the sky and the women's worried faces. "The soldiers were extra strong and fast," Tashi shouted over the wind. "That was how they managed to kill 5 of us."
"But why would these vampires want to help us?"
Nima glared at Zoltan. "They want something from us."
"We want what we have always wanted," Zoltan replied, "to protect mortals from the bad vampires."
The Queen snorted.
"You expect us to believe that?"
The wind whirled around them, blowing Zoltan's wet hair in his face. He shoved it back.
"We have no interest in your living water. We're already immortal."
The Queen's eyes narrowed.
"Unless we kill you. Try it. See what happens."
He was damn tired of arguing with this woman. The wind was causing the rain to pelt them hard now.
"But you would be foolish to face Lord Liao or Master Han without our help."
The fire dwindled down to a few tiny flames, then hissed a final death, leaving them in darkness. "I think we should consider," Freddie started.
"Hush,"
Nima interrupted.
"We will wait out the rest of this storm in the cave. Go."
As the other women ran upstream, she held up a hand to stop Zoltan.
"You are not allowed in the sacred cave. Wait for Niona in her house."
Zoltan watched the women scurry off so he could see the location of their precious cave. The entrance was at the base of the highest mountain, partially hidden behind some huge boulders. He would have to investigate it later. He teleported to the burial mounds and found Niona beside her sister's grave, her clothes soaked through.
"Come."
He extended a hand to her.
"Let's get out of the rain."
She glanced up at him, her cheeks wet with tears. "A little water is the least of my problems right now." He hunched down beside her.
"I know it's difficult. You're questioning a life you've lived for over 2,000 years.
She wiped her face. "I feel like I'm becoming a traitor. That should be wrong, but somehow it feels right."
"Let's talk about it in your house."
He extended a hand again.
"We can't have a healer who's sick with a cold, right?"
"Fine." She placed her hand in his. "But I don't feel like talking. I would like to be alone for a while."
"We can do that."
He pulled her to her feet.
"I'll leave you there while I go home to get more blood."
After teleporting her home, he retrieved his ice chest and duffel bag from the wooden chest.
"Before I go, I should warn you that I let the other women know I'm a vampire."
She paused in the middle of removing her wet tunic, turned toward him with a shocked face. "How did they react? What did they say?"
He shrugged. "The Queen wants me dead, but she always wanted me dead, so not much of a change there. I told them how the good vamps want to help you defeat Lord Liao and Master Han. Since Han has an army of 900 super soldiers, you're going to need our help."
Niona nodded, her face pale. "I understand."
"I'll be back in an hour or so. Try to get some rest. You've been through a lot."
She sighed. "I have a feeling there's a lot more to come, and nothing will ever be the same." He stepped toward her.
"Some things will remain constant. I will always love you."
Her eyes glittered with tears. "You're a good man, Zoltan."
He smiled. "Even though I'm dead half the time?"
She smiled back. "I'm adjusting to that."
"Good.
I'll see you later then." She finished removing her wet tunic. He swallowed hard. Her silk camisole was soaked through and plastered to her breasts, clearly showing her nipples, which were pebbled, the tips hardened.
An hour is too long. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
No need to hurry. She stretched the tunic out on the table in front of the fire.
We still have 9 climaxes to go.
He grabbed the ice chest and duffel bag.
And I'm the type of guy who doesn't quit until a job is done.
He grinned at the bemused look on her face. She scoffed. Are you smirking again?
Never.
His gaze drifted down her body.
I'm too busy ogling.
He winked at her, then teleported away. When Zoltan arrived in the kitchen of his castle, he found Elsa slipping 2 frozen pizzas into the oven. Oh, there you are. Her smile quickly turned to a frown. You're soaked through.
It's raining in the Himalayas.
He set his ice chest on the counter. Howard's with the others upstairs. They've collected a bunch of supplies in the Great Hall, but... Elsa lowered her voice. Howard is upset with you.
What else is new?
Zoltan dumped the water from the ice chest into the sink.
What did I do now?
You left without taking a sat phone with you. Elsa leaned against the counter, eyeing him curiously. I told him you probably had other things on your mind. You mentioned something about a wedding night?
Did I?
He removed 6 new bottles of synthetic blood from the refrigerator and loaded them into the ice chest. Demokos said he had to pay for some wedding rings you bought in town.
Demokos talks too much.
Zoltan started filling the ice chest with ice. Oh, come on. Elsa gave him an exasperated look. We're all wondering if you really got married. Did he? Emma asked as she entered the kitchen.
Emma, can you come to Beola tomorrow night?
Zoltan asked.
I just told the women that we want to help.
I'll be ready. Be sure to take a sat phone with you so you can call. Howard's been a bit peeved.
More than a bit,
Howard grumbled as he entered the kitchen.
You better take one tonight. Yes, I know.
Zoltan finished filling the ice chest and shut it. So, is it true? Emma asked. Did you get married?
We're preparing for battle, and that's what you want to know?
Zoltan asked. When they stared back without a word, he sighed.
Not yet. Neona needs some time to adjust to me being a vampire.
Elsa nodded. I remember how frightened I was when I first found out about Howard being a werebear. Maybe we should introduce her to some of the other wives, Emma suggested. A thought struck Zoltan so suddenly that he stepped back and bumped into the refrigerator. His married vampire friends were all dreading having to turn their wives someday. But they wouldn't have to if the warrior women of Beola allowed the wives to drink some of the living water. He quickly squelched the thought. The Queen already thought he was using them for some nefarious purpose, when the truth was, the good vamps simply wanted to put an end to Master Han's evil empire. And Zoltan wanted to make sure Neona and her friends would be able to continue their way of life, though hopefully they would make an exception and accept him and any children he and Neona might have. Are you all right? Elsa gave him a curious look.
Yes, of course.
Zoltan tossed his empty bottles into the recycle bin, keeping one in his duffel bag so he could use it to collect some of the living water.
You mentioned a cabin in the neighboring valley that we could use as headquarters?
Howard asked.
Yes, Friedrich's cabin.
Zoltan put a bottle of blood into the microwave so he could enjoy a warm meal for a change.
No electricity or running water there.
Howard nodded.
I figured as much. I have a solar-powered generator we can take. It'll be quiet. We don't want to advertise our location.
Tonight we're moving the supplies to Tiger Town, Emma said. JL, Mikhail, and Jack just left. Angus is teleporting westward tonight, so he can stop at the clinic in Japan and pick up a bunch of the tranquilizer darts. He wants to save as many of Master Han's soldiers as we can.
The other guys, like Robbie and Ian, are teleporting westward with Angus,
Howard added.
And they're bringing the shifters with them. Everyone will gather at Tiger Town and wait for you to give the okay for us to move to Frederick's cabin. Sounds good.
Zoltan removed his bottle from the microwave and poured the warm blood into a glass.
I'm going upstairs for a few minutes. Be right back.
He grabbed his duffel bag and glass of blood and teleported to his bedroom. He sipped warm blood as he shaved and packed more clothes. After a quick shower, he dressed and called Milan in Budapest.
"I've been trying to contact you, sir,"
Milan responded with an excited voice.
"The scientists." "How is the land deal going?"
Zoltan interrupted.
"Oh, it's fine. Rajiv has the papers. He said he'd use Vamp delivery service to get them to you. But, sir, the scientists at the university are astounded. They think you've discovered a new species. They've been calling me non-stop, wanting to know where you found the scale."
"The scale?"
"Yes, the black thing you gave me,"
Milan explained.
"The scientists have never seen anything like it before. They said it was a cross between a turtle shell and a reptile scale. Where did you find it?"
Zoltan remained quiet, trying to make sense of this. Turtle shell? Reptile? What the hell?
"But it's much bigger than the normal lizard scale,"
Milan continued.
"The scientists want to announce it to the world, but they need more information. Where did you find it? Have you seen the creature?"
"Creature?"
"Yes, judging from the size of the scale, it has to be really large, like an enormous iguana. I don't know how you could miss it."
"I haven't seen anything." The image of the cave flitted through Zoltan's mind. Was there something strange living inside? Damn, but the last thing he needed was a bunch of scientists demanding access to Beolah.
"I think the animal is dead. Long dead. Probably extinct."
"Oh." Milan sounded disappointed.
"I found the scale buried in the ground."
Zoltan lied.
"Like a fossil. There was nothing else around it. I didn't write down the exact location. It was somewhere in China." "Oh, I see,"
Milan mumbled.
"I'll let them know."
Zoltan hung up and dragged a hand through his damp hair. What the hell was going on at Beolah? He needed to go back and investigate. He teleported with his duffel bag back to the kitchen.
"There you are."
Howard and his wife were eating pizza at the kitchen table. He motioned to the counter.
"I brought you down a sat phone so you wouldn't forget."
"Thanks." Zoltan slipped it inside his jacket pocket.
"What's this?"
He opened a folder to look at the papers inside.
"JL brought that back from Tigertown,"
Howard explained.
"Rajiv said you wanted it." "Excellent."
It was the land deed for the Valley of Beolah and surrounding territory. Zoltan stashed it inside his duffel bag. "We have a visitor," Emma called out as she entered the kitchen with a man behind her. Howard sat back, his eyes narrowing.
"Hello, Russell."
"He has news for us," Emma announced. "And I talked him into taking a sat phone with him."
"Amazing,"
Howard grumbled.
"What's the news?"
Zoltan asked as he handed Russell a blear.
"I tracked down Lord Liao."
Russell unscrewed the top of the bottle.
"He went back to one of Master Han's major outposts in the Yunnan province. Apparently, he convinced Han that there was something in Tibet worth fighting for, because he's headed back that way.
We think we figured out what they're after," Zoltan said. "The women of Beolah have a fountain of youth. Living water, they call it. Some of them are thousands of years old."
"Sheesh."
Russell gulped down some blear.
"Lord Liao is headed in their direction with a new group of soldiers. 200 of them."
Zoltan winced. Even with all the vamps and shifters they could gather, they would be terribly outnumbered. "Can you follow them?" Emma asked Russell. "Call as often as you can to give us an update of their location?" Russell nodded.
"I will."
He gave Zoltan a worried look.
"They're moving fast. They'll be near Beolah in 3 or 4 days."
Zoltan gathered up his ice chest and duffel bag.
"I'd better get back."
Chapter 19. Niona paced back and forth in her house, too agitated to sleep. It had been a huge shock to find out that Zoltan had inherited a gift from his mother. What if Minerva's son had inherited her gift? "I'm so sorry." Niona touched her sister's pillow. "I shouldn't have let Mother take away your son. I should have rebelled then. Instead of waiting till now. Now, when Minerva was gone." Tears burned Niona's eyes, and she angrily wiped them away. Why had it taken so long for her to see the truth? Was it because of Zoltan? She shook her head. No, she'd already suspected her mother of lying, and she'd hated the way Minerva had been forced to give up her son. The seed of rebellion had already taken root inside her. Zoltan's arrival had just caused it to burst into full bloom. Each time she tried to explain their way of life to him, she caught a glimpse of it through his eyes, and things she'd accepted before seemed suddenly strange, wrong. She paced toward the fireplace. How was Minerva's son faring? Was he happy? Or did he feel abandoned? Unloved? God help her, she didn't even know what name he'd been given. She needed to find him, but he was 30 miles away at a Buddhist monastery. Could Zoltan teleport her there? And if he did, would she have the courage to bring the boy back here to his rightful home? No doubt the Queen would be livid. It was a severe breach of their laws to allow a human male to live in Beulah. The Queen was only tolerating Zoltan until he impregnated her. But who had come up with these laws? Had it been part of the original pact, like the Queen said? Or was it a decision she'd made afterward? Had she excluded men simply because she hated them? Or did she fear that someday a gifted male child would grow up and challenge her position as ruler? There was no way to know. The pact had been made with the 3 original women, Nima, Dona, and Anjali. Only Nima remained. Neona paced faster as her anger grew. Not just anger at her mother, but anger at herself as well. For centuries she'd considered herself a brave warrior, always fighting to protect the secrets of Beulah. But the truth was, she'd been a coward. It seemed pathetic that just a few days ago, she had panicked out of fear of having and losing a son. Now she was filled with a new, hardened determination. There was no way on earth she would allow a child of hers, boy or girl, to be given away. If she decided to have children with Zoltan, nothing would stop her. Except his dead seed. Her pacing stopped with a jerk. Could she heal his dead seed? She looked at her hands. If she touched his male parts enough, could she heal him? She inhaled sharply as a new idea sprang to mind. Could the living water bring his seed back to life? It was against their law to give the water to a human male, but to hell with that. She was already considering bringing Minerva's son here to live. If she could break that law, why not break them all? Why not marry Zoltan and have all the sons and daughters she wanted? She peeked outside. It was still raining, but with the mood she was in, a little rain was not about to stop her. A small army wouldn't stop her. She put her damp tunic back on, then dashed to the storeroom where they kept all their dishes, pottery, linens, food, firewood, and medical supplies. She'd spent enough time in the small building over the years to know her way around in the dark. She searched the shelf where empty bowls and jugs were kept and selected a small clay flask with a cork in the top. The wind and rain buffeted her as she ran toward the cave. Her leather slippers splashed through puddles till they were soaked through. As she neared the entrance, she slowed down, easing around the boulders silently, listening for any voices. It was quiet. She peeked inside. The throne room was well lit with torches, and it was empty, except for Zahn, who rested close to the entrance. He sat up and tilted his head, giving her a curious and concerned look that touched her heart. "Good kitty," she whispered, patting him on the head. "Don't tell anyone I was here, okay?" He butted her leg. The other women had to be in the back cavern with the young ones. No doubt the storm had frightened the young ones, and with good reason. They had lost many an ancestor to the lightning and strong winds that accompanied a storm. Neona kicked off her leather slippers so she wouldn't leave a muddy trail straight to the pool. Her tunic was dripping, so she took it off too, and left it by the entrance. Then she ran past the area where they held their meetings, and past the throne, until she reached the dark, glistening pool. Hunching down beside the water, she uncorked the small flask and filled it. Then she corked it and scurried back to the entrance. One glance back and she groaned. She'd still left a few small puddles. Zahn trotted up to the biggest one and flopped down in it, rubbing his back against the stone till his fur had soaked up most of the water. She smiled as she slipped her tunic and slippers back on. Her pet ran back to her and butted her leg. "You're the best kitty in the world." She gave him a hug, then slipped back outside in the rain. She ran home, then hid the flask in the wooden chest at the foot of her bed. During the day when Zoltan was in his death sleep, she would slip some of the living water into his bottles of blood. After putting another log on the fire, she peeled off her wet clothes, then toweled herself dry. Just as she was leaning over her open wooden chest to retrieve some clean clothes, she heard a voice behind her.
"Now that's a beautiful sight. Hold that position."
She spun back around, her clean clothes clutched to her chest. "You're back." Zoltan smiled as he kicked off his shoes and dropped his belongings on top of his chest.
"I was afraid you'd be asleep."
His gaze drifted over her while he removed his jacket. The intense way he looked at her made her stomach quiver. "I was getting ready for bed."
"Good."
He pulled his t-shirt over his head and tossed it on his bed.
"We have some unfinished business."
He stepped toward her, his eyes darkening.
9 more climaxes. 9 more positions.
Her eyes widened. "Surely you don't expect to do all that in one night." He unfastened his pants.
"I've always prided myself on never quitting a task till it's done."
"I see." Her heart thudded loudly in her ears. "Well, I would certainly hate to damage your pride." His mouth curled up.
"How thoughtful of you. One might get the idea that you care about me."
Her heart squeezed in her chest. "Can we truly belong to each other, Zoltan? A vampire and
an old crone?"
His smile widened. With a snort, she tossed her clean clothes back into her wooden chest. "Do I look like an old crone to you?" His smile faded as his gaze traveled down her body. By the time his eyes met hers once again, they were red and glowing. Moisture gathered between her legs. Her skin tingled, just knowing she had such an immediate effect on him. He dropped his pants to the floor and kicked them aside. The bulge in his underwear was blatant. Maybe she should start trying to heal him tonight. She reached for the waistband of his underwear, but he spun her around to face her wooden chest. He dropped the lid, then bent her over it, planting her hands on top. "What are you doing?" She glanced over her shoulder. He was leaning over her, his chest against her back, and his erection pressed against her rump.
"This is position number 2.
He whispered in her ear as he nudged her legs apart with a bare foot. Her knees trembled, and more moisture seeped from her core. Whatever he was doing, she wanted it. His hands trailed up her arms, then swept her hair over his shoulder so her back was bare.
"Beautiful."
He kissed the back of her neck, then nibbled a trail down her spine. His hands cupped her breasts, his fingers gently teasing her nipples. She shivered, digging her fingers into the wooden chest. He reached the small of her back and ran his tongue up the indentation of her spine. With a moan, she arched. When would he touch her? She needed his touch. She rubbed her rump against his groin. "Please." He grasped her hips, holding her steady.
"I love this."
His hands smoothed up to her narrow waist, then back down to the flare of her hips.
"You're so beautiful."
Her legs trembled, and she locked her knees to keep from falling. "Zoltan," she whispered, "please."
"Yes."
He leaned over to trail nibbling kisses over her rear end. She gasped when his hand slipped between her legs. Oh God, yes, finally.
"So wet."
She whimpered at the feel of his fingers, insistent, bold, possessive.
"This time I want to be inside you."
He inserted a finger. She cried out. He plunged another finger inside her, stroking her, tickling her. She gasped for air, moaning and rocking against him. Tension spiraled inside her, climbing higher and higher till she shattered. With another cry, her knees collapsed, and he held her up, supporting her with his free arm while she throbbed against his fingers. She was still hazy when he tossed her on the bed and flipped her over.
"Position number 3.
He spread her legs, then settled between them, his face just inches away from her wet, swollen flesh. Wait. He propped himself up on his elbows and a corner of his mouth curled up.
Do you need a break?
I think we need to consider the
10 climaxes with no biting, and then you would trust me. That was the deal.
Yes. She took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. But I think there is a flaw.
Looks perfect to me.
The rascal was studying her womanly parts, and with his face only inches away, he was certainly getting a good view. She'd never felt so exposed before, nor this excited. Just knowing that he was watching made her skin tingle and her core ache to be touched. What kind of position is this? Do you plan to stare at me till I climax? His smile widened.
Do you think that would work?
You're smirking again.
And ogling.
He inched closer.
You're so wet you're glistening in the firelight.
She swallowed hard as more moisture seeped from her. Good Lord, it was working. She could feel the tension inside her coiling tighter and tighter.
And your scent is driving me wild,
he continued, her hands fisted in the sheet. As I was saying, there is a flaw in your thinking. It's not my... She gasped when his tongue swept over her wet, swollen skin.
You were saying?
Good Lord, she'd never imagined anything like this. Yes, She jerked when he licked an especially sensitive part.
Something about a flaw? Should I stop?
No.
That's my girl.
He grasped her hips to hold her steady, then drew her sensitive part into his mouth and suckled. She screamed as another climax seized her, shaking her violently. By the time she could see straight, he was lying beside her on the bed.
Are you all right?
He brushed her hair back from her face. Are you sure you're not trying to kill me? He kissed her brow.
Just trying to earn your trust. That's 3 climaxes without my fangs popping out.
She inhaled deeply to clear her mind. As much as I'm enjoying your plan, I don't think it's going to work. He stiffened.
What?
Giving me climaxes is not the right way to test your control. It's your climaxes I'm worried about. That's when you would lose control and bite me. She sat up. That's the flaw I was talking about earlier.
He frowned. I had a climax at the waterfall and didn't bite you.
That is true. She glanced down at his underwear, where his erection strained against the fabric. But I think I should test you again, just to make sure.
He scoffed. You shouldn't play with a loaded dick. I'm about to explode.
You're my prisoner. I can do whatever I like. She gave him a wry look. Shall I tie you to the bedpost?
I'll manage not to strangle you.
That's my guy. He snorted.
This is payback, isn't it? You want to torture me.
With a smile, she pulled down his underwear, and his penis sprang free. Her breath caught. He was huge and gloriously erect. All his male parts were completely engaged, so this was the perfect time to attempt to heal his seed. After a few minutes of therapy, she would bring him to climax and test his control of his fangs. She cupped his balls and gave them a squeeze. Then she wrapped her other hand around his rigid staff. He hissed in a breath. A bead of moisture seeped from the crown, and she rubbed it with her thumb. He did look like he was ready to explode. She'd have to hurry. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on the healing ability deep inside her. It rushed down her arms, settling into her fingers with a familiar tingle. He shuddered beneath her. No doubt he was feeling a slight vibration. She increased her power, then opened herself to take away any illness inside him. With a rush, his sensations swept up her arms to her chest. She gasped, her eyes opening wide. This wasn't illness. Instantly, she was shocked with a powerful electric current of raw desire and desperation. It shot down to her core and ignited a series of spasms that rocked her so hard that she cried out and fell back onto the bed. With a hoarse shout, Zoltan jolted beside her and climaxed. Slowly, her heart stopped thundering. Her core stopped throbbing. Her eyes focused, and she saw Zoltan sitting beside her. He'd taken her discarded towel and was wiping himself clean. She sat up. "Are you all right?" He glanced at her, and with a gasp she scooted back. His fangs were out. "I'm not going to bite you." He tossed the towel on the floor. "I didn't expect to lose control. I never have before. But that was the biggest damned orgasm I've ever had. What did you do?" "I was trying to heal you." She winced. "I thought I was taking in your pain, but I think I shared your climax." He snorted. "You more than shared it. You amplified it." "Oh, sorry." He laughed and his fangs slid back into place. "Nothing to be sorry about. Damn, that was intense." He laughed again. "That's one hell of a gift you have. God, I'm starving." He hurried to the box that contained his bottles of blood and guzzled one down. He set the empty bottle back into the box and opened a second one. "I know I should be cuddling you and reminding you how much I love you, but under the circumstances, I think I'd better make sure I'm not hungry." She smiled, knowing he was doing his best to protect her. He drank half the second bottle, then gave her a wry look. "If I can survive a mega climax like that without biting you, then I think you can consider yourself safe. Do you trust me now?" Her gaze drifted over him as he stood there gloriously naked, sipping blood from a bottle. "Yes." He smiled, then drank some more. She pulled the sheet up to her chest, then lounged back against the pillows, enjoying the view and the sleepy hum of satisfaction that still tingled along the length of her body. "Could you teleport me somewhere tomorrow?" "Sure." He took another sip. "Where would you like to go? Paris? Venice? My castle in Transylvania?" She shook her head. "A Buddhist monastery about 30 miles from here." "Ah, you want to see your sister's son?" He screwed the top back on the bottle. "Do you think he inherited a gift?" "It doesn't matter if he did or didn't. He's still my nephew. And if he'll accept me, I hope to become his mother." She bit her lip, wondering how Zoltan would react to that. His eyes softened. "You'll be an excellent mother." Her heart squeezed. How could she not love this man? A wave of peaceful drowsiness swept over her. Life was good. If Minerva's son has a gift, I'll know with one look at him. I should have known you were gifted with your amber eyes, but it never occurred to me that men could be gifted. What do you mean? He approached the bed and sat down beside her. You have the same colored eyes as Tashi and Lydia. Naona yawned and settled deeper into bed. It's a sign you can communicate with animals. Freya's eyes are green, which means she can make plants grow and flourish. Then your blue eyes mean you're a healer? Naona nodded. Calliope had blue eyes like me. And your mother has golden eyes. Winifred, too. Naona yawned again and closed her eyes. They can communicate with winged creatures. Go ahead and sleep. He kissed her brow. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, she thought as she drifted off. With Zoltan, she could have an eternity of tomorrows. It was near dawn when Zoltan's superior hearing caught the sound of voices outside. He'd spent the last few hours cuddling Naona in bed, listening to her soft breathing while she slept. The rain had stopped, so apparently the women had left the cave. That meant he might have a chance to sneak inside the cave before the sun rose. He quickly dressed and slipped an empty bottle into his jacket pocket. Then he teleported behind Naona's house and peered around the corner. In the dim moonlight, he spotted the queen, Lydia, Tashi, and the pet snow leopard by the central fire pit, which was now a heap of wet ashes. Winifred and Freya emerged from the storeroom, their arms filled with dry firewood and kindling. They dropped their load onto the fire pit. It seemed obvious they were going to start a new fire, and probably cook breakfast. Zoltan glanced over at the cave entrance. This was his best chance to go inside. Just as he was about to teleport, a figure ran from the cave. Zoltan stiffened with surprise. It was a boy. In Beulah? Weren't males forbidden here? The Queen greeted the boy with a smile and a hug. What the hell? Why was this boy welcome here when Minerva's son had been given away? The women discussed something in Tibetan. Zoltan couldn't understand, but it was clear they were giving the boy encouraging words and smiles. He nodded, then closed his eyes as if he was concentrating. He took a few deep breaths, then opened his eyes and mouth. A streak of fire shot from his mouth, striking the firewood and setting it ablaze. Zoltan gasped. Luckily, the sound wasn't heard. The women were too busy clapping and congratulating the boy. The Queen gave him another hug. What the bloody hell? Zoltan pressed back against the stone wall, his mind racing. Who was this boy? Did he live in the cave? Didn't the leopard tell him that males weren't allowed in the cave? Human males. Shit. Of course the boy wasn't human. What human could breathe fire? The first tug of death sleep pulled at Zoltan. That meant he had about 7 minutes before sunrise. He could figure this mess out later. For now, he'd better take his chance at getting inside the cave. He teleported to the entrance and peered inside. No one in sight. The giant room was lit with a few torches slid into brackets on the cave walls. Light flickered over the glistening pink and cream-colored stalactites that extended from the high ceiling. He eased inside. Far to the left, he spotted a stash of weapons and armor. The new swords and arrows he'd given them were there. In the center, a large throne chair sat. Toward the back, he noted the dark, glimmering pool. The living water trickled from a fissure in the rock wall, then fell into the pool below. He squatted beside the pool and filled his bottle. As he screwed the top back on, he heard a voice outside. The Queen. Was she bringing the mysterious boy back? He looked around, wondering where the boy lived. There, on the far side of the pool, a narrow corridor led into the heart of the mountain. With vampire speed, he rushed down the corridor. It grew darker, but with his superior night vision, he could see the sudden turn to his left, then another to the right. He stopped, his mouth dropping open. The room before him was dimly lit with a few torches, and it was huge, the size of several soccer fields. So many stalactites were growing across the wide expanse of the ceiling that it resembled a giant upside-down forest. He eased inside. Was this where the boy lived? Zoltan circled to the right, staying close to the wall and hiding behind the stalagmites that lined the perimeter of the huge cavern. Apparently, any other stalagmites had been knocked down, for the vast expanse of the floor was smooth. The Queen's voice echoed in the narrow corridor. Zoltan looked around for the likeliest place to hide, then teleported to the stalactite forest overhead. As soon as he materialized, he levitated to keep himself hovering close to the ceiling. Most of the stalactites were 12 feet or more in length, so he was well hidden in the dark recesses between them. The Queen entered the giant room with the boy, who skipped happily over to the wall on the left. There, Zoltan spotted a row of pallets. The boy settled in one, drawing a blanket up to his chest. The Queen hunched down beside him, and with a smile she tucked him in. 2 more children sat up and she glanced their way. No words were spoken, but Zoltan could sense there was a conversation going on. Queen Nima hurried over to them and gave them reassuring hugs. The children clung to her as if she were their mother. Zoltan frowned, not sure he could believe his eyes. This was the cold-hearted bitch who was always threatening to kill him? The grandmother who had ruthlessly given away Minerva's son? Why was she here, mothering these children with such tenderness? As far as he could tell, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. The boy who had breathed fire looked about 12, while the other 2 appeared about half his age. There were more pallets in the row, but they were empty. The Queen settled on the first and largest pallet, and they all went to sleep. Another tug of death sleep pulled at Zoltan, and his levitation slipped, dropping him down a few inches. He shook himself. He'd have to teleport back to Neona's house soon. He pivoted, scanning the large cavern to make sure he hadn't missed anything. There, behind some stalagmites, was another corridor with a light inside, He teleported to the corridor and eased quietly down the narrow path. Another room lay before him, a much smaller room with only one torch. He passed by a heap of hay, hollowed out in the center like a giant nest. It was empty. A second one was also empty. He came to a stop. There were 3 more nests, and inside were eggs, large eggs, 2 in the third nest, 3 in the next one, and 2 more in the final one. Death sleep tugged at him once more, but he shook it off and stepped closer to the eggs. No bird was this big. What the hell was going on? He glanced at the 2 empty nests. Had the sleeping children come from those nests? No, that couldn't be right. Since when did children come out of eggs? Confused, he teleported back to Neona's house. He only had a minute or so left, and he needed to spike his blood supply with the living water. There were 6 bottles in the ice chest, 1 empty and another half empty. He opened all 6, then poured blood from the full ones into the other 2. Soon he had 6 bottles about 3/4 full. He topped them off with the living water, then shook each bottle and put them back into the ice chest. With that job done, his thoughts returned to the children in the cave. Clearly they weren't normal, or even human. The oldest one could breathe fire, and they all seemed to communicate silently with the queen. What was her gift? The special gift that allowed her to be queen and made Winifred the heir to the throne? An ability to communicate with birds. Death sleep pulled at him harder, and he stumbled toward Neona's bed. What was the term she had used? Not birds, winged creatures. He glanced at the fireplace that was lined with odd black tiles. A scale, Milan had called it. A cross between a turtle shell and a reptile scale, but too large, much too large for an iguana. A winged creature, with scales, that could breathe fire? He inhaled sharply. It couldn't be. Death sleep gripped him and he collapsed onto Neona's bed. "Neona, wake up." He shook her shoulder. She moaned. "Not another climax." "Not that." Death sleep crept over him, making it difficult to talk, or even think. "The big secret, the pact you made. Are you protecting dragons?" With another moan, she rolled over. An intense pain struck Zoltan in the chest, the pain of death, so close to Neona. He reeled away from her, falling off the bed and landing with a thud on the floor. The pain subsided as he fell into a pit of darkness. Chapter 20. When Neona woke, she stretched lazily in bed as memories of Zoltan's lovemaking meandered through her mind. She rolled over to look at him. He wasn't in her bed, or Minerva's. She sat up and gasped at the sight of him on the floor. What was he doing? She stiffened as another memory flitted through her mind. Dragons. He'd asked her about dragons. She'd been half asleep when he'd asked her, but then the room had become quiet again, and she'd fallen back asleep. "How did you find out?" she whispered. No answer. "Why are you on the floor?" No answer. She tried lifting him, but he was like a rock. Giving up, she slipped a pillow under his head. He was fully dressed, so he must have gone out while she was sleeping. "Did you sneak inside the cave?" No answer. With a sigh, she brushed his hair back from his brow. "Too smart for your own good, and too handsome." She smiled to herself, remembering how she'd once called him seemingly intelligent. "The Queen will be upset that you know, but I think it's just as well. If you and your friends are going to protect our valley and our secrets, then you have the right to know what you're protecting." After dressing, Neona removed the flask of living water from her chest. Then she opened Zoltan's box and removed his bottles of blood. Carefully, she cracked open a window, making sure no sunlight hit Zoltan's body. She peered outside. No one in sight. She poured a little from each bottle out the window, then topped them off with living water. "There." She gave him a wry look. You're not the only one sneaking around breaking the rules." She hurried to the outhouse, then washed up in the stream before joining the other women at the fire pit. They were all there except Winifred. Freddie was probably in the cave. Since she could also communicate with winged creatures, she took turns with the Queen, watching over the young ones. The women were sitting on straw mats since the ground was still damp from last night's rain. Their voices hushed as Niona approached and took a seat. She bowed her head in greeting, waiting for the Queen to speak first. The women were all staring at her. Finally, Queen Nima cleared her throat. "You're late. You missed breakfast and the midday meal." "We saved you some food." Freya ladled soup into a bowl. "Thank you." Niona accepted the bowl and a wooden spoon. She ate, aware that the women were still staring. Nima's eyes narrowed. "I don't see any bite marks on her." Tashi snorted. "I guess he bit her where the sun doesn't shine." Niona choked on her food. "Excuse me? Didn't that monster bite you?" Lydia asked. Tashi leaned forward. "Did he finally get it up?" "Of course," Niona started. "He bit you?" the Queen shouted. "I should kill him." "He didn't bite me." Niona set her bowl aside. "He doesn't bite anyone. He drinks fake blood out of bottles." "Fake blood?" Lydia asked. "Yes, he brought some here from his castle in Transylvania." "He has a castle?" Freya's eyes lit up. "How exciting!" "Don't be so easily swayed," Nima grumbled at her. "He and his friends want to help us," Niona insisted. "I don't see how we can defeat Liao without their help." Lydia shuddered. "I hate the thought of working with those monsters." Nima nodded. "I hate it too, but sometimes it takes one monster to kill another. We will accept their help, but watch them carefully for any sign of betrayal." Lydia sighed. "Very well. I suppose desperate times call for desperate measures." "True," Nima agreed. "It is always dangerous when we're at the beginning of a new cycle. The young ones and the remaining eggs are defenseless. We must do everything in our power to protect them until they reach maturity. It is our sacred duty." Everyone murmured their agreement. Once the young ones were old enough to shift into dragon form, they would be able to protect themselves. But for now, they were entirely dependent on the warrior women of Beola. Niona picked up her bowl of soup and resumed eating. "When Zoltan wakes up, I'll tell him we have accepted his offer of assistance." "As long as he understands our position," the Queen added. "Once our valley is safe again, the monsters need to go away and leave us alone. Your affair with Donna's son will be over." Niona took a few more bites of soup, then set the bowl down again. Steeling her nerves, she faced her mother. "I'm not giving Zoltan up. And if I have a son with him, I'm not giving him up either." A series of gasps echoed around the fire. The Queen's golden eyes burned hot as she stared at Niona. "You would knowingly defy our laws?" "I question the validity of our laws." Nima stiffened, her face flushing with anger. "If you cannot abide by them, you must leave." "I understand how important our sacred duty is," Niona said, "but I also believe we should be open to change. I see no reason why I cannot live with Zoltan and my children in the next valley. And since I'm the only healer, you should be willing—" "You think to coerce me?" Nima cursed under her breath. "I knew we couldn't trust that vampire. He's been corrupting you." "I made this decision on my own," Niona insisted. "I haven't even discussed it with him." Nima snorted. "You know the man for a week, and now you wish to reject a way of life that is over 3,000 years old?" Niona shook her head. "You cannot blame this on Zoltan. I've been coming to this conclusion for a long time." Tashi cleared her throat. "I've been thinking about getting married too." "What?" her mother gasped. "I'm in love with a farmer in the village," Tashi started. "A farmer?" Lydia looked aghast. "We want to marry and have children," Tashi continued quickly. "And you could live with us, Mother. We could live normal lives."
"We are the immortal women of Beulah," Nima shouted. "Why would you want a normal life with a lowly farmer?" Tashi gritted her teeth. "You don't need me here. I can't communicate with the dragons like you, or Winifred." Nima huffed. "You ungrateful child. You've been blessed with a gift, and you will remain here, where it can be put to good use." "Child," Tashi yelled, "I'm almost 500 years old. And as for my precious gift, all I do here is occasionally fuss at the donkey for being lazy, or tell Neona what her pet cat wants for dinner. If I have to live like that for another 100 years, I'll go crazy." "Then leave." Nima rose to her feet. "If you are so useless to us, go." Lydia leaned close to her daughter and whispered, "Apologize." Tashi remained silent, but tears glistened in her eyes. "I'm not abandoning our sacred duty. My sisters died to protect this valley, and I won't leave until it is safe. And when I do leave, I'll be only 15 miles away. If you send your owl to me, I will know I am needed and I will come." Nima scoffed. Freya reached over and touched Tashi's arm. "I never thought you were useless. You make beautiful pottery. You tell great stories, and you have such a pretty voice. The young ones love it when you sing, so do I." "I'm grateful you told me about Zoltan being gifted," Neona said. She stood and faced her mother. "I'm going to the monastery tonight to find Minerva's son. And if I can, I'm bringing him back to his rightful home." Another series of gasps went around the fire. Nima's eyes narrowed. "You wish to defy me at every turn?" "I wish to do what I know to be right. I decide what is right." Neona lifted her chin. "We should put aside our disagreements for now. Liao is coming, and our first priority must be to protect this valley." "Now you're telling me my job?" Nima snorted. "I know we have to work with those monsters to save our valley, and the young ones who depend on us. I also know those monsters will seek to destroy our way of life. And you seem content to help them." She stalked off toward the cave. When Zoltan woke, he sat up, wondering why he was on the floor. Then it came back to him. Dragons. He'd been asking Neona about them when he'd fallen into his death sleep. He headed straight to the ice chest and grabbed a bottle of blood. It was a shade lighter than normal, probably from the living water he'd added. "It can't kill you," he whispered to himself, and drank the bottle down. "You're awake." Neona entered the house and smiled as he turned toward her. "I have good news. The Queen will accept you and your friends. That is for the time it takes to defeat our common foe." "That's a relief." He stuffed the empty bottle back into the ice chest. As far as he could tell, he wasn't having any sort of reaction to the living water, but he was still hungry. One bottle wasn't filling him up. He pulled out a second bottle. "Are you all right?" She glanced warily at the ice chest. "I guess I'm extra hungry tonight. Probably from all the sex. Just thinking about last night made his groin tighten, made him want more." He guzzled down the second bottle, wondering how much time he would have before Emma called. "Are we going to the monastery tonight?" "Yes, after my friends arrive. We should be able to go while they get settled in." "All right. Neona shifted her weight. "I need to ask you something. I'm not sure if I dreamed it. I was so tired last night." "From all the sex?" She nodded. "I think you—" "I gave you 3 more climaxes." "Yes, but then later you came—" "I came, yes. Biggest damned orgasm." "You came back to bed and asked me—" "You want to have sex?" She blinked. "That's not what you asked. You wanted to know if our secret pact was with—" "Oh, the dragons. Right." He adjusted his jeans. They were already too confining against his groin. "You don't find it shocking?" "No, my pants are always too tight when I meant the dragons." She gave him an exasperated look. "Are you always thinking about sex?" He shook his head. Not until I met you. I hunger for you all the time. Her eyes softened. Your mind is still working well enough to figure out we have dragons. You weren't shocked? I was a bit. So the kids are shifters? They'll turn into dragons? Yes, about the time of puberty. He nodded. That figures. It's the same for the other shifters I know. Other shifters? Werewolves, werepanthers, and tigers, werebears. She gasped. Such creatures exist? You didn't know? You'll probably meet some tonight. He glanced at his watch. If he was going to give her climax number 5, he'd better hurry. Let's get to the waterfall to shower. He grabbed his toiletry kit from his duffel bag. Bring some towels. She selected 2 towels from her shelf. Do we have time before your friends come? We'll have to hurry. He grabbed Niona and teleported her to the waterfall that burst through the rock wall. She looked around, then stared at him as he stripped with vampire speed. Why are you moving so quickly? He untied her sash and pulled off her tunic. Once my friends start moving into this valley, we won't have any privacy. Oh. She glanced at the waterfall. It's our last chance to shower for a while. Among other things, he muttered as he removed the shampoo and bar of soap from his toiletry kit. Using vampire speed, he was able to finish washing by the time she joined him, naked in the spray. He shampooed her hair, enjoying her little moans as he caressed her scalp. With her hair rinsed, he lathered up his hands with soap and started on her body. She laughed. You seem to think my breasts are extra dirty. Extra beautiful. He wiped the soap off her hardened nipples and gave them a kiss. You're the beautiful one. She smoothed her hands down his chest to his stomach. Do we have time for another healing session? He inhaled sharply when she cupped his balls with one hand and squeezed his dick with the other. Niona. He grasped her hips. Within seconds he could feel the tingling sensation, then the hum of vibration. His vision turned rosy pink as his eyes glowed red. You're getting so thick, she whispered, and hard. He groaned. Are you ready for climax number 5? We don't have to count them anymore. The plan worked and I trust you. He splayed his hands on her rump. What if I can't trust you? Her hands stilled. What do you mean? You agreed to ravish me in the woods and you haven't delivered. Oh. Her mouth curled up. Does it disturb you? Yes. You shouldn't make promises you can't keep. Her smile widened. Do I need to knock you down and tie you up? No. I surrender. He led her from the water and grabbed a towel. Then he teleported her to the clearing where they'd met and fought that first night. I think we were right about here. He laid the towel down, then stretched out on top. Okay, I'm ready. I can see that. She gave his groin a wry look. You seem to get in the mood much quicker these days. I was always in the mood. It's not every day that a beautiful woman tries to ravish me in the woods. Her gaze drifted down his body. It's not every day that I find such an excellent specimen. You are strong and fleet of foot, fair of face, and seemingly intelligent, he added. Yes. With a smile, she kneeled at his feet. If you are willing, I plan to take your seed. He raised himself on his elbows so he could see her. How were you going to do it? She smoothed her hands up his bare legs. I was going to pull your pants off, and your underwear. His dick grew harder. And then? Straddling his legs, she crawled closer to his groin. I was going to touch you and stroke you until you were ready. She gazed at his erection. But you already are. I was hard that night. Her eyes widened. Really? He snorted. I've been hard most of the week. He lay back and grabbed her hips. What would you have done next? I would have made sure I was ready. She straddled his hips and rubbed herself against the length of his erection. He groaned. She was slick with moisture. Niona. And then she took hold of him and eased him inside her slick entrance. Grasping her hips, he pulled her down. She gasped and grew still. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Her eyes glistened with tears. You fill me up. Yes. He gritted his teeth. She felt gloriously tight. I was afraid that first night that I would fall for you, and I have. His heart squeezed. Is that bad? A tear rolled down her cheek. Relationships never seem to work out for us. It always ends with abandonment, or death and destruction. We'll make it work. He pulled her down and rolled on top of her, making sure he remained deep inside her. I love you, Niona. I'll never give you up. She cradled his face in her hands. I love you too. Her words sent him over the edge, and he moved inside her faster and faster, till he arched with a shout. She squealed beneath him, her inner muscles clutching him tight. With a long groan, he pumped his seed into her. They held each other tight for a while. He listened to her breathing and the gentle breeze that stirred the trees around them. It was a shame they couldn't stay like this forever. But danger was approaching, and they would have to be ready. He eased himself to his feet and helped her back up. After grabbing the towel, he teleported them back to the waterfall. They rinsed off, clinging to each other under the spray of water. A buzzing noise emanated from his jacket he'd left on a nearby rock, and he sighed. Their idyllic moment was over. He pulled the sat phone out. Yes? Where have you been? Emma asked. I've been calling for 10 minutes. We're ready to go. Give me 5 minutes and I'll call back. He hung up. And so it begins. Niona gave him a worried look. We'll defeat Liao. We'll make it through. I promise. Chapter 21. You brought us new clothes? Niona asked as she studied the black vest she'd pulled from one of the tote bags. They're called Kevlar vests, Emma explained. They're bulletproof and provide some protection against stabs. How wonderful. Lydia grabbed one to look at it. Then this is a modern type of armor? Yes, Emma nodded. We are honored to be fighting by your side in our quest to defeat Lord Liao and Master Han. Please accept these vests as a token of our friendship. Nima, who had at first ignored the tote bags, removed a vest and admired it. We will accept your gift. Thank you. You're welcome. Emma exchanged a smile with Lady Pamela. After Zoltan had teleported Niona back to her house, she gathered all the women around the central fire pit to tell them that a vampire warrior woman would be arriving soon. Then he had called Emma so she could use his voice to teleport. To everyone's surprise, she hadn't come alone. Mikhail's wife, Lady Pamela, had accompanied her, and they'd both been loaded down with tote bags. Any feelings of suspicion or distrust had quickly evaporated when the women of Beola had taken a look at their gifts. Luxurious bath products, cookware, and dishes. It was like Christmas, Zoltan thought. But the most popular bags were the ones containing Kevlar vests. Emma bowed her head to Nima. If you are ready, Your Majesty, we can discuss business. I am ready. Nima sat in her usual place at the fire pit. Zoltan sat next to Niona and took her hand in his. Liao is coming this way with 200 soldiers, Emma began, but she was interrupted by a series of gasps. How many warriors are you providing? Nima demanded. About 50, Emma replied, then held up her hands when the women objected. I know it sounds bad, but even though we're outnumbered, we've been making good progress in our battle against Master Han. With help from the God Warriors, we dispatched the demon Darifer back to hell, and we've successfully turned 100 of their super soldiers back to normal. Is it true what Zoltan said? Freddie asked. That Master Han has 900 soldiers? Emma nodded. Yes, but with Darifer gone, Master Han can't make any more. The Queen huffed. And how are we supposed to defeat Liao and his 200 soldiers?
A war of attrition, Emma replied. Liao doesn't know the exact location of this valley. In order to cover all of Tibet, he will have to divide his men into search parties. Our friend Russell is following them. Once we know the location of a search party, we'll teleport in to attack. By the time Liao finds this valley, his army will be whittled down to a much more manageable size. The women nodded in approval.
Your strategy is sound, Nima announced. We will assist you in your attacks.
Excellent, Emma smiled. Then you will not object to our men moving into the neighboring valley?
They may come, Nima agreed, but they must understand that they need to remain in the next valley. Men are not allowed here in Beulah. She cast a disparaging look at Zoltan. We made an exception for Donna's son, and I appreciate it.
When he smiled at her, the Queen's frown deepened. He groaned inwardly. As far as he could tell, his future mother-in-law still wanted to kill him. Maybe the land deed would change her mind.
Excuse me.
He hurried back to Neona's house and took the folder from his duffel bag. When he returned to the fire pit, Tashi was taking Pamela to the next valley so Pamela could call in the troops. He sat next between Neona and her mother.
Your Majesty, I have a gift for you.
He handed her the folder.
This is the land deed for Beulah and the surrounding area. Legal proof that the land is yours.
The Queen's eyes widened as she opened the folder. Thank you. Neona squeezed his arm and smiled at him.
Who is this?
Nima pointed at Rajiv's name.
He's a friend and a Chinese citizen. I had to buy the land through him.
The Queen shut the folder, frowning.
How can we trust him? He might steal the valley from us. He won't, Zoltan assured her. He's the Grand Tiger of Tiger Town. He's on our side.
That's true, Emma added. The were-tigers are our biggest ally against Master Han. Were-tigers? Freya's eyes lit up. You mean there are men who turn into tigers? Emma smiled. Yes, we have a number of shifters on our side. Wolves, bears, tigers, and panthers. You needn't be concerned about your living water where they're concerned. They can all live 500 years or more. Zoltan noticed how the women exchanged glances. Were they expecting to keep their were-dragons a secret? Nima shot him an angry look.
You told her about our living water? They're going to risk their lives for you.
Zoltan gave her a pointed look.
They have a right to know all the secrets they are protecting.
Her eyes narrowed. We understand why you keep the living water a secret, Emma said. We can't let Liao or Han find it. They would use it to gain power over the entire planet.
Nima nodded stiffly. That is true.
I need to show you these. Emma unzipped her backpack and removed a pistol. I brought one for each of you. We've never used guns before, Freddie said. Don't worry, we'll train you. Emma removed a box of darts from her backpack. These are actually dart guns and practice darts. When we attack a search party, we'll use the real darts and shoot as many of the soldiers as possible. The darts will knock them out. The Queen crossed her arms.
We are accustomed to bows and arrows or swords.
Emma nodded. You will have your usual weapons with you in case you need them. But remember, Han soldiers are super fast and strong. The minute you engage in close combat, you will be at a disadvantage.
We know,
Freddie muttered. They killed 5 of us 3 weeks ago. We're determined not to lose any of you, Emma assured her. The best way to deal with the super soldiers is a surprise attack, knocking them unconscious with a dart before they even know we're there.
And then we kill them? The Queen asked.
Emma shook her head. Remember how I said that we've changed 100 of the soldiers back to normal? That is our goal. We'll teleport the unconscious soldiers to our clinic in Japan, or the new one we're setting up in Tiger Town, and there we'll be able to save them.
Why are we bothering to save them? Lydia asked.
They're mortal, Emma explained, and it has always been our mission as vamps to protect mortals. The soldiers are under Master Han's mental control, And they've been changed by Darifer the demon. Once we change them back and break Han's control over them, they're happy to be free.
If they die in battle, their souls belong to Darifer, Zoltan added, and they'll go straight to hell.
The women winced.
So we try to rescue as many as we can. It pays off in the end because the rescued soldiers usually agree to help us defeat Han. Since we're so outnumbered, we'll need them someday.
Emma pulled a tablet from her backpack. Before we head to the next valley, I have one more thing to share with you. Well, with Winifred and Freya, to be precise. Yes? Freddie and Freya sat up. A few nights ago, Zoltan asked my husband Angus to search for your father, Emma explained. When the girls' faces lit up, she quickly added, I'm afraid I have sad news for you. Frederick passed away about 60 years ago, during a bombing raid in World War II.
Oh, Freya whispered. Poor Papa.
Freddie sighed. I always wondered what happened. He said he would come back. I'm sorry. Emma turned on her tablet and touched some buttons. Angus was able to locate your younger brother, Franklin. Frankie? Freya gasped. He's alive? Freddie grinned. How is he? You can see for yourself. Emma handed Freya the tablet. Angus recorded this for you. Freddie and Freya squealed when a man's voice emanated from the tablet. Oh my God! Freya dropped the tablet. Freddie poked at it with a finger. What is this thing? Is that Frankie? I want to see him. Neona scurried around the fire pit, then hunched between the two women, looking over their shoulders. Freddie leaned closer. He looks so old. Freya looked aghast. If we didn't have the living water, we would look even older. Neona winced. I helped deliver him, and I used to change his nappies. Did you? Freya glanced back at her. Neona snorted. I changed your nappies, too. You probably remember him better than we do, Freddie murmured. We were so young. I remember him. Lydia scooted closer so she could see him. He's talking. Freya picked up the tablet. And we're missing it. I'll start it over for you. Emma reached over to touch some buttons. The four women hunched over the tablet to watch the video. Zoltan smiled at the joy on their faces. Too bad the Queen was still sitting there like a grumpy toad.
Hi, Freddie. Hello, Freya.
Frankie's voice began. Hello? Freya whispered hesitantly. It's recorded, Emma explained. He can't hear you. Hush! Freddie nudged her sister.
Angus assures me that you'll see this, Frankie continued. What a thrill it was to hear that you're still alive and well in Beulah. I was very sorry to hear about Mum. I suppose you heard about Papa. He died during an air raid 60 years ago. I know he promised to come back to you, and he truly meant to. But when the war started, travel was impossible. And then he didn't survive the war.
He never meant to abandon us, Freya whispered.
I was only 6 when we left, Frankie said, but Papa always talked about Beulah, so I have all of his memories. I know that Freddie used to suck 2 of her fingers, and Freya was late learning how to walk, because she loved making Papa carry her everywhere.
That's true, Freddie muttered. You were such a big baby. Hush, Freya nudged her sister.
Papa and I talked about you all the time. It was our own secret. Frankie sighed. I still miss him. I always wanted to come back to see you, but I didn't know where you are exactly. And I didn't want to hire anyone to find you when you're supposed to remain hidden. And then I was always busy. I'm the head gardener at a huge estate here in England. I've always been able to grow things.
Freya gasped. He has the same gift that I do. Another son who had inherited a gift. Zoltan glanced over at the Queen, who was scowling. Did she realize the world she controlled for centuries was changing? Hopefully she'd learn to trust him someday. He intended to do all he could to safeguard the valley.
And my family keeps me busy, Frankie continued. I have a wife, 3 children, and 5 grandchildren.
Freddie grinned. We have family there. Look, Freya pointed. He's showing pictures of them.
Angus says he could teleport me back to Papa's cabin, if that's all right with you. Vampires, can you believe it?
Frankie laughed.
Now I have another secret to keep.
Oh yes, Freya clasped her hands together. That would be wonderful. Freddie gave Emma a beseeching look. When can you bring him here? With a smile, Emma retrieved the tablet. As soon as the situation is safe. Thank you, thank you. Freddie and Freya jumped to their feet. With a grin, Niona hugged them. Zoltan noticed the Queen's hands had clenched in silent anger. No one had asked her permission for Frankie to visit. Emma's phone buzzed and she answered it. All right. She pocketed the phone and rose to her feet, swinging her backpack over her shoulder. Angus says they're ready. Nima stood stiffly.
I will show you the way.
She frowned at Winifred. Check on the cave before you come. Yes, Your Majesty. Freddie dashed toward the cave. Emma watched her go, then gave Zoltan a questioning look. He nodded to let her know he'd explain it to her. They followed the Queen to the rock wall. When they reached the top, he noted the next valley was now bustling with people. Freya surveyed the crowd. Are the were-tigers here? Emma pointed to 3 men who were examining supply boxes. The Grand Tiger and 2 of his companions. How interesting. Freya tossed the rope ladder over the wall. Winifred ran to catch up with them. Everything's fine, she whispered to the Queen. If they need you, they'll send the owl. Zahn is guarding the entrance. If anyone approaches, he'll let us know. Nima nodded.
Good. Your Majesty, Zoltan addressed her. You and the other women will need to get used to being teleported, so I'll show you how easy it is.
He grabbed Niona and materialized in the valley below. Niona waved at the other women to let them know she was okay. They waved back, then started down the rope ladder one by one. Tashi, who was already in the valley, ran to the base of the wall to hold the ladder steady. Emma materialized beside him. Okay, what's in the bloody cave?
It's the reason they drink the living water, Zoltan whispered. They're staying alive for millennia, so they can protect what is probably the last remaining group of were-dragons on the planet.
Emma gasped. Are you kidding me? Dragons?
Yes, fire-breathing dragons.
He turned to Niona.
I assume they're able to fly? Is that how you managed to get to Transylvania so quickly when my mother was in danger?
Yes. Niona stepped closer. As soon as the villagers captured your mother, she sent the news to us by an eagle. Then we rode the dragons there.
So it was the dragons who burned down the villages? Zoltan asked.
Yes, Niona sighed. They're extremely fast and fierce when fully mature, but now we're at the beginning of a cycle, so they're defenseless. We have 3 children and 3 remaining nests of eggs. We must keep them safe. Emma's expression was still stunned. You say they're fast and fierce?
They destroyed my village, Zoltan muttered.
And they can fly incredibly fast, Niona added. I suppose that's one of the reasons why we've always enjoyed being their guardians. You cannot imagine how exhilarating it is to soar through the sky on the back of a dragon. It does sound exciting, Emma nodded slowly. Could it be the dragons that Liao was after? Are there rumors that he might have heard? Niona winced. That is possible. The dragons are hunters by nature. We always urge them to hunt in the wild, but over the years there have been a few occasions when they've stolen cows or sheep from farmers. Fortunately, they know to do that only if they're hundreds of miles away, so it's hard to trace them back here. Emma's eyes narrowed. Imagine Master Han's super soldiers attacking villages on fire-breathing dragons. I have to let Angus know about this. She ran off to find her husband. Niona glanced at her mother, who was still at the top of the rock wall, waiting to climb down the rope ladder. I'm going to have to tell her that the secret is out. She will not be happy. Zoltan wrapped an arm around her shoulder.
Come on, let me introduce you to some of the guys. He led her to the nearest group. Way to go, Zoltan. Phineas waved at him. When I heard you'd found some Amazon women, I wasn't expecting them to be hot. Grigori gave Zoltan a thumbs up. JL was betting us that they would look like abominable snow women, big, mean, and hairy. Oi, Dougal nudged JL. You owe me 10 pounds. JL Wang didn't respond. With his mouth dropped open, he focused on the women climbing down the rope ladder. JL? Howard waved a hand in front of his face. Wang, sir, are you still with us? Dougal snorted. I think he's smitten. Oh yeah, Phineas agreed, trapped in a tractor beam of hotness. Quick. He spun JL around. We've got to break the connection before he's a goner. Dougal opened a flask of Blisky and waved it under JL's nose. Come back to us, lad. JL blinked, then whispered, She's a goddess. Zoltan glanced back at the warrior women, wondering which one had affected JL. Let me introduce you to Niona, my future wife. She gave him a wry look. When did I agree to that? The guys laughed and shook hands with her. Howard smirked at Zoltan. No wonder you were letting her beat the crap out of you. Zoltan laughed, then led Niona away so they could talk in private. We'd better go to the monastery before practice begins. She nodded. As soon as it's safe, I want to bring Minerva's son back here so I can be his mother. Zoltan took her in his arms. Then he'll gain a father, too. Her eyes gleamed with tears. Have I told you that I love you? Yes. Climax number 5, I believe it was. She snorted. You're always thinking about sex. And you. He kissed her brow. Let's go. Chapter 22. Niona peered inside the open gate of the monastery. The courtyard was empty. The soothing sound of chanting male voices drifted from the small temple in the center. A stone wall topped with clay shingles ran along all 4 sides of the square-shaped compound. A line of 1-story buildings ran along the wall to the right. Private rooms, she figured, by the number of doors. To the left there was a row of low tables with baskets containing rice and vegetables. A few chickens pecked at the ground. Zoltan gave the chain by the gate a yank, and the bell overhead clanged. The chanting in the temple stopped. Niona winced. The monks might think they were rude to interrupt. 2 monks, bald and dressed in dark robes, emerged from the temple. They pressed their hands together and bowed. Niona bowed back. The oldest-looking monk descended the 2 steps and slid his feet into slides made of woven reeds. As he approached, his sharp gaze shifted between her and Zoltan. The chanting began once again in the temple. How may I help you? He asked in Tibetan. Niona bowed once again. Venerable Father, I apologize for interrupting your meditations. The monk smiled gently. We are usually asleep by now, but one of our younger brothers is gifted with the sight and has had a vision. He glanced back, his smile fading. A vision of evil approaching. Niona wondered if the younger monk had sensed that Lord Liao was coming. She gave Zoltan a worried glance, then realized he had no idea what was being said in Tibetan. She'd have to fill him in later. The elderly monk tilted his head, studying her, then Zoltan. I do not sense any evil in you. His gaze returned to her. But there is great sadness in your heart. Was it that easy to see? Niona steeled her nerves so she wouldn't cry. Yes, I lost my twin sister 3 weeks ago. And she lost her son 7 years ago. It was a terrible blow to her, and she never truly recovered. The boy was brought here. Ah, the monk nodded. You speak of Norji. His name was Norji. In spite of her best effort, Niona's eyes still filled with tears. Is he all right? May I see him? Of course. The elderly monk gestured to the buildings on the right. Come this way. Halfway to the buildings, he paused to speak to the second monk,
who still stood on the temple steps. "Will you bring us tea and the child Norji?" The second monk bowed, then descended the steps. The first monk led them to the first door of the buildings, left his slides on the first step, then ascended a second step to open the door. Naona removed her slippers. Zoltan, who was watching everything, kicked off his shoes and followed her inside. It was a small room with a pallet rolled up and stashed against the wall next to a bookcase holding old scrolls. In the center was a short table. The monk sat cross-legged behind the table and motioned for them to join him. After they sat, the monk took a deep breath. "Am I to understand that the boy's mother did not wish to give him to our care?" Naona shook her head. "It was our mother who brought the baby here." The monk glanced at Zoltan. "Is this man the boy's father?" "No." Naona took Zoltan's hand in hers. "He is my betrothed. When I told him I wanted to find my sister's son and raise him as my own, he agreed to help me." The monk nodded approvingly. The second monk entered with a tray containing a teapot and 3 small cups. He set the tray on the table. "I will bring the boy now." He bowed and left. The elderly monk poured 3 cups of tea. "I will not lie to you. Raising Norji has been a bit of a challenge." He smiled. "There are only a dozen of us brothers here, and there are times when Norji seems to have more energy than all of us put together." Naona winced inwardly. "Has he been that difficult?" The monk gave her a sympathetic look. "Please do not misunderstand. We love the boy, and he loves us. But we are a group of old men. We spend our days working our small rice field or tending the animals. In our free time, we like to read, meditate, or pray. These are not interesting pastimes for a boy like Norji, who is so full of life." "I see." Naona drank some tea. The monk took a sip. "He has been both a challenge and a blessing. A challenge, for we have trouble convincing him to do his chores. But a blessing, for he sees the world as a wondrous place, as if every small event is a miracle to behold, and we have treasured those moments. He is a joy to us." The monk sighed. "A joy we do not know how to control. Indeed, it seemed wrong to even attempt it, for he is a child with a special gift." Naona's heart stilled. "What kind of gift?" "He can communicate with the birds of the air." She inhaled sharply. He'd inherited Minerva's gift. He'd be able to communicate with the dragons. "Even when he was a baby, birds would come to his windowsill and chirp," the monk continued. "It wasn't until he was older and could talk to us that we understood what was happening. He was only 3 years old the first time he tried to run away. He claimed the birds were free to fly away, and he should be like them. We had a terrible time convincing him to stay here. When it was time to do his chores, he'd run off to spend the afternoon talking to a family of eagles. The mother eagle would ask him about his parents, and then he would return to question us. Why was he not living with a mother and father like the baby eagles?" The door opened, and the second monk announced, "He's not in his room. We cannot find him in the compound." Naona jumped to her feet. "He's run away?" "Do not worry." The first monk stood slowly. "Norji does this at least once a week. He will come back when he's hungry." "He's wandering the forest by himself?" Naona asked. "He's only 7 years old." Zoltan stood and whispered, "What's wrong?" "He's in the forest somewhere," she replied in English. "He is never alone," the monk assured her. "Not when he can talk to the birds. Come, we will call him." They hurried to the gate, and the monk rang the bell. She looked around. Beyond the rice field, the woods appeared ominously dark. "I don't like this. There are wolves, bears, and wildcats." "I'll see what I can do," Zoltan told her. The clanging of the bell brought more monks to the gate. When they learned Norji was missing, they returned to the temple to pray. After a few agonizing minutes, Naona spotted movement at the edge of the forest. "That's him." Zoltan pointed. Soon she could see him in the moonlight. A family of foxes was leading him back, while several small birds circled overhead. Every now and then a bird would dive down to peck at a fox's head, and the furry red creature would jump and hiss. The boy laughed as he skipped along beside them. Niona turned to Zoltan. "Did you contact the foxes?" He nodded, smiling. The monk stepped forward.
"Norshi, you left again without permission."
The boy bowed.
"I am sorry, Venerable Father. The birds were calling to me."
His gaze landed on Niona and Zoltan, and his eyes widened. Niona blinked away tears. He looked so much like her sister, and he had her golden eyes. The monk motioned to her.
"She has come for you, Norshi."
The boy approached her slowly, a hopeful look on his face. "Are you—" It made her heart ache to disappoint him. "I'm your aunt. Your mother was my twin sister." His chin trembled. "Was?" "She passed away." A tear rolled down Niona's cheek. "But she always loved you." I always wondered." Norji sniffed. "The eagle mama told me I had to have a mother and father. She says I must have fallen out of the nest." Niona smiled through her tears. "I'm afraid you did, but I'd like to take you back." She hunched down. "If you will accept me, I would be honored to be your mother." He ran toward her and threw his arms around her neck. She held him tight as more tears flowed. "I'll be a good mother to him, Minerva. I promise." Norji glanced up at Zoltan. "Will he be my papa?" "Yes." Niona brushed the boy's long hair back from his brow. "He doesn't know Tibetan, so it will be a while before you can talk to each other. But he can talk to animals. He's the one who sent the foxes after you." Norji's eyes lit up and he grinned. "That's great." Zoltan smiled and said in English, "I guess I've been accepted." He leaned over and tousled the boy's hair. "We will have his belongings packed for you," the monk said. Niona stood. "I'm afraid it's not safe for us to take him tonight. Our valley may come under attack soon." The monk nodded. "We know the evil ones are coming. We've been praying that the boy would be delivered from danger. You must take Norshi tonight." "But—" The monk held up a hand to stop her. "Our brother's visions are never wrong. The evil is coming here. I will try to convince my brothers to evacuate tomorrow." The second monk arrived with a canvas bag. With a bow, he handed it to Niona. "What's happening?" Zoltan asked. "They want us to take Norshi tonight." She cast a worried look at the boy. "I guess he would be safe with the young ones in the cave." "All right, I'll teleport him to Beulah, then come right back for you." Zoltan reached for Norji, but the boy slipped past him and ran toward the monks. With tears in their eyes, they held him tight, then nudged him toward Zoltan. "Peace be with you, Norji." "And you, Venerable Fathers," he whispered. Zoltan took hold of the boy's shoulders and vanished. The monks gasped. "What manner of man is he?" The elderly monk shook his head in disbelief. "I could tell he was different, but I never sensed anything unholy about him." "He's a vampire, but a good man," Niona explained. "He and some other good vampires are helping us. There's an evil vampire, Lord Liao, who is marching this way with an army of 200 men." The monks exchanged grim, resigned looks. "Our venerable brother warned us there is great evil approaching," the elderly monk said. "We feared we would not be able to protect Norji. You have answered our prayers by coming tonight." Niona sighed. "I'm afraid I'm still taking him into danger." The monk gave her a sad smile. "Your good vampire will protect him much better than we ever could." Zoltan reappeared by her side. "Ready?" "Almost." She bowed to the monks. "Thank you, Venerable Fathers, for raising Norji and giving him love and kindness." The monks pressed their hands together and bowed. "Peace be with you." "When it is safe again, I'll bring him back every now and then to visit," she offered. The sadness in the monks' faces made her wonder just how bad the brothers' vision had been. Zoltan grabbed hold of her, and everything went black. In Neona's house, Zoltan guzzled down a bottle of blood. He'd left Neona and Norji by the central fire pit, where they were having a bowl of soup with Tashi and Lydia. He hadn't wanted to drink blood in front of the boy in case it frightened him. A son. Zoltan finished the bottle and started on a second one. A week ago, he'd set off to solve an old murder, and now he had a woman he intended to marry and a son. He'd protected hundreds of mortals over the centuries, so taking on this new responsibility didn't disturb him. Quite the contrary. Instead of countless faces, he finally had the chance to love and protect two people who would be special to him. He smiled to himself. If he could be half the father Istvan had been to him, then Norji would do fine. He eyed the second bottle, now empty. It must be because of the living water he'd added, for he'd had 4 bottles tonight and he still felt hungry. There were only 2 left in the ice chest. So far, he hadn't noticed any effect other than hunger. It could be that it took time, or perhaps his body undid any changes during his death sleep. He removed the bottles, then teleported to the kitchen in his castle with the ice chest. At vampire speed, he refilled the chest. Then, back in Neona's house, he poured a small portion of each new bottle into an empty one, then topped them all off with his supply of stolen living water. He drank another bottle, then joined the others at the fire pit. Winifred and Freya had just arrived from target practice in the adjoining valley. The queen was with the dragon children in the cave. Lydia was cooking flatbread over the fire and laughing at how fast Norji could eat them. Freddie and Freya both hugged the boy and welcomed him home. With a blush, she scooted up close to Zoltan and mumbled something. Neona smiled. He's not used to being around so many women. Tashi passed Freddie and Freya each a bowl of soup. You two were at target practice for a long time. Freya exchanged a smile with her sister. We've never seen so many fine warrior men before. Freddie snorted. Men? It was the tigers you wanted to meet. Freya shrugged. I thought the youngest were-tiger was very handsome. Rajiv is his name. I see you managed to get onto their team, Freddie said. And what about you? Freya nudged her sister. You're on the team with the man who calls you a goddess. We're being assigned to teams, Neona said. Don't worry, Zoltan told her. We'll be on the same one. Lydia passed Freya a hot loaf of bread. I thought the dark gun was rather easy to use. It is. Freya tore the loaf in half and passed a piece to her sister. But I insisted on practicing a lot. Freddie snorted. You didn't want to leave your pet tiger. Do not dare call him a pet, Freya grinned. He claims to be ferocious. Lydia shook her head. We're preparing for battle, and all you can think about is men? Freya sighed. I know, I'm blaming it on Zoltan. Excuse me? He asked. You gave us those books to read, Freddie explained. Now we have romance on our minds. Exactly. Freya stirred her soup as a dreamy look came over her face. I've been reading The Perils of a Passionate Pirate. He has long flowing black locks and sun-kissed bronze skin, just like Rajiv. And the heroine, she stowed away on his ship disguised as a cabin boy, but he saw right through that. He's very clever. And passionate, Tashi muttered. I've been reading Duke in Boots, Freddie announced. It's about a duke. And his boots? Neona asked, her mouth twitching. Freddie nodded. He doesn't dare leave his residence unless his fine Hessian boots are polished to a glossy finish. He's so incredibly handsome that the heroine took one look at him and stumbled, trampling all over his boots with her muddy shoes. Freya gasped. The horror! They both laughed. Emma materialized close by and gave Zoltan an annoyed look. You have yet to teach Neona how to fire her dart gun. She can't go on a mission tomorrow night unprepared. We'll do it soon. Zoltan motioned to the young boy, who was watching everyone curiously.
We brought Norji back to live here."
The boy smiled when he heard his name. Niona patted his back. "He inherited Minerva's gift. He can communicate with winged creatures." "Like the dragons?" Emma asked. When some of the women gasped, she gave them a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, your secret is safe with us." Her smile faded as she took a seat by the fire. "Angus and I are worried that it may be the dragons that Lord Liao is after. He may have heard rumors of their existence." Lydia nodded. "Our dragons have flown these skies for thousands of years. There would be peasants and farmers who have seen them or heard of them." "That's what we figured." Emma frowned. "Master Han may want control of them. Imagine how easy it would be for him to take over new territory if his soldiers are flying about on fire-breathing dragons. Villagers will surrender to Master Han to keep from being burned." Freddie grimaced. "We can't let Mr. Han get them." Emma leaned forward, her elbows on her knees. "Tell me more about them. How many are there?" 3 children, Niona replied. Xiao Feng is the oldest. He hatched 6 years ago.
6? Zoltan asked. He looks about 12.
The dragon children age twice as fast, Lydia said, until they reach puberty and the time of their first shifting. Xiao Feng can already breathe fire. Freddie finished her bowl of soup. He'll shift soon, maybe 2 or 3 months from now. He had a sister, Freya added, but a few minutes after she hatched, she turned blue and couldn't breathe. Freddie sighed. It was terrible. Our mother tried to save her, but they both ended up dying.
That's how Calliope died?
Zoltan asked, and the 2 sisters nodded. I'm so sorry, Emma told them. There are 2 more children? A boy and a girl. Niona ladled more soup into Norji's bowl. They hatched 3 years ago, so they look like 6-year-olds.
Wait a minute. Zoltan sat back. The eggs are hatching every 3 years?
Yes. Niona gave him a worried look. The next group could hatch any day now. 2 eggs. I hope there would be more females. Lydia handed Norji a fresh loaf of bread. By the end of the last cycle, we had only 5 females left. That's why there are 5 nests. Niona sighed. The cycle before that, we had 15 nests. Zoltan winced. The dragons were dying out. What do you mean by cycle? Emma asked. They live for about 500 years, Niona explained. Then the females lay their eggs and die. The males die soon after. If the last male doesn't manage to survive till all the eggs are hatched and the dragon children are able to take care of themselves, then the whole hive can perish. That's why they made a pact with us, Lydia added. 3,000 years ago, when the original 3 women came here, there was 1 male dragon left, and he feared he would die before the eggs would hatch. The old dragon made a pact with the 3 women, Niona said. They were given the living water and this valley to live in. In exchange, they were to become the mothers of the new hatchlings. It is our sacred duty to protect the young ones until they can shift and take care of themselves. Then they take care of us. Freya used her piece of bread to sop up the last of her soup. They lift the heavy stones to help us build our homes, and they snatch up donkeys and goats and bring them here. And these are the only dragons left? Emma asked. As far as we know, Niona said. Thousands of years ago, they existed all over Europe and Asia, but some are hit by lightning and die, or sometimes they have hunting accidents. When they dive down at great speeds to catch prey, they can crash into each other or into trees. Others are killed by slayers. There was a time when stragglers would fly here from Europe or eastern China, seeking refuge. The last one from Europe came over 1,000 years ago. Zoltan nodded.
They became extinct there. I don't recall ever seeing one.
Norji sat up suddenly and looked toward the cave. Emma inhaled sharply. What was that? Norji heard the young ones, Freddie whispered. I have the gift so I can hear them too. Norji is answering them. Norji jumped to his feet and ran toward the cave, just as the oldest dragon shifter dashed out. The two boys stopped and looked at each other. Norji reached a hand out to touch Xiao Feng's shoulder. The dragon boy grinned.
"What is going on?"
The queen marched from the cave, frowning. She halted when she saw the two boys. Niona jumped to her feet. "Your Majesty, this is Minerva's son, Norji. He has her gift." Nima's face turned pale. "Xiao Feng is inviting Norji to sleep in the cave with him and the other children," Freddie whispered. "Norji has agreed." Norji glanced back at Niona and grinned. He dashed toward her, gave her a hug, then ran back to Xiao Feng. The two boys went inside the cave. Freddie smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. "Xiao Feng is calling Norji his brother." The queen stepped toward them, frowning at Emma. "They have told you all our secrets now?" "We will do everything in our power to keep the dragon children safe," Emma promised her. Nima nodded, then scowled at the other women. "Go to your homes to rest. I will watch over the young ones for now." She marched back into the cave. "Good night, then." Tashi poured a bucket full of ashes on top of the fire to extinguish it. "That reminds me." Emma watched the fire die. "From now on, no visible fires in this valley or the next. Liao will be looking for us, so the valleys must remain dark." "We understand," Freddie told her. "Good night." She and Freya gathered up the dirty dishes and took them to the storeroom. Lydia and Tashi followed them with the cookware.
"Where will you do your death sleep?"
Zoltan asked Emma. "Tiger Town. Most of the vamps are teleporting there before sunrise." She tilted her head, gazing at the cave. "Do you hear them, Zoltan?"
"No, I only hear animals, the kind without wings."
"Maybe it's because I was a telepath before I was transformed." Emma turned to him and to Niona. "I can hear them. Every word." Chapter 23. It was well after the noon hour when Niona woke up. She stretched in bed, marveling at how much her life had changed in the past week. Zoltan was in his death sleep, sprawled naked on top of Minerva's bed. She smiled, remembering how they had made love again before sunrise. Climax number 6, he'd called it. When death sleep had crept over him, he'd moved to Minerva's bed, for fear that any contact between them during that time might cause her to die. She didn't know if that was true, but it was certainly too big a risk to find out. She wondered how Norji was doing, and smiled again. He and Xiao Feng had become instant friends. After dressing, she retrieved the flask of living water from her chest and added more to each of Zoltan's bottles of blood. Guilt nagged at her as she screwed the caps back on. It was wrong to deceive him like this. Tonight she would tell him the truth. She brushed his hair back from his brow, then smoothed a hand over his broad shoulder to his arm, lingering on the bulge of his bicep. Her gorgeous vampire. Somehow they would have a future together. After slipping out the door, she made a quick trip to the outhouse, then washed up in the stream. Hopefully, the others were already up and had cooked a midday meal in the cave. The children would be hungry. The night before, when the others had gone to their homes to sleep, she'd returned to the next valley for target practice. Zoltan had introduced her to more of the vampires and shifters, but there had been so many, she had trouble recalling their names. Howard, she remembered. The giant werebear was in charge of the operation during the day. Emma and her husband Angus were in charge at night. They had divided everyone up into 6 teams, each one comprised of 3 vampires, 3 shifters, and a woman warrior of Beola. Niona's team included Zoltan and 2 other vampires called Jack and Dougal. They both had odd accents, and one of them was wearing a skirt, but they seemed very friendly. The 3 shifters on the team were Howard and his twin nephews Jesse and Jimmy. Howard admitted that the 2 younger werebears were still in training, but not to worry. If they messed up, he would clobber them. Jimmy and Jesse had watched her practice, and each time she'd hit a target, they'd cheered and offered her something to eat from a white box. Bears, they called them, which stood for Bearific Energizing Attitudinal Restorative. Howard called them donuts. Apparently, the werebears had brought a huge supply. Before leaving for Tiger Town to do their death sleep, the vampires had teleported a shifter from each team to where Russell was watching Lord Liao's progress. As a vampire, Russell planned to retreat to a safe place for his death sleep. During the day, the 6 shifters would follow Liao's army, and when search parties went out, the shifters would divide up to track them. From Neona's team, Jimmy had been selected to be their scout. After sunset, he would call his team, and the 3 vampires would teleport Howard, Jesse, and Neona to where he was located so the attack could begin. Zoltan had cautioned her to get plenty of rest during the day, for they had a long night ahead of them. Now, as she strode inside the cave, she found the other women relaxing around a small campfire. Freddie and Freya were reading their books. Nima and Tashi were napping on pallets. Lydia was spooning soup into 4 bowls for the children. Neona filled a 5th bowl for herself and helped Lydia carry the trays of food into the larger cavern. At some point during the day, Norji must have left the cavern to collect pine cones, for there were 24 of them on the cavern floor, and he and Xiaofeng were running about kicking them and laughing. Neona stopped to listen to Norji's laughter. Even Lydia smiled at the sound of it, but it was Xiaofeng's laughter that surprised her. Because their throats were designed for breathing fire, the dragon children were incapable of speech. They were taught to comprehend Tibetan and Chinese, but they couldn't respond. The only way to hear their thoughts was through someone who had the gift, like Nima, Freddie, or Norji. The sound coming from Xiaofeng was an odd cross between a bark and a wheeze. It was only the joy on his face that let her know it was a laugh. How sad that he'd been alive for 6 years, yet this was the first time she'd heard his laughter. She smiled at Norji. The boy had a way of bringing joy into people's lives. He ran up to her, grinning. "I was wondering when you would come. I missed you." She set down the tray and hugged him. "I was up all night, so I slept late. How are you?" "Great." He wrapped an arm around Xiaofeng's shoulders. "I have a brother now who's a dragon." "I see that." Neona motioned to the tray. "Are you brothers hungry?" Norji and Xiaofeng sat side by side and ate. They kept glancing at each other, so Neona figured they must be communicating. The other 2 dragon children, Huo and Chu, ate their soup while casting forlorn looks at Xiaofeng. Neona suspected they were feeling left out. "Can I take Xiaofeng outside to play?" Norji asked. Lydia shook her head. "The queen prefers for the dragon children to remain safe inside the cave." "Why?" Norji asked. Lydia sighed. "Because we have to keep them safe. They are the only dragons left." "But Xiaofeng wants to be free," Norji argued. "He can be free when he grows up," Lydia said. "Finish your meal." Norji frowned, then ate more soup. As Neona ate, she became aware that Norji and Xiaofeng were exchanging sly glances. The 2 were definitely planning something. "When was the last time you bathed, Norji?" He shrugged. "I don't know." Neona gave him a sharp look. "Did you know that dragons have highly sensitive noses? They can smell prey from miles away. Or dirty little boys." Norji looked at Xiaofeng, who wrinkled his nose, then grinned. Norji glanced at the other 2 dragon children and winced. "They say I'm stinky." Neona nodded. "There's a place close by where we dammed up part of the stream to make a small pool. I'll take you there so you can bathe. And if Xiaofeng wants to come along, he's welcome." Norji sat up, grinning. "Really?" "Your mother won't approve," Lydia mumbled. "They'll be safe. I'll watch over them." Neona stood. Norji jumped up and hugged her. "Thank you, Mama." Her heart lurched and she froze for a moment, while the word Mama reverberated in her head. Tears sprang to her eyes. Norji linked arms with Xiaofeng. "Let's go." "Help me carry the dishes back to the storeroom." Neona leaned over to retrieve the bowls, but Norji beat her to it, gathering all 5 bowls onto a tray, then picking it up. With a smile, she motioned toward the narrow entrance. "This way, and be quiet so you don't wake up the queen." When they dropped off their dirty dishes in the storeroom, Neona grabbed 2 towels, 2 clean sets of clothes, and some soap. The boys scampered ahead of her, following her instructions to find the pool a short way upstream. By the time she arrived, they'd already stripped and were bouncing around the pool, splashing each other. She glanced at the burial mound situated far up the hillside. "He's here, Minerva. Your son is home." When the sun was lowering in the sky, she walked the 2 freshly scrubbed boys back to the cave. "You understand about tonight?" Norji nodded. "The Queen explained it to us. You have to go fight the bad men." "Yes, we'll be busy all night. Take turns watching over the eggs. The Queen's owl will be with you, and my pet leopard Zon. If anything happens, send them to the next valley to alert us. We'll come immediately." "Xiao Feng says not to worry. We'll be fine." Norji gave her a worried look. "But you might be in danger." She hugged him. "I'll be fine too. I'll be with 3 vampires and 3 guys who shift into giant bears." Norji's eyes lit up. "This place is a lot more fun than the monastery."
"Is everyone ready?"
Angus asked. Neona checked her weapons once again. Her sword was sheathed, her quiver was full of arrows, her bow rested on her shoulder, and her knife was strapped to her calf. Wedged under her tight sword belt was her dart gun, and the pouch nearby was stuffed full of darts. She was dressed in plain brown linen, topped with a Kevlar vest, and her hair was pulled back into a tight braid. Angus checked his watch.
"The calls will start coming in soon. We need to take out as many people as possible tonight. Once Lord Liao realizes his men are disappearing, he will retaliate. That's when the shit will hit the fan. Be prepared."
Neona gave Zoltan a worried glance, and he smiled and squeezed her hand. It was dark since no fires were allowed, but in the moonlight, she managed to spot Winifred and her team. She was standing close to Jin Longwang. Their team had 3 werewolves. Freya was on the team that had were-tigers. A phone buzzed and Emma answered it. "Got it." She hung up. "That was Russell. He's located Liao and the major part of the army. After you've neutralized your target, teleport your scout back to Russell so we can follow another search party. Then we'll start round 2. Everyone murmured their agreement, then waited. Next to Neona, the werebear Jesse shifted his weight back and forth. "Come on, Jimmy, call." A phone buzzed and everyone looked around.
"It's mine,"
Mikhail announced and answered it.
"Carlos, we're ready. Keep talking."
He and another vampire grabbed hold of 2 shifters. Pamela took hold of Queen Nima, and the team of 6 teleported away. Neona took a deep breath and sent out a silent prayer for her mother's safe return. Howard's phone buzzed.
"Yes!"
Jesse punched the air with his fist.
"It's Jimmy."
Howard gave his nephew a stern look.
"Don't make a sound when we arrive."
He answered the phone, then held it out. Dougal stepped close so he could hear Jimmy's whispered voice. He grabbed Jesse and vanished. Zoltan held Neona tight, and everything went black. She landed in the middle of a dark forest. Zoltan squeezed her shoulders, then let go. Dougal was close by. Jesse pretended he was going to slap hands with his twin, but they stopped with their hands an inch away and grinned at each other. A twinge pricked at her heart. She'd had that sort of relationship with her twin. Jack and Howard materialized beside them. Jimmy lifted his hands, indicating with his fingers that there were 8 in the search party. He pointed in their direction. Howard motioned for Zoltan and Neona to follow him, and they veered off to the left. The rest of the team went right. Silently, they moved forward till they spotted the enemy. The 8 men were strolling along, talking with each other, totally oblivious that they were being followed. Howard took his dart gun from his belt and moved silently to the front of the search party. Zoltan positioned himself in the middle, and Neona took the rear. Hidden behind a tree and with her heart pounding, she drew her pistol and selected a target. On the far side, a twig snapped. The 8 men stopped and looked to the right. Instantly, 4 of them were shot with darts. 2 more jerked when Howard and Zoltan fired their guns. Neona shot her target. He stumbled back, then shook his head and drew his sword. She quickly loaded another dart. Zoltan had warned her that some of the super soldiers were so strong that it would take more than one dart to knock them out. The soldier lifted his sword and weaved toward her. She shot again. He swayed on his feet, dropped his sword, then fell on his face. After all 8 of the search party had fallen, the team moved in to tie up their arms and legs.
"Are you all right?"
Zoltan asked Niona. Yes. She reloaded her gun. It seemed fairly easy. He smiled.
"It'll get harder as the night goes on and we lose the element of surprise."
Jack and Dougal each picked up a soldier and teleported away. Zoltan's smile faded.
"This is the part of the plan that I don't like."
"I'll be fine," Niona assured him. "I have 3 bears with me, and I was able to beat you, remember?" He kissed her brow.
"I'll be back as quick as I can."
He picked up the nearest soldier and vanished. Niona helped Howard gather swords and weapons from the downed soldiers, while the twins devoured some donuts. She wondered how the other women were doing, and how the children were faring in the cave. They'd promised to keep a close watch on the eggs. She glanced at her sparkly kitty watch. After 5 minutes, the vampires reappeared.
"Sorry it took so long," Zoltan told her. "We went to Tiger Town, but it was still dark in Japan, so they had us take the soldiers there. They want to fill up the lab there first."
Dougal bent down to pick up another soldier.
"My wife is going to be very busy tonight."
He vanished. Jack snorted.
He was in a hurry to get back to her.
He disappeared with another soldier. "His wife?" Niona asked.
"Dougal is married to Leah, the doctor who's changing the super soldiers back to normal,"
Zoltan explained.
"Before you go,"
Howard said to Zoltan,
"can you take our scout back to Russell? We need to line up our next target."
Jesse jumped to his feet.
"I'll go, Jimmy's tired." "Okay,"
Zoltan called Russell.
"Take it easy, bro."
Jimmy slapped his twin on the back and handed him the donut box. Zoltan vanished with Jesse, then reappeared a few seconds later so he could take another soldier. After 5 more minutes, the last of the soldiers was delivered, and the vamps teleported the team back to headquarters in Frederick's Valley. As the teams returned from their first round, they reported to Emma how many soldiers they'd taken. 52, Emma announced when everyone had returned. After they finished congratulating each other, Niona decided this was a good time to confess what she'd been doing to Zoltan's blood supply. She drew him aside. "I need to tell you something about your bottles of blood."
"Oh, that reminds me," he said. "I should teleport home and drink some more. I'm hungry again."
She winced. "Zoltan." The Queen approached them. "Will you teleport me to the cave? I want to check on the children."
"Sure."
He took hold of Nima's arm and smiled at Niona.
"We'll be back soon."
She sighed, then wandered around the camp checking on her friends. Lydia, Winifred, and Freya were eating some of the food that the were-tigers had cooked earlier in the day. Actually, Freddie and Freya appeared to be flirting more than eating. Tasha was sitting alone on a rock by the stream. "Are you all right?" Niona asked as she sat next to her. "Every now and then I feel nauseated." Tasha glanced over at the were-tigers. "I tried some of their food. I guess it doesn't agree with me." "If you don't feel like doing anything more tonight, I'm sure they can manage without you." Tashi dipped a hand in the cold water and pressed it against her brow. "I'll be fine." Niona leaned close and whispered, "Could you be pregnant?" Tashi winced. "Perhaps, I'm not sure yet." Niona patted her shoulder. "You'll be a wonderful mother." "I hope so." Tashi looked about, frowning. "I'm not sure what the future holds for us all." After a while, Zoltan reappeared with Nima, who reported that the children and eggs were fine. Niona approached Zoltan, planning to confess about the bottles, but Jessie called and it was time to teleport. Within a few minutes, they had 9 soldiers unconscious. The vamps teleported them to Tiger Town and took Jessie back to Russell. "It seems too easy," Niona said when they returned to headquarters.
"This won't last much longer," Zoltan warned her. "By now, Lord Liao has to know that his search parties are not reporting in."
Emma announced that the count was now up to 103. They had managed to cut Lord Liao's army in half. The camp grew quiet as the teams waited for their scouts to call and round 3 to begin. Niona drew Zoltan off to the shelter of the nearby forest. "There's something I've been wanting to tell you."
"That you love me?"
She smiled. "I've already told you that."
"Not tonight."
He pulled her behind a tree and whispered in her ear.
"Are you thinking about climax number 7?
"Are you still keeping count?"
"I promised you 10, and I always deliver."
She stepped back. "This is important."
"So it is about sex."
She snorted. The man was insatiable. "I have a confession to make. About your bottles of blood." Wincing, she steeled her nerves. "I've been sneaking some of our living water into your bottles. I'm afraid that's why you're hungry."
"What?"
He gave her an incredulous look.
"You've been spiking my blood supply?"
She nodded. "It was wrong of me. I should have told you. I understand if you're angry." He laughed. She blinked. "You're not angry?"
"Sweetheart, I've been spiking my bottles too. Good God, no wonder I've been so hungry."
You added living water? Where did you get it?"
"I stole it, sneaked into the cave and took some."
He gave her a sheepish grin.
"I'll understand if you're angry."
I'm stunned. We've both been doing it?" He gave her a curious look.
"Why did you do it?"
"Why did you?"
"I asked you first."
She sighed. "You said your seed was dead. I thought the living water might revive it."
"Ah."
He reached for her.
"You want to make babies."
"Not now." She gave him a playful shove. "What was your reason?"
"We wanted to know what happens to a vampire if he ingests the living water. In case Liao or Han get their hands on it, we wanted to know what to expect."
"I see." She tilted her head, studying him. "How do you feel?"
He shrugged. "About the same. I'm just hungry all the time."
She nodded. "It's only been 2 nights. It may take some time before the effects show up." Howard whistled to get their attention.
"Jesse called. It's time to move out."
They teleported to Jesse, who indicated a party of 5 ahead of them and 10 behind them.
"2 groups?"
Howard whispered. Jesse nodded, a panicked look on his face.
"They're armed with AK-47s.
Niona didn't know what that was, but from the looks on the men's faces, it was bad news.
"These men are no searching for Beulah," Dougal muttered. "They're hunting us."
Howard nodded.
"The first group is bait, and when we bite, the second group will move in for the kill."
Jesse gulped.
"What do we do? Should we leave?"
Howard gave him an annoyed look.
"Oh, right."
Jesse squared his shoulders.
"Let's kick some ass."
Zoltan gave Niona a worried look, but before he could say anything, she shook her head. "I'm staying." He grimaced.
"We should pair up so the vamps can teleport their partner away from the gunfire. I'll take Niona." "Good plan," Howard said. "Jimmy, stick with Jack. Jesse, go with Dougal." "What about you?" Jimmy asked. "I'll manage."
Howard patted his nephew on the back.
"We should take the group of 10 first."
Everyone agreed, and they moved quietly through the forest till they caught a glimpse of the group of 10. Niona's breath caught. These super soldiers were armed to the teeth. Not only swords and knives, but they were also carrying the biggest rifles she'd ever seen.
"Those are automatic assault weapons,"
Zoltan whispered in her ear.
"Stay close to me so I can teleport you."
She inched forward with him, keeping behind the cover of bushes and rocks. When Howard's bird call whistled through the air, she was behind a bush with Zoltan. All 6 of their team shot their dart guns. Niona hit her target, and immediately Zoltan teleported her behind a huge boulder. Rapid fire descended. Her hands shook as she reloaded her dart gun. She'd never heard such a terrible weapon before. Zoltan fired his dart gun again, then teleported her up into a tree. With a gasp, she grabbed onto the trunk. Down below, bullets were ricocheting off the boulder. The bush she and Zoltan had hidden behind was now ripped to shreds. Only 2 soldiers remained standing, but they were shooting their assault weapons in a wide circle. Neona shot one with a dart, just as 4 more on her team shot their guns. The soldiers stopped shooting to rip out the darts, but more darts came at them. Slowly, they slumped down to the ground.
"Hurry, get their weapons,"
Howard shouted. Zoltan teleported her down to the ground. The team rushed in to gather the weapons. As Neona approached a soldier, he grasped her ankle, yanked her off her feet, and raised his arm, his knife ready to strike. She grabbed his arm, but he was stronger than she was. Just as the knife sliced into her arm, Zoltan seized the man by the back of his neck and lifted him off the ground.
"Bastard!"
Zoltan shook him.
"Take cover!"
Howard shouted, and he and the werebear twins ducked behind unconscious soldiers. Rapid fire exploded from the nearby forest. The group of 5 had arrived. With vampire speed, Zoltan spun around, placing the soldier between him and the bullets. The soldier jerked and shuddered as bullets riddled his body. Jack and Dougal teleported behind 2 of the soldiers, ripped the weapons from their hands, and manually stabbed them with a cluster of 3 darts. The men slumped to the ground. 3 were still shooting. Hidden behind Zoltan, Neona drew her knife and threw it at one, striking his arm so he dropped his weapon. Then she shot him with her dart gun. Meanwhile, Jack and Dougal teleported behind the remaining 2 soldiers, disarmed them, and knocked them out. The forest was silent for a moment before Jimmy jumped to his feet and yelled,
"That was awesome! I know, right?"
Jesse slapped hands with his twin. Zoltan dropped the dead soldier and helped Neona to her feet.
"Are you all right?" "You were awesome, warrior princess."
Jimmy lifted a hand, waiting for her to slap it. She lifted her arm, and it was covered with blood.
"Shit," Zoltan whispered. "I'll take you to the doctor in Tiger Town."
"It's a small cut. I'll be fine if you take me to the storeroom where I keep my medical supplies."
"Are you sure?"
he asked. Then he glanced at the other guys.
"We need to go." "We'll be fine."
Howard waved him on.
"Go on."
He teleported her to the fire pit in Beola, then led her inside the storeroom where she kept her medical supplies. He opened a window so the moonlight would shine in. She gave him instructions, and he washed her arm, applied the salve, and wrapped it tight with a strip of fresh linen.
"Are you sure about this?"
He gave her arm a dubious look. "The salve works," she assured him. "It stopped the bleeding on your wound, remember? And kept it clean?"
"But I healed during my death sleep. You don't."
He escorted her from the storeroom.
"We could go to the next valley. Mikhail has his medical kit there."
"I've been healing wounds here for close to 2,000 years.
"At least take something for the pain."
He pulled her close.
"I can't bear to think of you hurting."
She turned when she heard a shouting noise. Norji and Zahn were running from the cave. The owl flew out, headed for the next valley. Zahn raced after it. "What's wrong?" she yelled in Tibetan. Norji came to a halt in front of her, breathing hard. "The eggs! 2 eggs are hatching!" Chapter 24.
"What's wrong?"
Zoltan asked. Neona told him in English. 2 eggs are hatching. Can you go to the next valley and bring back Nima or Winifred?"
"You can't take care of the eggs?"
She shook her head. "The hatchlings bond with the first person they see. It has to be someone who can communicate with them. Hurry, we'll be waiting for you." She grabbed Norji's hand and they ran toward the cave. Zoltan teleported to Frederick's Valley. It was mostly empty since 5 of the teams were out working. Emma was there, coordinating all the missions. A few shifters had remained behind on guard duty. Tashi was sitting nearby, looking pale.
"Emma."
Zoltan ran up to her.
"Where are Nima and Winifred?"
"Winifred just left," Emma said. The owl landed on a rock next to Tashi, and she jumped up. "Is something wrong in the cave?"
2 eggs are hatching,"
Zoltan told her. "Oh no," Tashi gasped. "We need Nima or Freddy." Emma winced. "I tried my best to make sure one of them was always here. Nima's team is due back any second now. I wouldn't have let Freddy go otherwise." "Nima has to come back now," Tashi insisted. "I'll call her team." Emma punched some numbers on her sat phone. Tashi moaned. "This is all my fault. It was my turn to go, but I started throwing up, so Winifred went instead." "You couldn't help that," Emma told her. "And if you're pregnant like we suspect, you shouldn't be out there fighting." She tilted her head toward the phone. "Mikhail, we need Nima back immediately." "Okay, thanks." She hung up. "Mikhail and Pamela are in Tigertown, delivering the last of their soldiers. They should have Nima here in a few minutes." Tashi turned toward the rock wall. Neona's pet leopard was pacing along the edge. Zoltan heard the leopard's thoughts too.
"No time, the eggs are hatching now." "We don't have a few minutes," Zoltan said. "The hatchlings bond with the first person they see, and it has to be someone they can communicate with."
"That's true." Tashi grimaced as she rubbed her stomach. "They have to bond quickly or they lose the ability. One time an egg hatched unexpectedly when my mother was there. The baby bonded with her, but when she couldn't communicate with him, his ability faded away. He couldn't hear Nima at all. Then all his senses shut down. The poor thing just lay there and died." Emma drew in a long breath. "All right, I'll do it." "But you can't," Tashi gasped when Emma vanished. "What is she doing? The babies will die if she—"
"She can communicate with them," Zoltan said.
Tashi's eyes widened. "She can?" Zoltan glanced around and spotted Phil with some of the younger werewolf trainees.
"Phil, take charge till Angus gets back."
Phil ran toward him.
"What's going on?" "Emma has to help 2 dragon babies hatch."
"What?" Phil looked stunned. Zoltan imagined Emma's husband would look even more stunned when he learned the consequences.
"Let's go."
He grabbed Tashi and teleported her to the entrance of the cave. "Go ahead." She rubbed her stomach. "I'll follow you soon. I need to be still for a moment." He zoomed down the narrow corridor into the huge cavern where the dragon children lived. Norji and the 3 dragon shifters sat on Nima's larger pallet looking worried. Norji jumped to his feet.
"Nima?" "She'll be here soon,"
Zoltan replied, frustrated, because he knew the boy couldn't understand him. He gave the children a reassuring smile, then hurried down the narrow tunnel to the cave room that housed the eggs. Neona was hovering at the entrance, partially hidden behind a wall of stone. She glanced back at him.
"Nima will be here soon."
Neona winced. She might be too late. He peered into the room, dimly lit by a single torch. Emma was kneeling in front of a nest that contained 2 eggs. Both were covered with cracks and rocking slightly with movement. He blinked when a foot suddenly burst through a shell. A tiny leg extended from the egg and kicked about. Emma gasped. "It looks so human." She shot Neona a frantic look. "What do I do?" "When the heads come out, make sure they see you," Neona said. "Look them in the eyes and communicate with them." Another leg burst out, and the egg started to shake. 2 arms broke free, the tiny hands fisted. "Look at you." Emma took hold of one of the tiny hands. "You're doing great." The little hand opened and curled around Emma's thumb. "Oh my God," she whispered. The egg thrashed about, and pieces of shell fell away from the baby's head. With her free hand, Emma cleared shell away from its face. Neona pulled Zoltan back behind the stone wall. "We can't risk the baby seeing us." He waited, then heard a tearful whimper come from Emma. "I can hear him crying," she sniffed. "He's a boy, a beautiful boy." Neona exhaled with relief and smiled. "They're bonding, thank God." Zoltan peeked into the room. Emma was clearing away the last of the shell from a baby boy. His arms and legs were flailing about, but his eyes were entirely focused on her. She smiled at him, tears running down her cheeks. A leg burst from the second shell. "Your twin is coming," Emma whispered. When a fisted hand broke free, she took hold of it. The egg shook violently, and the head appeared. Zoltan stepped back behind the stone wall and waited. Emma laughed. "I have a baby girl." Neona's pet leopard ran up to her and Zoltan. "Zon." Neona patted his head. "Good kitty. Thank you for watching over the children." He rubbed against her leg, then looked at Zoltan.
"The Queen has arrived. They're trying to call you." "Thanks. I'll be right back."
He teleported to the cave entrance. His phone buzzed and he answered it.
"I have Nima with me," Mikhail said. "I've been trying to convince her that she'll get home faster if I teleport her. Keep talking." "Okay, I'm here at the cave entrance," Zoltan told Mikhail. "Waiting for you."
Mikhail appeared with Nima, and she immediately ran into the cave. When Zoltan and Mikhail followed her, she turned around and glared at them.
"Men are not allowed here. Go!"
Mikhail snorted, then vanished. Zoltan followed her as she dashed down the narrow corridor into the larger cavern. Tashi was there minding the children. Zan was lounging on a pallet, letting Norji and Xiao Feng pet him.
"The babies are fine," Zoltan told the Queen.
She spun around to face him.
"They hatched, with no one there to bond with them?"
"Emma did it."
"What? A vampire bonded with my dragons?"
Nima drew her sword.
"You let a monster steal my babies? I should kill you all. You are destroying our world. Enough!"
Niona ran into the large cavern.
"Put away the sword, Mother."
She tilted her head toward the children, who had huddled together with frightened expressions.
"Don't do this here."
Glaring at Zoltan, Nima sheathed her sword.
"Don't blame the vampires,"
Tashi said, as she hugged the two younger children.
"Freddy had to leave early because I was sick. There was only a short time when both you and Freddy were gone. Enough time for these monsters to steal our babies," Nima hissed. "Emma saved the babies."
Niona motioned toward the egg room.
"Come and see."
Zoltan followed Nima and Niona down the narrow tunnel into the egg room. Emma had transferred the babies to a clean nest.
"Shouldn't I bathe them and put nappies on them? What do you feed them?"
Nima scoffed.
"Do you think we'll let you take our dragon babies away?"
Emma looked up at her.
"I'll do whatever I have to do. I'm their mother now."
Nima huffed.
"How can you possibly care for them? You're dead half the time."
"I'll help you," Niona offered. "The babies like goat milk. We have a few goats here in the valley. I'll go milk them."
"Thank you."
Emma suddenly stiffened and looked back at her babies.
"What's wrong? I can hear them crying."
Everyone crowded around.
"They can't breathe," Emma shouted. "Oh God, they're turning blue."
Niona reached for one.
"Maybe I can—"
"No." Nima yanked her back.
"This is what happened to Xiao Feng's sister. When Calliope tried to help her, they both died."
Niona grimaced.
"We can't just let them die."
Emma gasped.
"I have to save them." "There's nothing we can do," Nima cried. "Oh God, we're going to lose them both."
"No." Emma picked up one baby, then struggled to pick up the other. Zoltan leaned over to help her.
"I'll take them to a doctor."
Emma stood.
"Leah knows how to treat shifters." "You cannot remove the dragons from their home," Nima shouted. "Watch me."
Emma vanished, taking both babies with her.
Nima huffed. "She dares to steal them from us. Where is she taking them?"
"To Tiger Town," Zoltan explained. "That's where Leah is. She's a brilliant doctor and geneticist. She can figure out what's going wrong." He eyed the 5 nests. Only 2 remained with eggs. "I would guess it's a case of too much inbreeding." Niona nodded.
"We've been worried about that, but I don't know what can be done. These are the only dragons left in the world."
"Maybe Leah can come up with something. We have a number of excellent scientists on our side. They'll try their best to help."
Niona smiled and linked her arm with his. "Thank you." "You're thanking him?" Nima scoffed. "These vampires are ruining everything." With a huff, she marched away. "I'm going to my house. I don't wish to be disturbed."
He watched the Queen go, then muttered,
"How will we survive the rest of the night without her?"
Niona gave him a wry look.
"Alone at last."
He wrapped his arms around her.
"Thank you. Thank you for believing in me, and my friends."
She leaned her head against his shoulder. Thank you for helping us." He led her into a larger cavern.
"I need to tell Angus what happened."
Niona nodded. "I'll stay here with Tashi and try to get the children to sleep." She yawned. "It has been a long night for all of us." Zoltan teleported to the next valley. All the teams had returned. Lydia was climbing the rope ladder by the rock wall to return home. Freddie and Freya were walking slowly toward the rock wall, accompanied by JL and Rajiv.
"We're done for the night,"
Angus announced proudly.
"A total of 153 soldiers taken."
"Fantastic," Zoltan smiled. Lord Liao would have less than 50 soldiers left.
"Liao must be vivid."
"Aye," Angus grinned.
"So, how is Emma? I heard she went to the next valley. Something about eggs hatching."
Zoltan rested a hand on Angus's shoulder.
"I have news for you."
Angus's smile faded.
"Is Emma all right?" "She's well. Did you know she can communicate with the dragon children?"
"Aye.
What has happened, man? Tell me." "The babies hatched and bonded with Emma. They believe she is their mother."
Angus blinked.
"They adopted Emma?"
"Yes, and she adopted them. A boy and a girl." Angus blinked again.
"We have bairns?"
Zoltan nodded.
"But they took ill suddenly. They couldn't breathe. Emma teleported them to Tiger Town." "Bloody hell," Angus whispered. "The bairns cannot breathe?"
He shook himself.
"I have to go. Tell Robbie he's in charge."
He vanished. Zoltan walked over to Robbie McKay to break the news that the McKay family now included 2 dragon shifter babies. While everyone was drinking a toast to the new parents, Zoltan teleported back to Neona's house. She was there, naked, and washing herself from a bowl of water. "Wow," he breathed as she gathered her hair up and wiped the back of her neck with a washcloth. She spun around to face him. "You're back."
"Just in time."
He grabbed a bottle of spiked blood and guzzled it down. With a smile, she watched him drink. "I wonder if your seed is reviving itself."
"There's only one way to find out."
His gaze drifted over her sweet body, then settled on the bandage on her arm.
"How are you feeling? Are you in pain?"
"A little bit." She walked over to the bed and crooked a finger at him. "I expect climax number 7 will take my mind off it." She turned pink as his eyes glowed red.
"I expect you're right."
Chapter 25. It was late afternoon when Neona woke up. She glanced over at Zoltan. After climax number 7, she'd fallen asleep. He must have teleported home then, for his clothes were clean and his face shaven. She peeked into the box where he kept his blood bottles. 6 new bottles and a half-full bottle of living water. While everyone was sleeping, he must have sneaked into the cave to get more living water to mix with his blood. The women of Beola drank only a small cup of it once a month in order to keep from aging. Zoltan was ingesting more than that every night. So far, he claimed there was no effect. Neona looked him over. Gorgeous as always. It might take a week or more for any changes to be noticeable. Or it could be that his vampire healing abilities were erasing any changes during his death sleep. She dressed and hurried to the outhouse. While she was washing up in the stream, the alarm sounded. Someone was striking the old cowbell by the cave entrance. The women rushed to the cave. "They're gone," Winifred announced. "Xiao Feng and Norshi are missing." "What?" Nima shouted. "You were supposed to be watching them. How did you?" "I'm sorry," Freddie cried. "I was so tired I dozed off." "Of course you were tired," Freya came to her defense. "We were up all night." "They're probably in the valley somewhere," Neona said. "Maybe the pond where they bathed yesterday. They loved it there." "I'll check." Lydia ran upstream. "I'll see if the other children know anything." Nima rushed into the cave. Freddie leaned close to Neona and lowered her voice. "Huo and Chu won't tell the Queen anything. They're afraid of her temper. But they confessed to me." Neona swallowed hard. "What did they do?" They were jealous that Xiaofeng and Norji were getting so close, so they told Norji that he wasn't wanted here, that his own grandmother had given him away because he was a nobody. Niona winced. That was cruel, Freya whispered. Tashi touched her stomach. If I have a son, I'm not giving him away. They told Norji that we keep only special children here, like the dragon shifters, Freddie continued. They saw him slip out while I was sleeping. Then Xiaofeng got upset and followed him. Lydia came back. They're not at the pond. We'll have to check the entire valley, Tashi said. Niona sighed. I'm afraid Norji will try to return to the only other home he knows. The monastery? Freddie made a face. That's 30 miles away. I know, but he knows he was loved there. Niona blinked away tears. She should have let the boy know how much she loved him. I should have spent more time with him. Don't blame yourself, Lydia said. We're at war. Tashi winced. There are still 50 soldiers out there. Niona nodded. We have to find the boys. Lydia and Tashi, can you check the valley? Freddie and Freya, will you come with me? I'm going to head toward the monastery. Freddie nodded. There will be shifters in the next valley. We could ask for their help. Yes. Freya's eyes lit up. Rajiv and his friends will help us. The three women went into the cave to grab their bows and arrows, swords and knives. Where are you going? Nima demanded. I think the boys may be headed toward the monastery, Niona explained. We'll bring them back. Nima's eyes narrowed. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't brought that boy back here. That boy? Niona's hands clenched with a sudden surge of rage. That boy is your grandson. This wouldn't have happened if we hadn't abandoned him or made him feel worthless. She strode from the cave with Freddie and Freya. At the top of the rock wall, they discovered that the rope ladder had been let down, a sure sign that the boys had left the valley. The three women scrambled down the ladder. Niona spotted Howard in the distance and dashed toward him. Have you seen two boys? She asked. Norji and the oldest dragon boy have run away. Howard winced. We haven't been watching the entrance to your valley. You guys are our allies. We've been guarding the perimeter of this valley in case any of Liao's men come along. Niona sighed. No doubt Norji was an expert at escaping. He'd done it regularly at the monastery. Can you spare us a few shifters? We have to find the boys. I think they're headed west, toward the Buddhist monastery. Howard waved some shifters over. Rajiv, bring your men. Freya smiled at Rajiv as he sauntered over with two were-tigers. How good are you at tracking? Howard asked. Rajiv glanced at Freya and lifted his chin. We're the best. Grab some weapons, Howard told them, and some hiking gear. You're going with these three women. Bring them back safely with the two missing boys. 2 boys are missing? Rajiv asked. Howard nodded. And one of them is a dragon shifter. We can't let the enemy find him. An hour later, the path they had followed westward forked into 2 paths. The 2 older were-tigers divided up, one going north and the other south, while the rest waited for them to report back. Rajiv opened his backpack and handed Freya a bottle of water. Since the other were-tigers knew only Chinese, they had all switched to that language. Rinzhen and Tenzhen will figure it out. They're the best trackers I know. I can't remember which one is which. Freya sipped some water, then passed the bottle to her sister. They look so much alike. Rajiv smiled. They're twins, it's common for were-tigers. Freddie drank some water, then passed the bottle on to Niona. So which one of them is the Grand Tiger? Rajiv winced. I don't think they went this way, Rinzhen called out as he jogged back. Let's check the GPS. Rajiv pulled out his sat phone. The southern path leads to the monastery. The boys must have gone that way. Tenzhen came back, shaking his head. I can't see any sign of them. Would Norji even know which way to go? Freya asked. He's never traveled from Beola to the monastery before, except when he was a baby. That's true. Freddie motioned toward the northern path. He could have easily taken a wrong turn. You're right.
Rajiv agreed. He doesn't have a GPS. No, but he has something just as good. Niona looked up at the sky. He could be asking the birds which way to go. And what would they tell him? Her gaze lowered to the hillside in front of them. They would tell him the most direct route, Freddie said, as the crow flies. Niona nodded. You can divide up and take the paths going north and south. I'm going straight west. I'll go with you, Tenzin said. I'll take the southern route, Freddie offered. Rinzan can come with me. Then Freya and I will go north. Rajiv checked his watch. If we see no sign of the boys in an hour, we'll return here. After 40 minutes of rocky and hilly terrain, Niona's legs were aching. This route might be fast for a bird, but it was tough for people. Are we going in the right direction? She asked Tenzin once again. He checked his GPS. Yes, do you need water? He removed his backpack and handed her a bottle. Thank you. She took a sip, then screwed the cap back on. They had reached the rocky summit of a hill. Going down would be much easier. As they scrambled downhill, she caught the sound of rushing water. There must be a stream in the valley. They cleared the forest, and she stopped in dismay. It was more than a stream. It was a wide, rushing river. Tenzin wiped sweat from his brow. The path that went south probably has a bridge. She approached the riverbank, weaving around stones and fallen trees. A month ago, when the snows had melted, the river must have plowed through here with enough force to move large boulders and rip trees from the ground. The river was lower now, but it was still moving fast. Her nerves tensed at the thought of the boys trying to cross. I found something, Tenzin called from downstream. She rushed over. A fresh footprint by the muddy shore. A small foot. They came this way? He nodded and pointed at another set of footprints. She heaved a sigh of relief. They're going downstream. Tenzin motioned for her to follow. They're probably looking for a safe place to cross. After 10 minutes, the narrow valley flattened out into a wide pasture. The river slowed down and widened until it was only a foot deep. There, Tenzin pointed. Her heart swelled. Farther downstream, Norji and Xiaofeng were wading across the river. The water lapped against their legs. Niona ran toward them. Norji! Xiaofeng! They stopped and looked back. Norji! She stepped into the river. Please come with me. Come home. He hung his head. Nobody wants me there. I do. Lots of us want you there. Tears filled her eyes. I love you. Would I have come all this way to find you if I didn't love you? Norji's chin trembled. Xiaofeng rested a hand on his shoulder. Come back home. She waded toward him, then stopped with a gasp. On the far riverbank in the forest, something metallic had reflected the light from the lowering sun. Swords. There were soldiers in the forest. Tenzin muttered a curse behind her. Hurry! She shouted at the boys. A troop of soldiers on horseback burst from the forest onto the far riverbank. The boys ran toward her, splashing through the water. Her heart froze. How could she and the boys outrun mounted soldiers? When the boys reached her, she grabbed their hands and sprinted toward Tenzin. Keep running. Tenzin handed her his backpack and drew his sword. I'll hold them off. One man against a troop? Niona glanced back as she swung his backpack over her shoulder. A dozen horsemen were charging across the river. She dashed with the boys to the forest. Maybe she could hide them in the trees while she led the horsemen away. She looked around frantically for a tree the boys could climb. The sound of clashing swords came from the riverbank. She spotted a good tree. This way. She grabbed the boys. Norji's gasp made her glance at the river. Tenzin was down. 4 soldiers lay dead next to him. With a bloodied hand, he pulled a knife from his chest. Then his hand fell lifeless by his side. She swallowed hard. The poor man hadn't had a chance. The 8 remaining horsemen headed straight for the forest. Hurry! She tugged at the boys, leading them toward the tree she'd selected. I want you to hide up here.
She lifted Norji so he could catch the lowest branch. "I don't want to leave you," Norji protested. "I'll be fine." She gave Xiaofeng a boost, then dug through the backpack. The sat phone wasn't there. Tenzin must have kept it. She handed the backpack to Norji. "There's food and drink in there. Hide behind the leaves. Don't come out till it's safe." The ground beneath her feet vibrated as the horseman charged toward her. She ran eastward. An arrow whizzed past her head, lodging in a nearby tree. She ducked behind another tree, but within seconds she was surrounded. "Where are the others?" the soldier demanded. The extra stripe on his sleeve made her suspect he was the leader. "I was with one other." She glared at him. "And you killed him." "He attacked us." The leader urged his horse closer to her. She backed up as the tip of his sword came close to grazing her chest. "Where are the others?" he repeated. "There were 2 boys in the river." "Why are you attacking us?" she asked. "We're just local farmers." He scoffed. "With swords?" He motioned to one of his men. "Take her weapons, tie her up." The soldier dismounted and approached her. She jumped back and drew her sword. "Leave me be. Go on your way and I will leave you alone." The leader laughed. "Are you threatening us?" He motioned to his soldiers. "What are you waiting for?" 6 more men dismounted and stalked toward her. She backed away, swinging her sword at them. If she could occupy all the soldiers in her capture, they might forget about the boys. 3 of the soldiers slipped around behind her. She whirled, slicing the air with her sword. They circled her, closing in. "Very well." She stabbed her sword into the ground. "I surrender. Take me to your master." One of the soldiers lunged toward her, his fist aimed for her face. She blocked the punch and kicked him in the balls. With a cry, he doubled over. "I said I surrender," she hissed. "I will ride with you to your master." 2 soldiers grabbed her. They were definitely super soldiers. She couldn't break their grip. "Hold her still." The soldier she'd kicked in the balls came at her again. "Bitch!" He slapped her hard. She kicked at him, but he jumped back and sneered. "Maybe we should have some fun with her before we take her back." She tensed. The sun was lowering in the sky, but it could still be an hour before sunset when the vampires woke up. The soldier unzipped his pants. "Hold her still." She gritted her teeth. She could make it through this. She had to. A blast of fire shot from the tree where the boys were hidden. The soldier screamed as he was engulfed in flames. He ran away, screeching, then fell to the ground where he flailed. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. His cries died down to whimpers. Then he was quiet. Niona tugged hard, but the 2 soldiers held her fast. The other soldiers cautiously surrounded the tree. The fire had burned away some of the leaves, and now the 2 boys were visible. The leader nudged his horse forward. "Amazing! One of them must be a dragon, or perhaps both." He waved his hand. "Come on down, we won't hurt you." Norji and Xiaofeng exchanged looks but didn't budge. The leader sighed. "They need motivation, now." "Yes, sir." One of the soldiers holding Niona pressed a knife to her throat. "All right, boys," the leader said. "Come down or we slit her throat." Norji and Xiaofeng climbed down. "Tie them up," the leader ordered. "I want to get them back before Lord Liao wakes up." Niona and the boys were tied up and tossed onto horses like sacks of rice. They headed back toward the river. She caught a glimpse of Tenzin lying in a pool of blood, and her eyes burned with tears. He'd died for nothing. After a long ride, the men pulled the horses to a stop and shoved her and the boys onto the ground. With a gasp, she realized where they were. The monastery. Lord Liao and his army of 50 had taken it over. The soldiers hauled her and the boys to their feet and marched them through the gate into the courtyard. Her stomach twisted at the sight of the 2 elderly monks lying in pools of blood. Norji cried out, and Xiaofeng trembled. She pretended to stumble so she could lower her head to their level.
"Don't say a word to them," she whispered. "Stay strong." Norji nodded with a whimper. A soldier jerked her upright and shoved her toward the buildings on the right. Another soldier opened the first door, and they were all pushed into the small room. It was the same room she'd visited only 2 nights before. She said a silent prayer for the monks. No wonder they had been so eager to send Norji away. Hopefully, the other monks had safely evacuated before Liao's arrival. The soldiers untied them and left, closing the door behind them. She huddled against the far wall and gathered the 2 boys close to her. Their trembling bodies made her heart ache. The door opened, and the leader sauntered inside. As he looked them over, she lowered her gaze. "So you must be one of the legendary warrior women who guards the dragons," he scoffed. "Did you think it was a secret? How can you keep a bunch of flying dragons a secret? Did you think your meaningless threats would keep the peasants quiet?" He hunched down in front of her so he could make eye contact. "The peasants are much more afraid of us. When we threaten death, we deliver." She remained quiet and squeezed the boy's shoulders. "Which one is the dragon?" the leader asked softly. The boys buried their faces against her. "There are no dragons," she replied. "It's a silly folk tale that villagers tell to frighten their children into behaving." The leader's mouth thinned as he straightened. "We saw the fire. One of those boys breathed fire." "That soldier was going to rape me. The gods shot fire down at him to punish him." The leader snorted. "Very funny." He turned away, then suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at her chest. She pressed back against the wall. The boys clung to her, both breathing hard. "Which one is the dragon?" the leader shouted. She swallowed hard. "Not afraid to die, are you?" He sheathed his sword. "Very well. Maybe you'll be more motivated if we put the boys in danger." Her heart lurched. The leader glanced at his watch. "Lord Liao will awaken in 30 minutes. At that time, both boys will be executed." The boys stiffened, and she squeezed their shoulders hard. The leader sighed. "But I'm feeling charitable tonight. I'll let you save one of them. It will be your choice. See you in 30 minutes. He strode from the room and shut the door. She breathed deeply to calm her racing heart. The soldier must be assuming she would choose to save the dragon. "Are we going to die?" Norji whispered. "No." She took each boy's hand. "We're going to make it through this. Do you understand?" She looked at one, then the other. "They killed the venerable fathers." Norji's eyes filled with tears. "They want to kill us." "I will not let them harm you." Norji pulled his hand away and stumbled to the far corner. "You can only save one. You'll have to save Xiaofeng because he's special." Norji fell to the floor and burst into tears. "I have to die. I'm a nobody." "No." Niona ran to him and pulled him to her in a tight embrace. "You are special to me, Norji. You're my sweet, beautiful boy. You're the son of my beloved sister. You are the son my heart always wished for." Norji clung to her, sniffling. "I love you, Norji." She rubbed his back and kissed his head. "I will always love you." Xiaofeng squatted beside them and hugged them both. Norji made a sound that was a cross between a laugh and a whimper. "Xiaofeng says he loves me too." "There, you see?" Niona wiped the tears from Norji's face. "Even the dragons know you're special." Taking a deep breath, she looked around. They had 30 minutes to escape. There was one door, and no doubt it was being guarded. Her gaze landed on the window. It was covered with a decorative wooden grate. She dashed over to it, curled her fingers through the grate, and pushed hard. It wouldn't give. There was a heavy bar across the outside. Even if she destroyed the grate, the bar would remain solid, and it divided the window into 2 tiny spaces, too small to escape through. The sky was darkening as the sun lowered on the horizon. Lord Liao would wake soon, but so would all the good vampires. Her breath caught with a sudden thought. "Norji, come here." He ran to her. "Yes, Mama." You're so special. You're going to be the one who saves us. I am? You know the birds who live around here, right? He nodded. They're my friends, especially the family of eagles. Call them. She moved the short table under the window and set Norji on top so he was level with the windowsill. Call the eagles. Call all your bird friends. Tell them to fly to the Valley of the Dragons and tell the people there that we are prisoners here at the monastery. We're in grave danger and they must rescue us. Norji grinned. I can do that. She smiled and patted his back. Xiaofeng stood next to the table and gave him an encouraging smile. Niona watched the sky darken. Their fate would be decided now, in less than 30 minutes. Chapter 26. Niona paced across the floor as the small room grew darker. Norji had assured her that the eagles were on their way to Beola. He and Xiaofeng sat side by side against a wall, exchanging looks. She squatted down in front of them. Are you talking to each other? Norji nodded. I told him I was sorry I ran away and caused all this trouble. He says he's sorry the Queen and the other children are mean to me. I told him he shouldn't have followed me, but he says he wants to be with me. She smiled. You've brought joy into his life. I never heard him laugh before you came. Norji's eyes filled with tears. He says we're brothers because we're so much alike. He hates the way the Queen makes him stay hidden in the cave. The same way I hated being stuck here in the monastery all the time. We both wanted to be free. I was trapped here with a bunch of old men, and he's trapped there with a bunch of old women. Excuse me? Norji winced. Well, you're a little bit old. With a snort, she tousled Norji's hair, then tousled Xiaofeng's hair too. You two rascals. A tear rolled down Norji's cheek. If anything happens to you or Xiaofeng because of me, we're going to be fine. She wiped away his tear. I won't let anything happen to you. She stood and looked around the room for something that could be used as a weapon. Her gaze landed on the short table under the window. She turned it on its side, planted a foot on one of the table legs, and yanked hard at another leg. It ripped off with a jagged edge that ended with a point. With enough force, it could pierce a soldier, or Lord Liao. She slid it into her tunic so that it rested against the sash tied around her waist. The door opened, and a dozen soldiers marched in. Too many for her to attack. They tied her hands in front, then hauled her and the boys outside. Only a sliver of sunlight remained, so torches had been lit in the courtyard. The two dead monks had been stacked to the side like refuse. Flies buzzed around them and the pools of blood that stained the hard ground. The soldiers pushed her and the boys up the stairs to the temple. It was dark inside, except for the lit candles on the low altar in front of a dais where a 4-foot brass statue of Buddha rested. The room was a large square, the high ceiling held up by round wooden pillars painted red. They were shoved against the far right wall. Sit, the leader ordered. She sat, and the boys settled on each side of her. The door to the temple was still open, and the air that wafted in became cooler as night fell. A few whimpers emanated from across the room. She narrowed her eyes and detected some people against the far wall. Other prisoners. The dozen soldiers knelt in front of the altar. A gasp sounded behind the dais that held the Buddha statue, the sound similar to the gasp she heard at sunset when Zoltan woke from his death sleep. A red silk robe came into view as Lord Liao stepped around the Buddha. He was thin, his face sallow, his hair a long braid down his back. He faced the soldiers, and they bowed down till their foreheads touched the floor. "We are hungry, Ding." He motioned with his hand to the leader. Niona cringed at the sight of Liao's long yellow fingernails, which curled like vicious claws. Zoltan is awake too, she reminded herself. The vamps would be coming soon. The leader, Ding, rose to his feet. "We have a special treat for your eminence tonight. One of the warrior women of Beola." Liao licked his lips. "Excellent. Her warrior blood would give us strength."
Neona's stomach roiled. As much as she hated the thought of that monster even touching her, it would be best to cooperate for now. Letting him bite her would delay any plans they had to execute the boys, and she needed to buy time for Zoltan and his friends to effect a rescue.
"We caught her with 2 boys," Ding added. "We believe one of them is a dragon."
Liao smiled, flashing his yellow teeth.
"Finally, we have what Master Han covets. He will not dare eliminate us now."
He flicked the air with his long fingernails.
"Bring us the warrior woman so we may quench our thirst."
2 soldiers grabbed her and hauled her to her feet. The boys clung to her. "It's all right," she whispered. "Stay here." The boys let go, and the soldiers escorted her to the altar. She twisted her tied hands till she managed to slip one hand into her tunic. Her fingers curled around the stake. If Liao tried to kill her, she'd fight back. A 3rd soldier came up behind her, pulled her hair back, and tilted her head to expose her neck. Liao looked her over, then reared his head back. Fangs sprang out, vicious and sharp. He moved toward her, then roared in disgust.
"She reeks of another man. We want our food to be fresh." "I apologize, Your Eminence."
Ding bowed.
"We caught her just now."
He gestured to the prisoners against the other wall.
"Bring another."
Soldiers hauled a whimpering young woman to the altar. Without pausing to even look at her, Liao leaped at her neck and plunged in his fangs. The woman screeched. Neona attempted to break free so she could stake Liao, but the soldiers pulled her back and tossed her against the wall. The boys wrapped their arms around her and held tight. She groaned inwardly as she watched the poor woman grow quiet and limp, supported only by the soldiers holding her. Shouts sounded outside, and the air filled with the popping noise of automatic weapons. Neona's heart lurched. Zoltan and his friends must have arrived, but they were being shot at.
"We're under attack,"
Ding yelled. He and the soldiers ran outside. Liao grabbed a sword from behind the Buddha and followed them out, slamming the door behind them. Neona ran to the door, but it wouldn't open. They must have barred it from the outside. She dashed behind the Buddha to see if Liao had left any other weapons. There was nothing there but a silk pallet on the floor. She rounded the Buddha and knelt where the woman had crumpled on the ground. She was still alive. Neona took a deep breath and pressed her tied hands around the wound on the woman's neck. She closed her eyes, concentrating, then cried out when she felt a tearing pain, as if teeth were ripping through her neck. She gritted her teeth, waiting for it to pass. Slowly, the pain subsided to a dull throb. She opened her eyes. The wound was closing, and the woman was awake, watching her with a shocked expression. "You'll be all right now," Neona told her. "Are you an angel?" the woman whispered. "No." "She's my mama." Norji ran up to hug her and she patted his cheek. She stood and stretched her tied hands over one of the candles on the altar till the fire burned through enough of the rope that she could pull her hands apart. She removed the primitive stake from her tunic and glanced toward the door. The battle was waging outside and she was missing it. She paced around the perimeter of the building, searching for another way out. As much as she wanted to fight, her first priority had to be the boys' safety. She had to help them escape. Outside, the popping noise stopped, and the sound of clanging swords began. The door burst open, and Liao and his dozen retainers ran inside. Half of them closed the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. Neona eased along the dark perimeter till she was back beside the boys. The injured woman in front of the altar scrambled behind the Buddha.
"They've taken away all our AK-47s,
Ding yelled.
"Those bastards can teleport behind our men and knock them out. And there are tigers and bears out there, ripping the men to shreds,"
another soldier cried. Ding fell to his knees in front of Liao.
"Save us, master. Teleport us away." "And go where?" Liao shouted. "We can't go back to Han. Not when we lost 200 of his men. He'll kill us." "We could go to one of his camps," Ding started. "And hide?" Liao paced in front of the Buddha. Cower in fear until Han finds us? He came to a stop, his eyes narrowed. We need someone stronger than Han, someone who can protect us. The only one stronger than Han is the demon, Ding said. Exactly, Liao sneered. Darifer gave me instructions on how to bring him back from hell. It takes 12 men. That's why I always kept 12 of you close to me. The soldiers grew pale. But it is forbidden to bring the demon back, one of the soldiers cried. Han forbid it because he fears Darifer, Liao growled. He cannot control a demon. But if we bring Darifer back, he will be beholden to us. Han wouldn't dare touch us. Niona swallowed hard. Demons are bad, Norji whispered beside her. The fathers were afraid of them. She nodded. Somehow she had to stop this. Liao waved at the men. Quickly, cut the palm of your right hand and use the blood to draw a pentagram on the floor. When the men hesitated, Liao yelled at them, Hurry! It won't work unless the blood of 12 men is used. The men sliced their hands and smeared blood on the wooden floor in the shape of a pentagram. Now gather around it. Press your hands together to seal the circle with blood. Liao smiled as the 12 men hurried into position. Repeat these words together. O powerful Lucifer, hear our prayer. Grant our request, we beseech you. The men repeated the words. Open the gates of hell and deliver unto us your unholy servant, the demon Darifer. Niona's skin prickled with goosebumps as the men began to chant. How could she stop this? Maybe if she broke the circle of 12. Stay here, she told the boys. She gripped her stake in her hand and eased toward the circle. Open the gates of hell and deliver unto us your unholy servant, the demon Darifer, the men chanted. Outside, the clanging of swords and screams of the wounded continued. In the middle of the circle, a black cloud appeared. She lunged toward the nearest soldier, stabbing him in the back. With a cry, he fell to the floor. The black cloud grew thin and wispy. Bitch! Liao tossed her back with vampire strength and quickly took the downed soldier's place. She flew backward and crashed into the wall. Her head hit hard. Pain exploded across her skull like streaks of lightning, and she crumpled to the ground. Mama! Norji scrambled to her. Xiao Feng was right behind him. Mama, we have to stop them. She gritted her teeth against the pain and sat up. The room spun around her. Open the gates of hell and deliver unto us your unholy servant, the demon Darifer. The black cloud was thick again, and now it started to swirl. Have to stop them. She stumbled to her feet. The black cloud took on a human shape. Oh God, was she too late? Xiao Feng ran toward them and let loose a burst of fire. Liao screeched as flames enveloped him. The boy dashed around the circle, breathing fire till it was a giant burning ball, full of flailing, screaming bodies. Xiao Feng stopped. His body trembled, and he looked horrified at what he'd done. Norji ran up to him and pulled him gently back. Suddenly, the fire was sucked to the center of the circle, leaving 12 burned corpses on the floor. Liao's body turned to ash. The fire in the center took on human form, then extinguished with a swooshing noise. A man stood there, dressed all in black, with long black hair and sharp green eyes. He brushed some ash off the sleeve of his long black coat and gave the dead bodies a wry look. What took you so long? His gaze shifted to Xiao Feng, and his mouth curled up in a humorless smile. The doors burst open, and Zoltan charged inside with a few of his vampire and shifter friends. They halted with a jerk. Darifer, Dougal growled. I'm back, the demon said with a sing-songy voice. He waved a hand at them, and they were blown back out the door. He stalked toward Xiao Feng. No! Niona ran toward the dragon shifter, but with a flick of a hand, Darifer sent her flying back. She crashed into a wall once again, her head hitting hard. As she crumpled to the floor, stars exploded in her vision, making it hard to see. But still, she saw. and her heart sank. Darafor grabbed Xiao Feng and vanished. Chapter 27. Will she be all right? Zoltan asked for the 50th time. After finding Niona unconscious in the temple, he'd teleported her straight to the clinic in Tiger Town. Dougal had followed, bringing Norji. She may have suffered a concussion, Leah said, as she gingerly probed Niona's head. No external bleeding. Her skull is intact. Zoltan nodded. She's very hard-headed. When the doctor gave him a wry look, he added, I meant that in a good way. She's tough as a boot. A good boot. He winced. He was so tense with worry that he was babbling like an idiot. Leah smiled as she checked her pulse. Her vital signs are strong. She's very strong. Strong as an ox. He groaned inwardly. Now he compared the love of his life to an ox. She's very brave and beautiful. Leah unwound the bandage on Niona's arm. How is the cut? He asked. I wanted to bring her here, but she didn't think it was necessary. We used some of her homemade medicine. Really? Leah examined the wound. I'd like to see her medicine. This is healing extremely well. That's because she is brilliant and brave and beautiful. Leah's mouth twitched. You mentioned that before. He took Niona's hand in his. She's a healer. She does something magical, but she can't do it to herself, so she may be in a lot of pain. He squeezed her hand. Can you do something? I don't want her to be in pain. Then don't break her bones, Leah muttered. You vamps don't know your own strength. Oh. He dropped her hand, then patted it gently. Will she be all right? When he'd awakened from his death sleep to learn that she and the boys had been taken prisoner, he'd thought he would die. His heart had clenched hard in his chest, and he gasped for air. For centuries he'd existed with a fear that a sunset would arrive when he wouldn't awaken. Now it was different. Now he feared he'd awaken and Niona would be gone. And then it would no longer matter if he ever woke up again. There hadn't been any time to wallow in despair. Angus had demanded his help in putting together an attack plan. Zoltan and the other vamps had spent several frantic minutes teleporting all the shifters and warrior women to the forest close to the monastery. Finally, with their army ready, they had attacked. All his fear had been channeled into rage as he'd charged into battle. No one had worried about keeping the super soldiers alive. They'd plowed through the enemy, intent on killing Lord Liao and saving Niona and the boys. Unfortunately, they hadn't quite succeeded. The dragon boy was missing. She's coming too. Leah leaned over Niona. Can you see me? Niona blinked and gazed up at the doctor. I'm Dr. Kincaid, but please call me Leah. She smiled. I believe you know my husband Dougal. Niona licked her lips. Zoltan? I'm here, he whispered. She turned toward him and smiled. His heart squeezed in his chest. I thought I was going to lose you. Never. Will you marry me? He winced. I didn't mean to blurt it out. Don't answer now. I'll take you somewhere romantic and give you flowers and make love to you. Yes. Yes to making love? Her mouth twitched. You still owe me 3 climaxes. Right. We'll do that as soon as the doctor says you're ready. Leah snorted. Eager, aren't we? I'll just check my other patients now. She wandered off. Niona watched her go. What is this place? Tiger Town, Yunnan Province, China. Zoltan replied. This is the clinic where the doctor is changing super soldiers back to normal. He motioned to the rows of stretchers, where soldiers lay in stasis while the medication took effect. Niona turned back to him. Is Norji all right? He's fine. He's been waiting outside. Zoltan dashed to the clinic door and motioned for Norji to come in. Mama! The young boy ran up to her bed. She struggled to sit up and Zoltan helped her. Norji grinned as he said something in Tibetan. Then he darted back outside and led in a were-tiger. Niona gasped. Tenzin? The were-tiger smiled as he explained in Chinese. Her eyes widened,
Then she glanced at Zoltan. The werecats have 9 lives. He's on his 3rd life now. Zoltan nodded. When we woke up, he called us on his sat phone. We picked him up on the way to the battle. Norji held her hand and talked some more. His eyes filled with tears, and his chin trembled. Zoltan frowned. He was going to have to learn some Tibetan or Chinese. Niona hugged the boy as she murmured soothing words. Then she turned to Zoltan. Norji blames himself for Xiao Feng getting captured. Do you know anything yet? He shook his head. Most probably, Darifer has taken the boy to Master Han. Russell is searching for Han's camp now. We'll do whatever we can to save Xiao Feng. Niona translated the response to Norji. He replied, then hurried from the room with the were-tiger. She turned to Zoltan. Norji wants to help us fight Master Han. Tenzin offered to teach him how to shoot a bow and arrow. We're not going to let a 7-year-old fight. I know, but there's no harm in teaching him some self-defense. And he's so upset, I think it will be best to keep him busy. Zoltan sat on the bed beside her. There's more I need to tell you. Darifer will be able to read the Dragon Boy's mind. He'll know about the other children and the eggs, and he'll know exactly where to find them. She gasped. Then it is no longer safe in Beola. I'm afraid we have to move the dragons. Oh my God, my mother will throw a fit. What else is new? She winced. No one will envy you for your new mother-in-law. He shrugged. I'll manage. He stiffened suddenly. Does that mean you agree to marry me? I said yes. He blinked. I thought you were talking about sex. She gave him a wry look. You always think we're talking about sex. He grinned. So you'll marry me? Yes. Her mouth curled up. You're smirking again. He kissed her hand. It's not every day that a vampire wins the heart of a warrior princess. A half-hour later, Zoltan was in the cave at Beola, while Niona remained in Tiger Town, getting a blood test and an X-ray that Leah had insisted on. The Queen sat stiffly on her throne while he explained the urgent need for evacuation. As expected, she exploded with anger. This is all your fault, she screamed. You and your friends are destroying our world. Why can't you leave us be? If we could leave you here safely, we would, Zoltan replied. But there is no doubt that Darifer and Master Han will come here for the dragons. The only way to save them is to move them. How can I expect you to save them? Nima yelled. You couldn't save Xiao Feng. We'll find him, Zoltan insisted. Russell is trying to locate Master Han's camp. Darifer probably took the boy there. What will they do to him? Freya asked. Nima clenched her fists. If they're torturing my dragon, they'll treat him well, Zoltan said, hoping that was the truth. Most likely, they will be good to him in order to win him over to their side. Nima snorted. Xiao Feng is a good boy. He'll never side with them. Zoltan took a deep breath. If Xiao Feng resisted, Master Han might resort to threats and even torture. The boy had to be rescued before that happened. We'll save Xiao Feng, but right now we have a chance to save the other children, and the eggs. We have to grab that chance before it's too late. Winifred sighed. He's right. Lydia nodded. We have to do whatever is necessary to keep them safe. The Queen tapped her fingers on the arm of her throne. And where do you propose to take our dragons? If this demon is so powerful, what place on earth will be safe? We have a place, Zoltan said. It's called Dragon Nest Academy. With a gasp, Nima jumped to her feet. There are dragons there? He shook his head. It's named after the fathers, Roman and Shana Dragonesti. It's a school for hybrid and shifter children, where they can be safe and free to be themselves. It seems quite fitting that Dragon Nest would become a safe haven for your dragons. You are, of course, welcome to live there with the children and eggs. Nima's eyes narrowed. Then you will take me with you to this dragon nest? I must continue to be the dragon's guardian. He nodded. Of course. With your permission,
We will start the evacuation tonight." Nima heaved a sigh. "I don't suppose we have any choice." "How are the babies doing that Emma took?" Tashi asked. "Very well," Zoltan replied. "I saw them in Tiger Town before coming here. Emma was feeding one a bottle." "What was wrong with them?" Nima asked. "Apparently, after years of incubating inside the eggs with their lungs closed off, they needed some help getting their lungs to work. Leah inserted a tube down their throats and pumped some air inside. That was all it took." Nima heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank God." He stepped outside the cave and called Angus on his sat phone. A group of vamps materialized by the entrance to the cave. It had been easy to find volunteers to teleport Nima, the 2 remaining dragon children, and the 5 eggs across Europe to the school, located in the foothills of the Adirondack Mountains of New York. After leaving Dragon Nest, the vamps would continue to teleport westward, following the moon, until they made it back to China. Jack had volunteered so they could stop in Venice, where he would visit his wife and new baby. Connor had volunteered so they could stop in Scotland. Ian's wife and daughter lived at Dragon Nest, so he wanted to go. Robbie and Jean-Luc had offered so they could stop in Texas to see their families. Phineas wanted to drop by Wyoming to see his wife and twins. JL was going so he could visit family in San Francisco. Their first stop would be Zoltan's castle in Transylvania. As soon as the sun set there, they moved out. The rest of the vamps teleported back to the monastery to gather up all the weapons and any surviving super soldiers. Later, they would return to Tiger Town to do their death sleep. The shifters would remain in Fredericks Valley and Beulah on the lookout for Darifer in case he made a surprise visit. With Nima gone, the men were free to guard both valleys. Another hour passed by the time Zoltan had a chance to drop by Neona's house and drink 2 more bottles of spiked blood. He picked up the black jewelry box and teleported back to the clinic at Tiger Town. Neona was resting with a sleeping Norji curled up at the foot of the bed. "How did it go?" she whispered. "Did they take the dragons away?" "Yes. How are you doing? How was your X-ray?" "Good. I'm going to be fine." "That's good." He perched on the edge of her bed and opened the jewelry box. "I brought these." She smiled. "But we're not married yet." "I don't care." He removed the lady's ring and slipped it on her finger. "This place is crawling with male were-tigers, and they're probably all in heat. And then there are about 30 soldiers in this room with you. I have to make sure they know you're taken." She snorted. "They're unconscious, but they're dreaming of you." Her eyes softened. "Is that so?" "Yes. Every man dreams of the perfect woman, and that's you." She sighed. "I love you, Zoltan, and I love this ring." She held her hand out to admire it. "It fits perfectly." He tried putting on the man's ring, but it wouldn't go over his knuckle. "Damn." She leaned close. "I just love a man with really big hands." He glanced at her. "Are we talking about sex again?" She gave him a coy look. With a groan, he glanced around the room. "Damn it, we can't do anything tonight." "We can tomorrow." "It's a date then. Climax number 8. And 9. He leaned over to kiss her brow. "Till tomorrow." He gave Norji a pat on the shoulder, then teleported to his castle. The evacuation team had arrived safely with Nima, the children, and the eggs. The vamps were drinking bottled blood in the kitchen. The eggs were nestled in soft blankets and laundry baskets. Domokos had ordered some pizza, which the children were enjoying. Nima was turning the kitchen faucet on and off, apparently mesmerized by the wonders of modern plumbing. Zoltan teleported to the jewelry store, but to his surprise he ended up in the village square. How the hell? This was the first time he'd ever missed a mark. He walked over to the jewelry store and strode inside. A second surprise. JL was there attempting to talk to Janos. "Oh, thank God you're here," JL told him. "I can't make this man understand what I want." "Possibly because he doesn't speak English," Zoltan muttered. "I pointed at the watches and said your name," JL explained. Freddie has been bragging about a watch you gave Niona, so I thought I'd give her one just like it. And Rajiv wants to get one for Freya. But this guy keeps trying to sell me these Hello Kitty things. I told him there's no way you would give your girlfriend something that cheap." Zoltan's jaw shifted. "It was all he had in the store at the time." "You mean you gave—" "Yes, and Niona loves it." JL snorted. "Could be worse. You could have gotten it as a free prize out of a cereal box." He turned to Janos and smiled. "Yes, these two." He handed over a credit card. "What can I do for you, my lord?" Janos asked in Romanian as he rang up JL's sale. Zoltan opened the jewelry box. "I need this ring resized." Janos's face lit up. "Then you are getting married? We will have a countess at the castle?" Zoltan nodded. "If everything goes well." JL's phone buzzed and he answered it. "I understand." He hung up and sighed. "That was Angus. Russell just reported in. Darafer took the dragon shifter to Master Han's camp in Myanmar. 300 soldiers are now marching toward Bayullah." Chapter 28. The next evening, Zoltan woke up in his bed at the castle. He quickly shaved and showered. Tonight, the vamps and shifters would need to decide how to handle Master Han's army of 300. And if all worked out well, he'd find time for the date he'd promised Niona. In the kitchen, he drank a bottle of blood while he packed an ice chest with more blood. There were chocolate chip cookies left over from feeding the dragon children. Niona and Norji might like them. Then he recalled Jean, her pet leopard. He tossed some tuna into a plastic container. The ice chest was stuffed full when he teleported back to Bayullah. And missed. He looked around. He was in Frederick's Valley, close to the rock wall. Damn. Was the living water doing this to him? He couldn't afford a mistake like this in battle. "Hey!" Zahn trotted up to him. "How is Niona? I miss her." Zoltan smiled at the leopard. "She's fine. I brought you some food." He removed the plastic container from the ice chest and set the tuna in front of the cat. "I love this stuff." Zahn butted his head against Zoltan's leg, then proceeded to eat with gusto. Zoltan rubbed the cat's head. "With Niona gone, I was worried you wouldn't have anything to eat." The cat looked up and licked his mouth. "The other women fed me, and the were-tigers give me food too. They think I'm cute." He went back to eating. Zoltan snorted. The rascally cat was working both valleys, probably getting twice the food he was used to. "Keep this up and you'll be too fat to hunt." "Zoltan!" Howard strode toward him. "We were wondering when you'd get back. Can you tell the warrior women to come over here? Angus wants a meeting in 30 minutes. "All right." Zoltan teleported to Niona's house and set the ice chest down, next to the old one that was now empty, except for a half-full bottle of living water. He had intended to spike his new bottles of blood, but he decided against it. He couldn't afford to mess up his teleportation abilities, and Niona's wish to revive his sperm was probably hopeless. He found the 4 remaining women in the cave and walked with them to the rock wall. He levitated down as they climbed down the rope ladder. Angus was gathering everyone in front of Frederick's cabin. The evacuation team had made it back from their trip around the world, but they looked exhausted. "Have you found Xiao Feng yet?" Freddie asked as she took a seat on a rock by the stream. "He could be traveling with Han's army," Angus replied. "Or he may be hidden at one of Master Han's military bases. I'll ask for some volunteers in a moment, so we can check Han's compound in Myanmar, in case Xiao Feng was left there." Angus waited for everyone to take a seat. Then he continued. "First off, I can report that Nima and the dragon children and eggs have been safely delivered to their new home. Master Han doesn't know that, so his army is still moving this way. Russell is following them now, and Carlos tracked them during the day. They estimate the army will be here in 3 nights. That gives us tonight and tomorrow to get ready." Carlos's adopted son and young trainee, Emiliano, raised his hand. "If the dragons are safe, why don't we just leave? Wouldn't Master Han give up and go home if he doesn't find the dragons here?" "There's still the living water," Angus replied. "Han may not know about it, but we can't risk him moving into Beola and taking control of it. And we have to fight him sooner or later, Howard added. If we can get rid of this group of 300, Han will have only 400 left.
Lydia snorted. How do we get rid of 300? There are only 50 of us. We got rid of 200, Freya reminded her. Angus nodded.
We'll use a similar strategy. According to Russell, Han's army isn't sending out search parties. There's no need when they know exactly where they're going. They're moving quickly, so they're light on supplies. In order to feed 300, they're sending out raiding parties to loot the local villages as they pass by. Then we attack the raiding parties? Howard asked.
Angus nodded.
That's what I'd like to do, but I have to warn you. Russell says the raiding parties number from 20 to 25, and they're all armed with AK-47s. We confiscated a bunch of AK-47s from the monastery, Jessie said. We could just shoot them down. We may have to do that, Angus admitted, but I still prefer to keep them alive and transform them back to normal. If we can capture 4 or 5 of these raiding parties, we can whittle the army down to 200. Then what? Jimmy asked. We're so outnumbered, and we can knock out only one at a time with those darts. Is there something that would knock them all out at once? Zoltan asked. Angus winced. A gas that strong runs the risk of killing them, and us. 'Twould be hard to control outdoors. How about an enclosed place?
Zoltan's breath caught as an idea struck him.
What about the cavern? It's big enough to hold 200 soldiers. We could trap them in there. Why would they go in there? Jimmy asked. They're coming for the dragons, right? Zoltan replied. Darifer will know from Xiao Feng that the dragons are living in the cavern. So the army makes a beeline for the cave. Angus thought out loud. How do we trap them inside? I'll rig some kind of trapdoor, Howard offered.
But what about the living water? Lydia asked. It's in the first cave room. They'll pass right by it.
Can we drain it? Angus said.
Lydia shook her head. It's fed by a spring. The water would come back. We need to drink a cup every month, or we'll start to age, Freya said.
We could hide it, Howard suggested. We'll build a floor over it and cover it with sand and rocks. And we'll keep the area dark, Jessie added. They'll run right past it without seeing it. Once we have the soldiers trapped, they'll start panicking. Angus warned. 'Twill be too dangerous to teleport in. JL raised a hand. Stun grenades. The blast of light will blind them and the bang will deafen them. We can use ones with multiple detonations and tear gas. They'll be so dizzy and disoriented that they'll be easy to shoot with darts.
Robbie nodded.
A good idea, but we'll have to be very careful. Our sight and hearing is even more sensitive than theirs. So we go back in to shoot them with darts and take them... Wait. Angus winced. The clinics are almost full. Where will we put 200 more soldiers? We could leave them in the cavern, Zoltan suggested. We teleport Leah and her team inside, put the soldiers into stasis and start the treatment. In a few weeks the soldiers can leave the cave, back to normal. All right, we'll work out the details later. Angus looked everyone over. I want the women and shifters working in the cave. Vamps, you're coming with me. Let's go.
Over the next few hours, everyone was busy. Howard and the other shifters went over the rock wall to Beola, and there they worked on disguising the living water and making a trapdoor that would fall down and close off the cavern. Zoltan teleported with Angus and the other vamps to Han's compound in Myanmar. Only a few soldiers were there, and they were easily knocked out and delivered to Tiger Town. Xiao Feng was nowhere in sight. Russell called with the location of a raiding party, so the vamps teleported there. After a few tense minutes of dodging bullets, they managed to capture 23 soldiers. An hour later, they repeated the mission and captured 22 more. Between missions, Zoltan teleported to Tiger Town to deliver the chocolate chip cookies to Niona and Norji. They were staying in a guest house now, for every bed in the clinic was taken. After a third mission, Angus called it quits for the night. Zoltan grabbed his ice chest and went back to Tiger Town. Thankfully, he'd experienced only one more problem with his teleporting. He'd teleported to a tree to escape a barrage of gunfire, and his feet had missed the branch. He'd managed to grab another branch with his hands to keep from falling. It was after 3 in the morning, and Norji was sleeping on a pallet in the guest house. Most of Tiger Town was asleep. Quietly, Zoltan led Niona through a maze of buildings. "Where are we going?" she whispered.
"The bathhouse. I made arrangements with Gia so we could have it to ourselves."
"Who is Gia?"
"She's the one in charge right now, while the Grand Tiger is gone. She's his cousin."
Zoltan escorted her up the steps to a small building and kicked his shoes off at the door. "I haven't had a chance to meet her. It's been very hectic here with all the soldiers coming in." Niona stepped out of her shoes. "Which one is the Grand Tiger, Rinzin or Tenzin?"
"Neither. They're Rajiv's uncles. He's the Grand Tiger."
Niona gasped. "Rajiv, but he's so young." She winced. "I don't think Freya knows." Zoltan shrugged.
"I'm sure he'll tell her when he's ready."
He led her inside the bathhouse, then closed the door and slid the bar into place.
"I promised you a date. I hope this will do."
She looked around. "It's lovely." The room was dominated by a large sunken tub. The surface of the water glimmered in the light from 2 candles. She knelt down to touch the water. "It's warm." With vampire speed, Zoltan threw off his clothes. She straightened slowly, watching him. Then she smiled as he approached her.
"I won't undress you that fast. I enjoy it too much."
He untied the sash at her waist and peeled off her tunic. She smoothed a hand down his chest. "I enjoyed watching you. If I were a vampire, my eyes would be glowing red."
"Like this?"
He cupped her bare breasts, and his vision turned pink. His groin tightened at the thought of giving her climax number 8 and 9. He teased her taut nipples, pinching gently at the hardened tips. "I want you now." She wiggled out of her pants. "Actually, I've wanted you since last night, ever since you came to rescue us at the monastery."
"Did I tell you how terrified I was? I thought I'd lost you."
He climbed into the tub and pulled her in with him.
"I've been desperate to hold you."
She wrapped her arms around his neck. "I didn't realize how much I loved you, till I feared I would never see you again." He kissed her hard, and she kissed him back. He couldn't get her close enough, couldn't kiss her enough, or touch her enough. He lifted her so he could suckle her breasts, then lifted her more till she was perched on the edge of the pool, and he could dive between her legs. Within seconds she was crying out, and her core was throbbing against his mouth. With a satisfied growl, he plunged inside her. She wrapped her arms and legs around him. His pace was fast and hard, but she urged him to give her more. Desperation drove their desire. He pumped harder, faster, deeper, and she bucked against him, matching his every move. With a shout, he grasped her hips and ground himself against her. She shattered with a scream just as he climaxed. They slumped back into the pool, clinging to each other, as their breathing returned to normal. And still they held each other, even as the water began to grow cold. The first tug of death sleep pulled at Zoltan.
"The sun will be up soon."
She nodded. "When will the army arrive at Beulah?"
"The night after tomorrow. Can I talk you into staying here where it's safe?"
"No." She kissed him. "I'm going to be with you." The night arrived, and everyone was in their appointed place. Russell confirmed the army was crossing into Frederick's Valley. Zoltan waited with Niona at the top of the rock wall. Lydia, Freya, and Freddie were there, along with Angus, Robbie, and JL. Tashi was in Tiger Town, helping Emma take care of the dragon babies. Zoltan squeezed Niona's hand, then they readied their weapons. The vamps were using dart guns. The women had bows and arrows, with the arrowheads treated with the same drug as the darts. With his superior hearing, Zoltan could detect the soldiers coming down the hillside. "Just a few more seconds," he whispered. Niona drew back her bow. He readied his pistol. As soon as the soldiers cleared the forest, Zoltan and his companions let loose the first volley. 8 targets hit, and they reloaded to fire again. 8 more. "Down!" Angus yelled, just before a spray of bullets went over their heads. "Let's go," Angus ordered, and each vamp grabbed a warrior woman to teleport away. They'd done their job, luring the soldiers to the rock wall, which was the best way to access Beola. Zoltan materialized with Niona at the fire pit. Damn, they were supposed to have landed next to the cave entrance. He picked her up and zoomed to the cave at vampire speed.
"What the hell was that?"
Angus asked. He and the others had arrived at the right place.
"Long story,"
Zoltan muttered. A series of explosions sounded at the end of the valley. Han's army was acting just as expected. They'd used grenades to blast away the rock wall. Any second now, the soldiers would be streaming into the valley.
"You know what to do?"
Angus asked the women. "Yes," Lydia whispered. "We scream, 'Save the dragons,' and run into the cave."
"Start screaming as soon as they draw close to Nima's house," Zoltan said. "By the time they reach Niona's house, you've got to be in the cave."
They nodded. The night before, the vamps had tested the range of the AK-47s to make sure the women would be out of range of the approaching army. Zoltan squeezed Niona's shoulder.
"Be careful."
He and the other 3 vamps slipped inside the cave. Since they wanted to lure the soldiers quickly into the cave, it had seemed best to make them believe that only a few frightened women were guarding it. Then they would charge straight for it, thinking an easy victory was in their grasp. Zoltan waited, his fists clenched as he imagined an army charging straight toward Niona. He and the other vamps had captured more raiding parties the night before, so Han's army now numbered around 190. He heard the women scream, then shout in Chinese. Then explosions burst so loud that he could no longer hear their voices. His heart lurched. Had the bastards shot some sort of rocket at the women? He lunged toward the cave entrance. The women just stood outside, staring at the valley with stricken looks on their faces.
"Niona!"
he shouted. "Hurry!" She and the other women ran inside and he grabbed her.
"What's wrong?"
His heart clenched at the tears in her eyes. "They blew up my house," she cried.
"Let's go!"
Angus shouted. They teleported the women away before the soldiers could reach the cave. The designated landing spot was the forest above the burial mounds. Zoltan landed with Niona behind Minerva's burial mound. Quickly, he pushed her down so they were flat on the ground. Below, in the valley, soldiers were charging for the cave. Smoke rose from the ruins of the houses. "What's wrong?" Niona whispered. "We're supposed to be in the forest."
He winced. "My teleportation is off. I think it's because of the living water."
He scooted to the edge of the mound and peered down into the valley. As expected, many of the soldiers ran straight into the cave, hoping to be the first ones to find the dragons so they could share in the glory of pleasing Master Han. To lure them into the second, larger cabin, the shifters had moved the empty nests there and hidden a tape recorder that played the sound of crying babies. Some of the soldiers lingered outside the cave. It was the shifters' job to make them go inside. The shifters were hidden in the nearby woods and fired AK-47s at the ground in front of the soldiers. The soldiers retreated inside the cave, but remained in the first cavern room. Tremendous roars shook the forest. Then 3 grizzly bears, 3 tigers, and 2 panthers charged toward the cave. The men screamed and ran toward the second cavern. A trapdoor had been tied in place along the ceiling in the corridor. Ian was levitated and hidden on the ceiling, and once all the soldiers entered the cavern, he would cut the rope, and the heavy door would swing down and block the only entrance. Then he would slide the steel bars into place, and the men would be trapped inside. Zoltan stood and helped Niona to her feet. The valley was empty now, except for the shifters in animal form who prowled around the entrance of the cave. Angus and the others emerged from the forest to join him by the burial mounds.
"Is something wrong with your teleporting?"
Angus asked. Zoltan sighed.
"I'll be fine, don't worry about it." "I do worry. You're not going into the cave with the rest of us." "Angus, I mean it, lad."
Angus scowled at him.
"If you're off a few feet, you could materialize into solid rock."
He turned to look at the rest of the vamps.
"Jack, you'll take his place."
With vampire speed, Robbie carried a large duffel bag from the forest and handed out earplugs and gas masks with eye protection to Angus, JL, Dougal, and Jack. He kept one set for himself, then passed out the stun grenades. Zoltan cursed inwardly as the 5 men got ready to teleport without him. Russell cursed out loud.
I didn't see Han with the army. Did anyone spot him? He always has that stupid gold mask on his face.
I was looking for Xiao Feng, Freya sighed, but I didn't see him. Down below, the shifters returned to the forest to turn back into their human form. Dressed once again, they ran toward the burial mounds to join the others. Ian materialized beside them.
The trapdoor is down. They're all inside.
The 5 vamps vanished. Zoltan knew exactly what they were doing, since he was supposed to be with them. They would teleport close to the ceiling, levitate instantly to keep from falling, then drop the stun grenades and teleport out. Niona gasped. Someone's appearing. She pointed toward the fire pit. Zoltan whirled around to look. Master Han had materialized in the valley, and he was holding Xiao Feng. Either they were escaping the cave, or they had just arrived.
Han!
Russell teleported downhill and drew a pistol. Zoltan zoomed down the hillside. Han turned to face Russell, holding the boy in front of him as a shield. Zoltan ran up behind him, cursing silently that the only weapons on him were a dart gun and a knife. He shot a dart at Han, then threw his knife. Han stiffened as both struck his body. Then he vanished, taking Xiao Feng with him.
Damn it!
Russell shook clenched fists at the sky. Angus and the other 4 vamps materialized by the fire pit. As they removed their gas masks, a series of loud bangs sounded inside the mountain. The stun grenades were going off.
Han was just here with Xiao Feng,
Zoltan told them.
He's injured, but he escaped.
Angus sighed. Poor Xiao Feng, Freddie whispered. He must be so afraid. JL patted her shoulder.
We'll get him back.
The bangs inside the mountain stopped.
Ready?
Angus asked the 4 other vamps.
We shoot as many soldiers with darts as possible. If they look like they're recovering from the stun grenades, we toss in more tear gas and shoot some more.
A loud explosion shook the ground. The mountain rumbled.
What the hell?
Zoltan asked.
The fools, Angus shouted. They're trying to blast their way out of the mountain.
More explosions sounded as the disoriented and frantic soldiers detonated more grenades. The mountain shook. Rocks tumbled down.
Run!
Zoltan picked up Niona and zoomed toward the burial mounds at vampire speed. Beside him, other vamps were carrying women. The shifters were right behind them. The ground trembled under their feet. Zoltan stopped close to the forest and set Niona down. They looked back at the rumbling mountain. With a huge creaking sound, the mountain imploded, the top part caving into the giant cavern, crushing the men inside. The impact was strong enough to shake the ground where they stood. Zoltan grabbed Niona as she stumbled beside him. Smoke and debris rose into the air, clouding their vision, yet they all continued to stare, stunned by a mountain that was suddenly half the size it used to be.
The devil take it,
Angus whispered.
The devil will take them,
Robbie said.
I do not think any of them survived. Bloody hell.
Angus ripped off his gas mask and threw it down.
We were trying to save them.
Our living water, Lydia whispered. It's gone. We cannot get to it. Oh my God, Freya cried. We'll grow old now. The dragons can never come back, Freddie added. Their home is gone, and our homes are gone. Zoltan winced as he saw the tears on their faces. What will we do? Freya sniffed. Lydia heaved a forlorn sigh. I suppose I'll have to live with Toshi and that farmer of hers. But we'll be separated, Freddie protested. It is the end of Beola, Niona whispered. Zoltan closed his eyes briefly. What had he done to these women? And we didn't even save Xiao Feng, Freddie mumbled.
But he's still alive, JL told her. We're all still alive, and we beat the bad guys. We creamed them, Jimmy shouted.
Yeah, Jessie yelled.
They creamed themselves, the poor bastards,
Angus muttered, looking at the crumbled mountain. We've lost everything. Lydia collapsed on the ground by the burial mounds where her mother and 2 of her daughters were interred. What did they die for? After 3,000 years, it's over. Neona sniffed as more tears rolled down her cheeks. Zoltan's heart twisted in his chest. It had been his idea to trap the soldiers in the mountain. Now the dragons had lost their home. His beloved Neona had lost her home. All the women of Beola had lost their homes and their living water. Queen Nima had been right all along. He had destroyed their world. Chapter 29. 3 days later. Neona woke with a jerk and sat up on her pallet in the guest house at Tiger Town. She'd fallen asleep again? Ever since the battle at Beola, she couldn't seem to lie down without falling fast asleep. She suspected it was her mind's way of escaping a reality she was having a hard time accepting. The life she'd lived for 2,000 years was over. Gia, the were-tigress, had been very kind when Neona and the other women had arrived 3 days earlier. Gia had said that they were welcome to stay in Tiger Town as long as they wished. Neona stood up and wandered over to the window. The sun would be setting soon. Where was Zoltan doing his death sleep? At his castle? When night fell there and he woke up, would he teleport back here? She hadn't seen him the last 2 nights. After dropping her off in Tiger Town, he'd gone back with the other vamps to collect soldiers. There were some unconscious ones in Frederick's Valley. Zoltan had returned to the guest house shortly before dawn, with a grim look on his face. "I love you," was all he'd said, before falling into his death sleep. She'd taken Norji to breakfast, then to the school. She'd helped Emma with the dragon babies, then that afternoon she'd fallen asleep. When she woke up, it was past sunset, and Zoltan was gone. He'd left a note. "I never quit a job till it's done to my satisfaction. I will fix things. Remember, I love you." What did he mean by fixing things? She'd read the note over and over, trying to decipher its meaning. Had he gone to his castle to fix things there? Was he planning for her and Norji to live there with him? Or was he arranging things there so he could live here in Tiger Town? Why hadn't she heard from him? She paced about the small room. She should have kept one of those sat phones so she could call him. Tashi had taken one with her when the vamps had teleported her and her mother to the village where her farmer lived. Freddie and Freya were still in Tiger Town. They were helping Emma with the dragon babies, since Emma fell into her death sleep during the day. Neona leaned over to roll up Norji's pallet. He seemed happy enough. He was going to the Tiger Town school with the other children and learning self-defense and archery. At night, he still cried, worrying about his friend Xiao Feng. She knew he wanted to stay here so he could be close to the action and the ongoing search for Xiao Feng. It was interesting here in Tiger Town, but after centuries of taking care of herself, Neona grated at the thought of living off the were-tiger's charity. Gia assured her she would be earning her keep as a healer, but Neona still felt uneasy. She was used to mountains and valleys for as far as she could see. Rushing streams and crisp, cool mountain air. For days on end she would roam the forests hunting, with her pet leopard at her side. Her heart twinged with worry for Jean. When they teleported away from Beola, she'd called and called for him. He hadn't come. Was he all right? Was he finding food to eat? And where the hell was Zoltan? She could hear her mother's voice announcing with glee that she'd known all along he couldn't be trusted. He had abandoned her. No. She shook that thought away and left the guest house. As she approached the large courtyard, she spotted Norji with 24 other boys, learning martial arts from Rinzin and Tenzin. Norji waved at her, grinning. She smiled back, then chuckled when Tenzin tapped the boy's head for not paying attention. She wandered over to the top of the stairs that led downhill. Before her lay the Mekong River and the village of were-tiger houses built on stilts along the river's edge. The sky lit up with shades of pink and orange as the sun dipped below the horizon. Her eyes filled with tears and she blinked them away, irritated by how emotional she'd been lately. She was homesick, that was all. She missed her sister, her valley, her pet leopard, her house, her way of life. How soon would she start aging now? Would she have to become a vampire like Zoltan in order to live with him forever? Would she have to lose the ability to be alive during the day? Would she lose the sun, too? As if to twist the thorn in her side, the last of the sunlight disappeared, and she was left in darkness. A tear rolled down her cheek. How much would she have to lose? Hadn't she lost enough? Were-tigers bustled around her, lighting torches. And she stood still, wondering if Zoltan had awakened somewhere. Where was he? Was she losing him too? "There you are," Leah called to her. Niona quickly wiped her face and turned toward the doctor. Leah smiled as she approached. "I went to the guest house to look for you, but you were gone." "Is something wrong?" Leah shook her head. "We've been so busy lately with the clinic overflowing that it took me several days to get your blood work done." She took a deep breath. "I have news for you. You're pregnant." Niona blinked. "What?" "No mistake." Niona inhaled sharply and pressed a hand to her stomach. "I'm with child?" "Yes." Leah lowered her voice. "I wanted to tell you in private. I assume Zoltan isn't the father." "But he is." Leah's mouth dropped open. "How? His sperm is dead." "He was drinking the living water." Niona grinned. "Oh my God, it worked." Leah stepped closer. "Where is this living water? Can I get a sample of it?" "It is gone, buried beneath a mountain of rubble." Niona's breath caught. Was that what Zoltan was trying to fix? He could get himself killed. "Excuse me." She ran to Emma's room. Pregnant. No wonder she was falling asleep so much and getting emotional all the time. She was going to have a baby. She needed to find Zoltan fast. She burst into Emma's room. Guess what?" Freya pulled her into the room. "When Emma woke up, she invited Freddie and me to live with her and Angus at their townhouse in London. And their castle in Scotland," Freddie added. Emma finished a bottle of synthetic blood. "I'm desperate. I need help. Angus does what he can, but they're both awake only at night." Freya laughed. "You should have seen it, Niona. Last night Angus was lifting the little boy in the air, and he threw up all over Angus's head. The look on his face was so funny." "Who?" Freddie asked, grinning. "Angus or the baby?" "Both." Freya turned back to Niona. "And while we're in England, we can see our brother Frankie. And our family there." Freddie nodded. "That's wonderful," Niona said. "Emma, Oh dear." Emma turned toward the crib. "Aiden is crying again." She picked the male baby up. His mouth was open, but only a small wheezing sound came out. "They named the babies Aiden and Amy," Freya told Niona. "We'll pay you an excellent salary." Emma settled in a chair and stuck a baby bottle in Aiden's mouth. "And Angus will help you get identification papers." "Emma," Niona tried again. "And guess what?" Freya said. "Tashi called on her sat phone and invited us all to her wedding." "Zoltan is missing," Niona shouted, and everyone hushed. Emma frowned. "I thought he went to his castle." "That was 2 nights ago. I haven't heard from him since." "Here." Emma passed the baby and bottle to Freddie, then picked up her phone. "I'll call Howard. He's working security there." She punched some numbers and waited. "Howard, is Zoltan there?" She paused to listen, and Niona grabbed the phone. "Howard, I haven't heard from Zoltan for 2 nights. Where is he?" "I thought he was with you," Howard said. "He was here 2 nights ago. He picked up his wedding ring at the jewelry store and said something about getting the job done for you. I thought he was talking about marrying you." "He never came back," Niona cried. "I'll check into it and get back to you." Howard hung up. Niona's hand shook as she lowered the phone. I'm afraid he's..." "I'm calling Angus. It should still be dark in Japan." Emma took the phone and punched in a number. "Angus, we need you here right away. No, it's not about a stinky nappy. It's Zoltan. He's missing." Angus appeared and pocketed his phone.
Where is Zoltan?
We don't know. Emma gave him an exasperated look. I'm afraid he may have gone back to the mountain, Niona said. He left me a note that he would fix things. I think he's trying to get to the living water.
Angus winced. That would be crazy.
Emma's phone rang and she answered it. Howard? He's not in Budapest or the castle, she repeated, and listened with a growing look of dismay. I understand. As soon as the sun sets there, we'll pick you up. She hung up. Before Zoltan left, he visited the head gardener and borrowed some shovels and a pickaxe. Niona's heart sank. Freya's phone rang. Tashi? What? Oh, right, thank you. She hung up. Tashi and her fiancé went to Beola to get the donkey and the goats. They found your pet leopard. Niona gasped. How is he? He's been digging at the mountain. Freya grimaced. He told Tashi he heard Zoltan inside it last night. He's trapped. Angus ran from the room, shouting for the other vamps. Niona sank to the floor. We'll get a rescue party together fast, Emma assured her. I don't understand, Freddie said. He's a vampire. Why doesn't he just teleport out? Niona's eyes burned with tears. It must not be working for him. I'm afraid he's in trouble. She stood on shaky legs. I have to go. I'll go with you. Freya followed her to the courtyard, where Angus had gathered a group of vamps. Rinzin, Tenzin, and Rajiv joined them, their arms filled with shovels and axes. Angus paced about. What are we waiting for? Freya asked. Still daylight there, Rajiv told her. Norji ran up to Niona. What's happening? What are you doing? We have to find Zoltan. Niona knelt in front of him. Stay here and have supper with your friends. Maybe you can spend the night with one of them. I want to come. She tousled his hair and blinked away tears. I need you to stay here. I'll be back with Zoltan as quick as I can. Norji's chin trembled. You'll come back? Yes, she hugged him. I love you. It's time, Angus announced. Niona waved at Norji as a vamp teleported her away. Niona's back ached as she passed another rock down the line. She hadn't told any of the rescue party that she was pregnant, for fear they would insist she sit idly by while they labored. All night long they had worked. Vamps had teleported in more shifters like Howard and his nephews, who had stayed at the castle with him. As soon as she'd arrived, Zahn had run up to her. Tashi and her fiancé were still there in the valley, and Tashi had repeated to everyone what Zahn had told her. Zoltan had been talking to the leopard the night before. He'd managed to open a hole, where he'd discovered that even though the larger cavern room had collapsed, a small section of the cave by the living water was still intact. He'd teleported in and broken through the wooden covering over the living water. While he'd hacked away at the covering with a pickaxe, the vibrations had caused the mountain to shift. Rocks had fallen and plugged up the hole. He'd been unable to teleport out. Zahn had started digging, trying to save him. Tonight, Zahn had called out to Zoltan repeatedly, but Zoltan had been silent. The vamps had tried calling him on his phone. Even if he didn't answer it, the noise could provide a beacon where a vamp could teleport in. But there was no sound. They tried contacting him through vampire mind control, but no response. The worried looks they gave each other made Niona's heart clench. It was nighttime. Zoltan should be awake. He should be able to hear them. She touched her stomach. Had she lost him? Was the baby all that was left of him? She waited, her heart heavy, while the rescue party figured out the best place to open a hole. Then they formed a line, moving the rocks away carefully, making sure the ground didn't shift so that the ceiling over Zoltan didn't collapse on him. As dawn approached Tiger Town, the vamps reluctantly teleported away. Niona remained with the werebears and were-tigers, and they continued to work. Just before sunrise reached Beola, Freya, Tashi, and her fiancé caught some fish from the stream and found a skillet in the ruins of the storeroom. They lit the fire in the fire pit and cooked for everyone. "We got it!" Howard yelled. Everyone stopped as he peered into a small hole with a flashlight. "I see him. Zoltan, can you answer me?" No answer. Crap. Howard shoved more rocks aside to make the hole larger.
Jimmy, bring the rope. I'll climb down. You'll take the mountain with you, Jimmy grumbled. You weigh a ton.
I'll go. Neona scrambled toward them. I'm lighter, and if he's injured, I can heal him. Neona tied the end of the rope around her waist and wedged the flashlight under the rope with a light on, facing down. She stepped into the hole, and the werebears lowered her into the cave. In the small circle of light, she could see Zoltan's legs. He wasn't moving. Her heart clenched with fear. She landed and looked up. It's not far, about as high as one of the roofs on our houses. She untied the rope around her waist.
In that case...
Howard jumped and landed with a thud beside her. Jimmy followed. Jesse and the were-tigers remained on top with the other end of the rope. While Howard ran his flashlight around the small cave, Neona knelt beside Zoltan. He was lying next to the pool of living water. Boards and debris were piled close by where he'd uncovered the pool. She felt for a pulse at his neck. He was alive. Barely. Tears stung her eyes. She hadn't lost him. He's alive.
God, that's a relief. He must have brought a supply of blood with him. Ah, there it is.
Howard shone his flashlight on a plastic container of blood. It had been opened but discarded, and the blood had escaped to form a small pool.
That's weird. Why didn't he drink it? I think he did, Jimmy said, beaming his flashlight on another puddle. Looks like he barfed it up. Huh?
Howard looked closer.
This doesn't make any sense.
Neona ran her hands over Zoltan from head to toe. No broken bones, no injuries that she could see. Her vision blurred with tears. Her Zoltan was alive and safe. The hole overhead lightened as the sun came up in the valley.
Crap, Howard muttered. Now he'll go into his death sleep. We won't be able to tell if he actually dies on us.
Neona quickly felt his neck again. He's fine. He still has a pulse.
What?
Howard pressed his fingers against the other side of his neck.
Holy crap. How is he alive?
Neona looked at the pool close by. The living water. He drank it so he could survive. She cupped some water in her palm and lifted Zoltan's head. The water dribbled on his mouth and down his chin. Wake up, Zoltan. You have a wedding to attend, a son to raise, and a dragon boy who still needs to be rescued. She cupped some more water and tried again. This time his mouth opened. Howard looked up at the opening.
Find us a cup or a bowl, quick.
A tin cup was dropped down and Howard caught it.
Okay.
He passed it to Neona. She dipped it into the living water, then pressed it against Zoltan's mouth. He drank.
Sheesh. Jimmy jumped back. He's alive during the day.
Zoltan's eyes flickered open and he looked at Neona.
You're here.
Yes. She tilted the cup and he drank more water. A tear ran down her cheek. I don't know whether to hug you or scream at you. How could you risk your life like this? Don't you know how much I love you?
Your house, your valley was destroyed. I thought I could at least find a way to the living water for you.
She set the cup down and held him against her chest. You silly man. Tears streamed down her face. I thought I had lost you.
I tried to teleport out, he whispered, but I couldn't.
I know. She stroked his hair.
I'm hungry. The blood doesn't work for me anymore. Give us some of that fish,
Howard shouted. After a few minutes, a package was dropped down and Howard caught it. The fish was wrapped in a piece of cloth. He handed it to Neona and she opened the cloth. Zoltan sat up and stared at the light overhead.
It's daytime. I can see sunlight. Right, dude, Jimmy said. And you're about to eat real food.
Zoltan gave the fish a wary look.
I haven't had food in almost 800 years.
Here. With a smile, Neona pinched off a hunk of fish and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, his eyes widened with amazement.
It's good.
He grabbed another piece of the fish and stuffed it in his mouth.
I'm not sure what has happened to me.
Howard knelt in front of him.
I think you're back to being human. Well, an immortal human like Neona. Shit, dude.
Jimmy punched the air.
You undeaded yourself.
Neona started crying again. Zoltan gave her a bemused look.
Did you have your heart set on a vampire?
I'll take you however I can get you. She sniffled and touched her stomach. And the baby will too.
Zoltan blinked. You're pregnant?
Howard jumped to his feet.
What were you doing working all night?
I wanted to make sure this baby had a father, Neona cried. I was so afraid I had lost you. Zoltan wrapped an arm around her.
You can't lose me. I never quit until a job is done, remember?
Jimmy snorted.
Looks to me like he got the job done. I mean, she's pregnant, right?
Howard shoved his nephew on the shoulder.
Climb up the rope. Bring them more food. He's starving and she's eating for two. Yes, sir.
Jimmy saluted and climbed up the rope. With a sniffle, Neona wrapped her arms around Zoltan's neck. Howard cleared his throat.
I'll give you some privacy.
He climbed up the rope and his nephews hauled him out.
You're really pregnant?
Zoltan whispered. She nodded, wiping the tears from her face. I cry so easily now. It makes me feel silly and weak.
You're the strongest woman I've ever known. You healed me. Not only my body, but my heart. I love you, Neona.
I love you too. She cuddled up against him. I thought I had lost you.
You couldn't lose me.
He kissed her brow.
I still owe you climax number 10.
She laughed. Are you still thinking about sex? With a smile, he glanced up at the hole.
Your cat is glad we're all right. He wants to live with us. And Norji. And the baby.
Neona sighed. That will be wonderful. His smile faded.
I'm so sorry you lost your house. I'll try to rebuild it for you.
I don't need the house. She touched his cheek. Wherever you are, that will be my home. He gathered her close.
And my home is in your heart.
This is Amy Rubinate. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of How to Seduce a Vampire Without Really Trying by Carolyn Sparks. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2014 by Carolyn Sparks. Production copyright 2014 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.